all fix. Welcome to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Dallas, Fort Worth, and welcome into Fan University. We have got a great show lined up for you guys with you from 9 a.m. to noon this morning. I am Brennan Baxter alongside the guys in studio, all three of us today. Jake Riepma, Carter Freeman, and then we've got Jacob Ray on the ones and twos helping us out today. It is a jam-packed show. We are now less than 2 weeks, or officially 2 weeks, from the conference championship game. So we've got a lot to get into. We are going to talk all things college football playoff, get into some of these huge matchups today. USC, Oregon, Louisville at SMU today. Jake will get into that a little bit. And then obviously for Carter, Oklahoma's hosting Mizzou at 11 a.m. off the huge win against Alabama. So we will touch on that as well. Gentlemen, the weather is getting a little colder. That's how you know college football playoffs, it's right around the corner.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And how about us all together in studio? It feels good. We can reach out and high five, or we can bring out the boxing matches if we disagree with one another. Bring out the boxing gloves, I should say. But a great slate again today. Fired up for all the different matchups and a few sneaky matchups of the week that we'll have laid out for you in this opening kickoff segment. But I also want to know what the Tolos are looking forward to. What are they watching today? Hit us up at 877-881-1053. That's the number to text in what games are on your radar, because, hey, let us know. We'll talk about them. I mean, Carter knows anything about any game. You've got something to add.
I'm trying, man. I was doing my research on Thursday night. I was watching a game in Jonesboro, Arkansas. That would have been Louisiana at Arkansas State. Did you guys know that Louisiana's quarterback name is Lunch Winfield?
Add him to the all-name list.
Ass.
I love
His
it.
first name is Lunch. I could not find that he's John Lunch Winfield. I looked on Louisiana's football website, and it was just listed Lunch Winfield. And Louisiana got the win. They're still chasing bowl eligibility.
Yeah, Butch Jones was none too pleased.
He was not happy.
I remember playing or watching when Butch Jones was at Ferris State, and then he worked his way up into the D1 ranks. He's always had that, I would just say, those mannerisms. We'll put it that way.
OU made him cry on the sideline a couple years ago. Do you guys remember that?
Were those
Butch
football
Jones?
guy tears, though?
Yes, OU hosted Arkansas State in week one of, I believe it was the 2023 season. OU wins 70-0, and there's video of Butch Jones tearing up on the sideline. A little different than the rage that he had, because the end of that particular game, the Arkansas State-Louisiana game, was a little in question. But one last thing about that game, Arkansas State has waterfalls at their stadium.
That's cool.
That's just in the background. So when they're losing 50-0 to whoever, you can at least be like, oh, there's cool waterfalls over there. Yeah, exactly.
Postcard.
It's therapeutic to help manage the loss.
Yeah.
Well, man, this is a huge weekend of college football going into what will be playoff implications and some key matchups. And starting with one at 2:30 on CBS today is USC and Oregon. Game days there right now. USC, they have slowly started turning the tide in the Lincoln Riley era on what this team could be. They're actually getting some toughness now. They're running the football. They're playing some defense. And we'll find out if this is a new version of USC today in Eugene at 2:30. Essentially a playoff game. If the winner of this game will have a opportunity to stamp their case in the top 12. If USC wins, it'll also make it where it could get very jumbled on a lot of 10-2 teams. So look out for that game at 2:30. But Jake, here in Dallas, you've got Louisville at SMU. SMU still with a chance to make the ACC championship game. Some things need to fall their way, but an opportunity for the Mustangs to still get a good win at home and potentially still have a chance to make the playoff.
Yeah, I'm a little bit bummed that this one's at 11 a.m. It's an early kick. SMU has not played a primetime game yet this year at home, which is kind of a bummer. But to your point, everything's still in front of the SMU Mustangs. They don't completely control their own destiny, but we've got the scenarios for you here, and there are a lot of them. You don't have to write all these down, but just the biggest two where SMU can still get to the ACC championship, which would be scenario number one, defeat Louisville and Cal. Let's just throw that out there. They've got to win both these games coming up. But if Pittsburgh beats Georgia Tech, and we can count on Pat Narduzzi to win the big games because it's an ACC game, it's not against Notre Dame where they can lose by 100.
Yeah, they can. They don't have to lose by 100 in this one.
Right, so Pat Narduzzi actually valuing this game, and they could do SMU a favor. That would send the SMU Mustangs to the ACC title game. Or another scenario, SMU obviously winning their next two games, but Virginia Tech beating Virginia. That one's a little less likely to happen if you're playing the game on paper, but that's why they don't play the game on paper, fellas.
You think maybe the Hokies can get a bit of a James Franklin boost?
The fired coach.
Since they have their head coach now, that might, power them to a win there. But yeah, SMU just keep winning. And look, Georgia Tech looked like, okay, they're going to finish the regular season at least 11-1 because they played Georgia at the end of the year, but they looked like they were going to finish their ACC slate undefeated. Well, then NC State puts up 48 on them. Then they barely escape Boston College, a bad Boston College team last weekend. A dude named Turbo Richardson was running all over them, or Turbo Richards, I believe.
The perfect name.
Look, I am here for the fun names in college football. That's one of my favorite things about the sport. But Georgia Tech has looked shaky over the last couple weeks. And look, Pitt is still, they lose to Notre Dame last week. Their freshman quarterback finally looks like a freshman after a good winning streak they had. But Georgia Tech is not a given anymore. I don't think they are. But this is their last ACC game. So Georgia Tech wins this, they're in. Then you'd have to rely on Virginia next week, losing to Virginia Tech. But SMU, just keep winning. Hope some things fall your way. The unfortunate thing to me is, at least in the committee's eyes, Louisville's fallen off a little bit. This could have been a ranked win for SMU that might have impressed them just a little bit more. But with 3 losses, SMU's basically going to need to win the ACC to make the CFP.
Yep. I think the best way to put it is everything is in front of them in certain scenarios. They just don't have the luxury of controlling their own destiny.
And I do feel like the Louisville win at Miami still helps, even though they're not ranked in the top 25, it's still one of the best wins, true road wins this season in the entire country. So it's not like Louisville is just any pushover. They have beaten what the committee deems as the 13th highest ranked team in the country on the road. So it would still be a key win for SMU. But the problem is the ACC is not looked at very high.
No.
So even if SMU were to get in at 9-3,
don't tell Pat Narduzzi that though. It's the best conference.
No, we don't want Pat
Narduzzi.
Yeah. But you'd have to have SMU get to the ACC championship and win. I mean, it's a one-bid conference this year, and so they're kind of reliant.
Is it? If Miami goes 10-2 and doesn't make the ACC title game, like, we're going to talk about this more upcoming, but I have questions about that.
Okay,
I have serious questions because you mentioned chaos scenarios. That's what Miami would need to make the CFP.
Right.
But I don't think that's totally out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, that's a good point. And we'll get into like what happens if Miami's 10-2 and Notre Dame's 10-2 and Oklahoma or Alabama. There are several teams. If USC wins, the Oregon and USC could both finish at 10-2. So there are a lot of scenarios at play for the playoff. But as of now, the ACC appears to be on a trajectory of a one-bid league. But we'll see.
We got a couple coming in at 877-881-1053 from the 817. How about Gig 'em Aggies? And he added, I need a Go Stars from Jake to start the morning. So here you go, Dallas Stars. They're playing late tonight. They're in the Western Canada road trip, so stay up late. And this one from the 682, Nebraska at Penn State. Nobody's talking about Penn State as it relates to their head coaching job. That was something we discussed that we'll get into. But, yeah, there's a sneaky matchup of the night.
Yeah, I do think that is a sneaky matchup because, look, Penn State was 0-6 in conference before they beat a lousy Michigan State team last week, pick up their first conference win, but they did play Iowa close. They nearly could have beaten Indiana. I mean, it took a miracle touchdown catch for Indiana to beat Penn State, and Penn State played somebody else close. So ever since they got rid of James Franklin, they haven't won a ton of games, but it's not like they've been completely out of it like they were against UCLA or like they were against Northwestern, those games right before they got fired.
And we'll touch on this too, but Penn State is essentially still holding up Oregon in the top 7. Like, the committee is still deeming that a good win. Right, the road win. Penn State was ranked third in the country.
You wanted a whiteout at Happy Valley.
A whiteout at Happy Valley. The committee is still looking at the Oregon win on the road against Penn State and saying that's a good win. That's a ranked win. Well, that Penn State team is now 3-7, so or 4-6.
4-6, yeah.
it's interesting to see how they deem those as well, too. But some other sneaky matchups of the week, too. BYU at Cincy in terms of the Big 12. If BYU wins this game, it'll eliminate Cincy from contention, so you're starting to dwindle the amount of teams that could win that conference. But if Cincinnati wins, it brings a lot of teams into play. It could bring Utah back in, Arizona State.
Let's go, Devils.
I know, yeah. Jake's favorite team is still sitting there.
Houston, too, right?
Houston would technically be it. I mean, Texas Tech has the one loss, so they would obviously be overwhelming favorite at West Virginia on a bye this week, at West Virginia next week. But that game could bring in a ton of teams into the Big 12 for the final week of the year, and that is at Cincinnati tonight at 7 o'clock.
Yeah, that would make, if Cincinnati were to win, that would be a 5-way tie for second in the Big 12, assuming that the other teams win. What I've read is that Utah would win most of those multi-team tiebreakers. Even though they lost to BYU, they have beaten Cincinnati. And I know once you get into, this is a problem with these ginormous conferences, is you have to get down to the 7th or 8th tiebreaker to really figure this out. But from what I've read, Utah would win a lot of that.
Yep. So it happened last year in the Big 12.
Yeah.
That's how
4 teams ranked at the top.
Arizona State and Iowa State ended up.
And I thought BYU and Colorado were better teams. Arizona State proved me wrong, but BYU and Colorado were in that mix, but they lost the tiebreakers, so they didn't end up in making the Big 12 title game, and also got left out of the CFP.
Well, I'm sure both Brennan and Jacob Ray would tell us it doesn't matter because the Red Raiders are winning the Big 12 this year.
It certainly looks like it, but don't take anything for granted, man. I think the weather in Morgantown next week, I'm already looking ahead, is in the low 30s and cold. And,
don't sleep on the West Virginia Mountaineers, man.
You know the West Virginia Mountaineers well, but I am really interested to see in this race, too, because to your point, last year, there was a scenario, if Texas Tech would have beaten Colorado last November, I think it would have been 7 teams with 2 losses or something going into the last week of the season, so you just never know. But I do feel like this conference is being, the committee is looking at them and saying, hey, we think Houston's pretty good. We ranked them. We think Arizona State at 7-3 without Levitt getting some big wins. We put them in the top 25. Then you've got Utah and BYU.
They're the first 2 teams out of the CFP right now.
First 2 teams out. And then Texas Tech at 5. And so this is a big game for the Big 12. I think if you're the conference, if you're Brett Yormark in the Big 12 conference, you want BYU to win this game because you'd love for BYU to be 11-1, go play Texas Tech at 11-1 in Arlington, and then hope that the committee doesn't punish or rewards BYU for making the Big 12 championship. So we'll see lots at play there. But Jake, Northwood versus Ferris State, another sneaky matchup. Jake's got the Northwood T-shirt on. He's got the hat on. This is a huge matchup.
This is Division II playoffs, is it not?
That's right, Division II playoffs. You knew I had to throw that on the slate, but here's how I'll tie it all in together. So Northwood is in the Division II playoffs for the first time since 2006. Shout out to my alma mater. They used to have a campus right here in Dallas, so I'm sure there's some Tolos out there that attended Northwood Dallas, but they're playing Ferris State, who has won 3 of the last 4 national championships. The quarterback of the Ferris State Bulldogs last year, Trinidad Chambliss, for now Ole Miss. So there's your tie. They absolutely are factory there at Division II. So the Northwood Timberwolves need to shock the world to pull the upset today. I'll put it at that. But Carter, what do you got going on today for, I think I know the answer to this one.
Well, yes, OU and Missouri is definitely the game that I will be focusing on for the final hour of the show. That is an 11 a.m. kick. If we can get the TVs working in here, I will have that on behind you, Jake, and I might not look at y'all for the rest of that hour, but that's okay. We had that with Texas Tech BYU, and there was another, I think it was Texas Tech Utah. I remember one of our first shows, Brennan was just glued, because that was when we weren't sure if Texas Tech was what they are, and they definitely proved themselves to be that today. But yeah, I mean, look, OU does get the absolutely massive road win at Alabama last week without much of an offense. All of their scoring plays were either short fields or on turnovers. It was a pick six, 87-yard pick six, which was a longer scoring play than any drive that they had in that game, but the defense is swarming. They get timely turnovers now. That was something Oklahoma didn't do through their first couple games, was turn the ball over. They had 4 turnovers through 8 games. In their last 2 against Tennessee and Alabama, both road wins, they have 6. And they've turned all of those turnovers into points. And so the thing is, Mizzou's not a pushover. They're getting Bo Pribula, their quarterback, back for this game. Could be on a bit of a gimpy ankle, so he's not going to be much of a run threat. You'd think that would benefit Oklahoma, but OU's going to still be missing R. Mason Thomas, their best defensive end. but the thing we've seen with OU's defensive line, especially this season,
Doesn't matter.
it's crazy deep. They have 5 defensive tackles that can start pretty much anywhere in the country. They're 5 deep in the middle of their defensive line. And Taylor Wine on the end has filled in for R. Mason Thomas very admirably. He forced a fumble against Alabama last week that OU turned into, I believe, a field goal, which ended up, I think, being the margin in that game was that field goal. So Missouri's not a pushover. They're 7-3. They have one of the best running backs in the country, Ahmad Hardy, who Missouri, not only is he the lead rusher in the country, I believe 1,300 rushing yards or more and 15 rushing touchdowns. Mizzou as a team averages 100 yards after contact when running the football. That's far and away the most in the country. So it's strength on strength because OU's got a great run defense, but Missouri also hasn't won in Norman since, I believe, 1966. So everything is in front of OU for them to make the CFP. But it's still not going to be easy if the offense doesn't figure things out because they didn't do it last week.
It might not be easy, but it's just such a nice comfort to know that your defense is top 2, top 3 in the country. And they made Ty Simpson and Alabama at home look very uncomfortable last week. And so Bo Perbula, with, like you mentioned, a bum ankle, I think it's probably trouble for Mizzou at 11 a.m. But we'll see. I mean, if they can somehow shut down Mateer and limit Oklahoma on big plays, there's a chance. I mean, it's 7.5 OU favorite right now, so it's not.
I was just going to ask you, isn't that more than a touchdown spread kind of surprised me?
It dropped. It was 10.5 was what I first saw after last weekend. And we got the Perbula news, and I've even seen it as low as 5.5 OU's favored. But I still think OU is going to cover. I think at home they will have I'll spoil my pick a little bit. I think that OU will end up winning that game, but even if if Perbula gets hurt in that game and can't go, or they decide he can't play, it's Matty Zollers as their backup quarterback. That's a freshman. Brent Venables eats freshman quarterback alive.
Yeah.
So that's just something over his career he's done very, very well.
Well, let us know your thoughts on the text line at 877-881-1053. We'd love to know what matchups you're looking forward to today. Give us your picks and predictions as well. It's going to be a lot of fun. But coming up at 9:20, this coaching carousel in college football is getting out of whack. Where is Lane Kiffin going? James Franklin just got hired. What's going to happen at Florida, Arkansas, Auburn, Penn State? We'll tell you more next on The Fan.
beauty products. I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Singing sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Welcome back to Fan University here on 105.3 The Fan. And yes, make sure you're texting in at 877-881-1053. From the 972, kicking off this segment, can you all see Texas winning it and sliding in the playoffs if they beat A&M?
We're going to get into that at 9:40.
We'll get into that.
We're going to do a little bit of hypotheticals. We're going to talk about some what ifs, and we're going to compare resumes. And one of mine will be 9-3 Texas. Now, what I'll say now is I think the committee's told you by them dropping from 10 to 17 and putting a bunch of other 1 and 2 loss teams in front of them, you're going to need a miracle. But I don't think that idea is completely dead. But we'll get into that a little bit more at 9:40.
All right, we'll get into
Or
that
at 10 or whatever we're doing it.
We're doing it at some point. It's happening at 9:40 or 10 o'clock. We'll discuss it. But now, the coaching carousel in college football, with all of the playoff conversation, with the committee debates, with the huge games, the coaching carousel is taking precedent in the news.
Yeah, it depends on where you are.
On where
Absolutely.
you are,
Yeah.
but
Maybe if you're ranked sixth in the country, it might be taking precedent.
Might matter there a little bit. Ole Miss, Lane Kiffin, that's who Carter's referencing there. There's been reports that it's going to be $90 million at LSU, $25 million guaranteed roster spot. Ole Miss, is it Florida? Is it Ole Miss? Is it LSU? James Franklin was just hired at Virginia Tech. And then you still have all of these crazy good jobs, depending on how you look at it, open with Penn State, Auburn, Arkansas, and then who's going to take those jobs and leave other jobs open? So we wanted to get into the coaching carousel roundtable here before we really dive into the College Football Committee and the games moving forward, because this is just a wild time. One of the most unprecedented college football coaching carousels we've ever seen. So, Jake, when you're looking at first, let's go James Franklin, officially hired at Virginia Tech. We kind of broke that last week, but the contract's really set up well for him, and he's coming in hot, ready to kind of take over and rebuild a team that is good for college football when they're playing well.
Oh, absolutely. And I think Virginia Tech deserves a lot of credit for proactively getting it done. And look at the state that they're already in. Not that it will immediately, and maybe it will correlate to wins. That would sure help out SMU like we talked about in the first segment. But just seeing James Franklin appear on the Virginia Tech Twitter page and videos and media appearances and everything else, and fire up a fan base and to turn the page into that chapter. Think about how much ground they're gaining on a team or a school that is just dragging it out, and there's so much unknown. And I know there's no perfect formula for it, but it almost feels like, and not necessarily by resumes or anything else, but it feels like it's good to be a Virginia Tech football fan again in comparison to the Florida Gators or LSU or any of those other schools at Arkansas that haven't found their next leader.
Yeah, I think it's a great hire. It raises the floor so much in a way that just Virginia Tech has not had. Even the end of the Beamer era there, in the late 2010 or the early 2010s, I'll never forget the image of him when Virginia Tech and Wake Forest, I believe, had a 0-0 tie at the end of their game. They went into overtime at 0-0. That was like a highlight of the end of the Beamer era.
And that's hard to do in college football.
It's very hard to do. Justin Fuente didn't work out there. Brent Pry clearly didn't work out there. And Franklin just brings a pedigree that they haven't had in a long, long time. And you mentioned they can get the fan base excited, and a lot of Penn State's recruits that Franklin had are decommitting. Like Penn State's recruiting class has not completely fallen apart, but a lot of their top players are looking to go elsewhere. OU's actually flipped a couple of them. They're going to go to Norman instead of going to State College. So I've mentioned this on the show before. James Franklin recruited the state of Virginia incredibly well when he was at Penn State.
Yeah.
That's going to be a huge boon to him now that he's in state at Virginia Tech.
Yeah, in the interview I watched with him, he talked about that. And he talked about how it is a collective effort. And I guess to my earlier point about how Virginia Tech is now out in front of things like recruiting the transfer portal and taking those next steps. He said it's going to take everybody. It's going to take the math teacher at Virginia Tech. And because the Hokies know what their future is in terms of who's in charge, they get a leg up on all of that.
And the way that they structured his contract, I think, is fascinating too. So he gets like a 5-year, $41 million contract. It's $8-9 million a year, depending on incentives and stuff like that. It's very backloaded. So in the first couple of years, I believe Franklin's going to make $5 to $6 million a year, instead of the $9 million he was making at Penn State. The back end of the contract, when, if you're Virginia Tech, you're hoping you extend him, you've had success, you could push this back, but if things don't change going into his final couple years at Virginia Tech, he'll make $13 million at that point. But saving the money up front, instead of making $9 million, making $6, that's $3 million more dollars you get to put towards your roster, towards facilities, towards XYZ. So I'm curious, whenever we get more of these coaching contracts come out, more of these dominoes start to fall, if they're going to structure it like this, because Virginia Tech has shown like, hey, we need to invest, we need to find money, and this is a creative way to do it. And Franklin said, obviously, like, okay, let's do this.
Right. And you mentioned Penn State and recruits decommitting. Well, they don't know who they're committing to. There's no coach. And so right now with Penn State, which is one of the best jobs in all of college football, we have no clue who's going to coach there. And who are they even looking for? We're hearing Lane Kiffin about all these other places. Penn State, it has been silent. Crickets.
Yes.
Yep.
Well, I think a lot of it, too, has to do with Indiana saying, Cignetti, you're not going anywhere. Here's a huge contract extension. And Matt Rule. I mean, not that he's this splash hire, but that was the...
Those are the first two names mentioned for that job.
And so when the door was slammed shut on both of those options, it feels like Penn State didn't really have a plan, I guess in this case be a plan C, maybe, if you will, with Cignetti being A and Rule being B. But there was no, or at least not that, there wasn't a plan to where they should go if those two turn them down, which they did.
So I guess they kind of, it'll take a little, not a back seat, but we're not going to be right at the forefront.
Right.
Because
and then you get the avalanche of LSU and Florida, and all of a sudden
they're
Penn
not part of
State
this
got put on the back burner quickly.
They're not part of this Lane Kiffin madness that's going on in the SEC. So, they're kind of like, we can sit back and let that figure itself out and maybe pick up a piece later.
And part of that Lane Kiffin madness was the report that Ole Miss has given him an ultimatum. And so here's cut 10 of Lane Kiffin Ole Miss ultimatum.
That's absolutely not true. There's been no ultimatum, anything like that at all. And so I don't know where that came from, like a lot of stuff that comes out there. Like I said, man, we're having a blast. I love it here. I mean, our running back's sitting right over here. Come on over. And it just couldn't be better. Like I said, you pray for things. Our fans prayed for this type of thing, and now we're in the middle of it. So enjoy it. You're 10-1, you're getting ready, you got a bye week, you get to watch half the country lose, and there's no way we can lose Saturday, and then you play the Egg Bowl and go dominate that and keep that Egg Bowl trophy home where it's been for a long time.
Come here, running back that I love so much in this program. Can't wait to leave you in a couple weeks.
I don't know your name. Also, we have to acknowledge the Pat McAfee. And both of your skins crawling in the midst of that, which was awesome.
We love it here so much. Enjoy it while it lasts. Then, if you love it here so much, commit. Because Lane Kiffin and the Ole Miss athletic director and the school chancellor met this week, and then they released a statement saying he really likes being here, but he doesn't want to agree to a new contract yet, so just wait until after the Egg Bowl, which is that's ridiculous, dude. How much is that, now that this is out in the public, and the kids know that this is going on already, right?
Yeah,
there's no way to avoid it. How is this not going to hang over that locker room for an entire week as you prepare for a game?
It already looked like a flustered team against Florida. At home and away. They struggled to beat Florida. You've got the bye week this week. All these reports. These kids are online. They see it. They know exactly what's going on. And now you've got to go to a big rivalry game in the Egg Bowl Thanksgiving weekend. Could you see this really affecting Ole Miss? And is there a way that Lane Kiffin's kind of like, man, a loss to Ole Miss? I mean, I know he's paid to win games, but like a loss would make it really easy for him to walk. A win, it's like, do I really want to leave during a guaranteed college football playoff?
I'm going to argue devil's advocate here for a second, and you guys know how big of a fan I am of Lane, and the last week has kind of irritated me because it feels like, and I just remember, if you've watched the deep dive documentary on Lane Kiffin that profiles his struggles, a lot of his struggles with alcoholism and where he was and then mentally at Tennessee and then on to USC. And he talked about how he kind of rose out of that dark place. And it feels like, in a way, he's getting back to the Lane that was just so enamored with the spotlight and the hype, for lack of a better term, the attention and everything that comes with his name being at the center of college football, when it was like, man, brother, like, you talked about how much Ole Miss and how much Oxford, Mississippi meant to you and helped you get out of those struggles that he, again, was open about in this documentary. And now it just feels like he's going right back down that path the second his name is associated with LSU and Florida. And he's, once again, the hottest name in college football, like he was going to USC.
And we've seen where there's private planes flying his family to Gainesville.
Right, like, he's not dumb. He has
Baton
to know what
Rouge.
that's going to do for the conversation around all of it.
And for the kids, like for the players too, you're in the midst of one of your best seasons ever. You do have a chance to go win the national championship still. I know Ole Miss isn't one of the heavy favorites, but you're in the playoff. You're going to have a chance to win. You're going to host a home game. If you beat Mississippi State, you will host a game in Oxford. and he might not even be there.
But now the flip side of that coin that I saw, I forget who tweeted this, but the loyalty component of it, he really owes those kids that have been there for 6 weeks not to do this. When it's like, wait a second, players do actually have that freedom to be able to go from portal to portal, or from team to team and everything.
And that's been Kiffin's thing at Ole Miss, at least early on in the portal era. He was the portal king, right? Like, he's done a very good job of leveraging that into building a successful roster.
At FAU, that's kind of how he came out of it.
One name you need to know is Jimmy Sexton. He is the agent for Lane Kiffin and super agent. He's like the old Lee Steinberg, of the NFL back in the day when he had Troy Aikman and all these guys. And Jimmy is going to play this out. He's going to just string this along. Lane and all these coaches just kind of trust Jimmy to do what they need to do. And a lot of these coaches, Lane's not the only one. We've talked about Tulane and John Summerall. We've talked about Brent Key at Georgia Tech. These guys are having these conversations because they're linked. Clark Lee at Vanderbilt's another guy. So it is going to be interesting. It's not all the coaches here. In fact, Jimmy Sexton's probably running the whole thing. And so it's going to be really interesting the next several weeks. But I just feel like Lane has a right to do what's best for him and his family. He can choose if it's LSU, if it's Florida. You're not 7-5, you're not 6-4, you're 10-1. Like, you have a chance to go win. I think that's what's making this scenario so weird. And it's happening during the season.
And this in the season thing is unprecedented because if he does leave, if they go 11-1, it would be very difficult for Ole Miss to make the SEC title game. That's not totally out of the question either. If he leaves, how's that going to affect Ole Miss's CFP ranking? Because that's something the committee takes into account is injury. We saw it with Jordan Travis and Florida State 2 years ago. If Ole Miss loses their head coach, how is that going to affect them? They're 6th in the country right now. You mentioned they could host a home playoff game. If they lose Lane Kiffin, but they're 11-1, could they drop to 8 or 9? If they if they're sitting there like that, would they have to go on the road with not a new head coach, but a different head coach? Like, this is something we've never seen before.
It is going to be very interesting. I cannot wait to see the Egg Bowl.
Where does he end up? We're a week out before we probably get final confirmation. Where does he end up?
He's staying at Ole Miss, baby.
I'm going Florida. I think
then I'll go LSU.
We didn't even plan that. That worked out well.
Jacob Ray, where's he going?
Penn State. Here we go.
Penn State. Throw it in there. All right.
Hey, Lane was in Dallas this week. Yeah. He was hanging out with Rhett Lashley. Maybe he'll be his OC.
Rhett's tweet of Forrest waving by to Lane or whatever. So we'll see. But let us know at 877-881-1053 what you think. But coming up next, it's time for the Baxter class. We are going to act as the committee. And Carter, Jake, and I will give you our top 12 for the college football playoff next on Fan University.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
And it is back to Fan University here on 105.3 The Fan. We hope all of you are having a good morning. Hey, we got some good text coming in here on 877-881-1053. From the 214, why leave Ole Miss when you have built a great program there? Leaving you might not have the same success. Just ask Brian Kelly, Jake, your favorite coach in America.
Oh, no doubt. But I completely agree with that text at the 214, and that's why I think ultimately I think going back to everything about Lane, not to rehash everything, but you got a good thing, and Oxford, Mississippi's been good for you. The grass isn't always greener, brother.
Yeah, it's like Ole Miss is going to give him everything that LSU and Florida would, and everything he'd have to do there, he would need to rebuild. Maybe not LSU as much, but Florida, he'd just have to rebuild the entire thing. And that he spent 6 years at Ole Miss doing that now. It doesn't make complete and total sense to me.
Has he been there 6 years already?
I think 2020 was his first year there.
Crazy.
So this is his sixth season.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's already been that long.
Yeah.
And they've had the longest sustained amount of stretch of success in their history.
Yes.
I mean, back-to-back 10-win seasons. They might have never done that, or if they have done that before, it was in the early 60s. Like, he's doing things at Ole Miss that have really really never been done before, and all that could be to go elsewhere.
Yeah, and then from the 601, hoping Hail State can steal the Egg Bowl win. So
we
see.
always get the Mississippi State text
always, yes,
every Saturday.
and we appreciate that.
They need that for bowl eligibility. But you know what? If not, Mississippi State broke their SEC losing streak. They beat Arkansas earlier this season. We're just slowly building. They already got 3 more wins than last year, so it's just little things.
Jeff Lebby there, old OU guy. Taking over Mississippi State.
He's turned Brendan Thompson, former OU receiver, into a bona fide number 1 guy. He was like 8th on the depth chart at OU. That never made sense.
Well, we'll get into Ole Miss here in a second as well, too, because it is time for Baxter Class here on 105.3 The Fan at Fan University. And today, during this Baxter Class segment, I figured we could take a dive and act as the committee. So we've seen the committee have a lot of, befuddled moments is what we can call it.
Well, when they're switching out, committee chairs, that kind of happens, right?
Midway through, rest in peace, Mac Rhodes.
To his career.
To his career.
He's no longer Baylor's AD.
Yeah, to his career. So we are going to act as the committee and give our top 12 rankings, and then we will debate those from there and let us know what you think as well on the text line. So I'll go first. My top 5 are they're the same, but I do have one team flipped. I've got Ohio State at 1, Indiana at 2. I still have Texas A&M at 3, though I did consider dropping them to 4 when you're down 30-3 at half against South Carolina, but they did figure out a way to come back and win, so I do give them credit for that. But I've got Texas Tech at 4, and I'm kind of like foreshadowing what I think is going to happen here, but I think that Texas Tech winning the Big 12 at 12-1 will be given the bid to the top 4 bye over a Georgia team that might not play in the SEC championship game. So I've got Georgia at 5, Ole Miss at 6, finishing at 11-1. I have Oklahoma at 7, ahead of Alabama at 8. I've got Oregon at 9 because Oregon, we talked about it earlier in the show, but does not have a top 25 win on the season now that Penn State is struggling. They're being kind of propped up by that road win. We'll see what happens at 2:30 today against USC. And then I've got BYU at 10 because Notre Dame at 2 losses at 11. I feel like in my mind, Notre Dame should still be the first team out at 10-2, not having to play a conference championship game. Their best win is Pitt.
USC.
Sorry.
I do think
and
Notre
USC.
Dame's best win is USC.
At home against USC. I think if BYU is able to go 11-1, beat Cincy tonight, I like BYU jumping Notre Dame. And then I've got Utah slotted at 12, still as kind of one of those first teams out.
Well, and let's just look at it like this. If we're looking at best win, because once we get down to, I agree with you for the most part on the top, right? Like, I would have Alabama in front of Notre Dame. I think Alabama has beaten better teams than Notre Dame has, and they both have 2 losses. You do look at Alabama, they now have a loss to a team with a losing record because Florida State loses last night. NC State, Florida State's now 5-6. They got to beat a lousy Florida team to end up bowl eligible, and now Florida's got motivation to maybe knock them out of bowl eligibility, but that's a whole different thing.
And Jake, the reason that, and I agree, Carter, the reason that I have Alabama up is 4 wins against the top 25. The Florida State loss stinks, but it's more for me about what have you done for me lately, who have you beaten. It's hard to compare losses and wins. This is where the Miami Notre Dame comes in that discussion. But I put Alabama up at 8 over Oregon because of who they've beaten in conference, as well as over Notre Dame too. So
no, I like that. I like that all the way. And this is important to remember too: the rankings versus what the actual college football playoff bracket will look like. Because
right now it's just the top 10 would be in because you still need the Group of 5 champ, and the ACC champ, who is not currently in that range.
And I think we can all agree we have an issue for a lot of reasons with Tulane right now. If the season ended today, being that Group of 5 team that's grabbing that last playoff spot, because it needs to be the UNT Mean Green.
And we'll just say it will be UNT. UNT will win out. They will finish 11-1. If Tulane could go ahead and lose to Temple today, that would make things a lot easier for not only UNT making the American title game, but potentially hosting it too. That'd be on a Friday night. Just don't do a blackout on that game.
Yeah, we're anti-Friday night blackouts.
We talked about Friday night blackouts, but for UNT, they just need to keep winning. I do want to look at your comment on Notre Dame and BYU, because I think that's very interesting. BYU only has 1 loss. It's to Texas Tech. They did not look terribly competitive, but that was on the road. So how much credence do you give that? BYU's best win, if we're looking at the committee's rankings right now, is the number 12 team in the country. That's Utah. They have a higher ranked win than Notre Dame has. Their highest ranked win is USC, who's at 15. Notre Dame also has losses to the number 3 team in the country and the number 13 team in the country. And I'm not even going to get into Miami stuff right now because, I feel like I've made my stance on that fairly clear, but what is the credence for having Notre Dame 2 spots ahead of BYU with an extra loss if you want to reward teams for wins when BYU's beaten a higher ranked team than what anything Notre Dame has beaten?
Yeah, and that's why I think if BYU is ultimately able to beat Cincinnati tonight and then go and win, I think they play Central Florida at home next week, so they'll beat Central Florida at home. They'll be 11-1, and then that means that if they were to lose again in a conference championship, the only team they would have lost to is Texas Tech, who the committee thinks is arguably a top 5, but arguably a top 4 deserving team for a bye in the playoff. And if you're just losing to one team that's better than you on the road in a tough environment in Lubbock and then on a neutral site, it's hard for me to feel like, man, like we're just going to leave this team out because it's BYU, because it's not Notre Dame. It's not the prestige of the team. When Notre Dame, sure, they scheduled Miami and A&M, but they lost, and one of those was at home. Like you lost A&M at home. You didn't take care of business on your home turf. That to me is like, man, well, what has Notre Dame done for me? So, Jake, I don't know. I feel like BYU is just not getting the respect it deserves being behind Notre Dame.
No, I completely agree. And there's the criticism on a lot of this is the rankings and the committees are looking at the helmets. Oh, there's a gold helmet. That's Notre Dame. They got to be good. And
it's a decal thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. As opposed, well, in Notre Dame's case,
no decal. Yeah, you're right.
We're saying the same thing. Yeah. So the only difference I would have that hasn't been said already, because I'm with you that I would drop Notre Dame further down. And some of this, of course, it remains what, how it all plays out. But I think you have to move Oregon down and Alabama up, which I know we've touched on already. But I'm in that same belief that it's not just the quality of wins, but the quantity of quality wins. And I think sometimes with BYU, that's where the maybe one of the knocks you have on BYU, even though they're going through a Big 12 schedule, which, to your point, the committee has shown they value the Big 12 this year, which they should, because it's been a very good conference.
Well, and one thing, too, on the Alabama-Florida State game is, to me, it balances out when you go beat Georgia on the road. So week 1, bad loss, and I understand that. But then you go get arguably one of the best wins on the road against Georgia. You beat Missouri on the road, who was undefeated at the time. So Alabama has shown they can win on the road, and they've beaten some of those top 25, top 10 teams, where Oregon just has not done that yet. And if Oregon loses to USC today, they're probably out of the playoff.
And I do want to throw some of that into our next segment for Carter's Corner, because hypothetically, if Oregon is to lose today, their best win's going to be Iowa, who's currently not ranked. And you could say Washington. Washington has a winning record, and that would be a road win. But still, like, I'm totally with you. Like, Oregon hasn't been there yet. They have their chance today, and it's not their fault. Penn State completely fell apart. And I do give credit to when you beat a team. I do think context matters, because Penn State didn't know they were terrible at that point. They thought they were a top 5 team in the country. They didn't end up being that. But in that moment, in that environment, I do think you still give them credit for winning that game, even not as much as you might have at the time. But Oregon and USC, they'll figure that out today. And if Oregon is to get that win, then it's like, okay, they are who we thought they were.
Yep. And I'm looking at head-to-head here, too. I mean, that's why I have Oklahoma ahead of Alabama.
As they should be.
In the Notre Dame-Miami conversation that we'll get into on Carter's Corner here in a second, it's not that I don't think Notre Dame probably is a top 12 team. So I think Notre Dame is a really good football team. But you just can't ignore the Miami-Notre Dame conversation if you group them in the same area.
The committee's really looked at, to me this year, that they're rewarding good losses more than they are good wins.
That's a good way to put it, and it's so bizarre. It is a problematic approach to determining who are the best teams in college football.
Notre Dame lost 2 games by 4 points. Okay, we can also say they lost 2 games. I think that, and that's why they're 9, but they don't have the wins when you're ranking them against other 2-loss teams that Alabama does. Alabama's beaten, 4 teams in the top 25 right now, including Georgia, like you mentioned earlier?
Right, and that's why I think if Notre Dame for me right now is my first team out, depending on what happens in the next week or two. Because if USC wins, if Michigan beats Ohio State, if BYU goes 11-1 and then beats Texas Tech in Arlington, then Tech's not falling from 5 to 12. Tech's going to be in still.
Yeah.
So this is why I think they'll end up being the first team out. But if I had to rank them today, I still have Notre Dame behind BYU, Oregon, and Alabama.
Real quick, I want to be fair to the other side of the coin, and we're getting some good texts in at 877-881-1053 from the 940. Typical ND hating losers also from the 940. You guys are dorks, but this one from
Don't disagree.
Yeah, that
We are
actually
big
is
dorks.
accurate.
Thank
I'm not
you.
a Notre Dame hater because all season I said how much I love CJ Carr and I like Marcus Freeman. So I'm not a Notre Dame hater. I want that to be the record to show that. From the 330, this is what I disagree with. The Pittsburgh blowout win is a strong win for Notre Dame. I just don't think Pittsburgh's any good. I watched them lose to West Virginia. They're not a good football team. Pat Narduzzi can lose.
He's a dork.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I think Notre Dame is a very good team.
Yes.
I got to see them in person when they beat USC. I got to see that live, and I came away impressed. I just think they are not being judged by the same standard that other teams are in their same area. I think
good point.
If Notre Dame wins 10 games in a row, if they have the USC win, and you can look if Pitt goes on a run, makes the ACC title game, I think that changes how we look at the win against Pitt. Bama's beaten better teams than Notre Dame has. And I love that you mentioned them beating Georgia, kind of balancing out a bad loss. I think those can equalize each other. They lose to another good team in Oklahoma. They've beaten Tennessee. They've beaten Missouri. They have better wins than what I'm looking at that Notre Dame has on the whole. But this will all get figured out. We still got 2 weeks of this thing left.
We've still got 2 weeks, and Carter knowing ball is exactly why Carter gets his own segment, Carter's Corner. So, Carter, what do you got coming up here on Carter's Corner?
We got more CFP talk. I want to get into some hypotheticals. If we're looking at the final spot for the CFP, who makes it, I'm going to give you some hypothetical teams. We're going to go head-to-head and listen to a fun audio clip of one of my favorite referees of all time. Next right here, Fan University, 105.3 The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After. Welcome to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, welcome into Fan University here on 105.3 The Fan. We are rolling through this show. 972 just texted in at 877-881-1053. Such a great show. Once again, I'm listening to you guys drive out to see my dad in Rockwall. He wants us to break down the Indiana, A&M, and even Ohio State and why they're seated where they are. I'm sure Carter might get into that here at Carter's Corner.
Carter, anything? Oh, that's right. You don't come on the radio.
Carter Goodell. He's Carter Freeman.
Carter Freeman?
Ohio State's number one because they allow like a field goal a game. That's like, look, you beat Texas in the first week of the season, and I know that's maybe not the best win of the year yet, but there's no reason. Ohio State hasn't shown us any reason to not rank them number one, I think. And we talk about the decal on the helmet, that kind of thing. I think that plays into it as well.
Ohio State is also the dream scenario for a coaching staff, but not necessarily for us because they're just so boringly good.
Yep, I was just thinking the same thing. I'm like, they're not fun to watch, even though they have maybe 4 of the 5 best players in the sport: Jeremiah Smith, Carnell Tate, Arvell Reese, Sonny Styles.
Julian Sayans, like completing 80% of his passes.
Caleb Downs, the safeties, might be a top 10 pick in this upcoming draft. Like, they have so much talent, but they just suffocate teams, and it is not must-see TV like I think some of the other teams in the sport have been this year.
Yeah, I just want to take a little credit for Ohio State because a year ago at this time, when Ryan Day was dumbfoundedly watching his team fight Michigan after losing as 3 touchdown favorites, I said, you got to move on from Ryan Day. He just doesn't get it. And he rattles off, and Ohio State rattles off one of the most impressive playoff runs, and then all year they've just been the best team in the country. Yeah. So that's me, hand up. We love when we're completely wrong, and just a little accountability. I got to be better.
But we own up to when we're wrong here on Fan University. That's
true. At that moment in time, Ryan Day is asking what happened, and what happened was you lost at home as a 3 touchdown favorite, and then your team fought the opposition, and you stood there watching it happen.
Kind of let Michigan whoop them in that scenario.
No, I mean like a physical brawl. There was the brawl on the field.
After the game,
the flag planting,
right?
Yeah.
Still, Michigan whooped him in that scenario too. The Michigan has just obviously had Ohio State's number, but someone we'd all love, for a group of people we'd all love a little more accountability from: referees. Okay, that's something we would love, a little more transparency. I love what the ACC has done this year, getting a view into the replay review room. I think that's awesome. We saw that for a couple plays in last night's Florida State and North Carolina State game. I think that's really cool. Well, one referee who has always come to mind for me is the great Ron Cherry. No longer officiates games anymore, but he's had some very memorable calls, and this upcoming Tuesday, November 24th, 18 years ago, he gave us one of the most iconic referee calls of all time, and it sounded like this.
Looks on. Personal foul, 69, offense. He was giving them the business. He played it down. That's a good one. Giving him the business. Ron Cherry with the quote of the year.
He was giving him the business. Is something I say in my everyday life, just about anything. And this was basically an offensive holding, is what the penalty actually was. But just in the moment, that just came to Ron Cherry's mind, and he said it. And there was a little stumble at the end. He was like, "Wait a second, what did I say?" But he just rolled with it, and it was almost 18 years ago, but that's still part of my lore of college football.
Maybe they're not allowed to show some more personality. I don't know. It is a pretty serious profession when you're on the field calling a game, but I love when I hear the refs say everyone but the center on a false start, or like when the entire team or whatever it is, when they can kind of make you laugh a little bit. I think it's great for the sport. So, give them the business, Jake.
Yeah, occasionally, too, sometimes this happens in hockey where they don't realize the mic's hot, and they're because they're always buttoned up when they know the mic's hot, but they'll accidentally turn it on, and then you got some FCC violations going on and some curse words being thrown out. That's always hilarious when that happens.
So just wanted to throw that in there. Ron Cherry was also involved in the 1-point safety that happened against Kansas State and Oregon in a Fiesta Bowl maybe 12, 13 years ago. And I just remember he's like, we have an unusual ruling, is another Ron Cherry one that sticks out to me, but thought that was fun. Let's get into the meat of the segment. College football playoff, these final couple spots, what they could come down to. We talk about chaos. We talk about maybe the ACC needs a little bit of that to be a 2-bid league. Well, let's start there, because I think 10-2 Miami has a very good claim to the playoff. I think especially if they start to run off wins like they did last week against North Carolina State, they crushed them. And that was North Carolina State coming off of a win against Georgia Tech. Looked like a completely different team. Miami managed to totally shut them down. Miami continues to win like that. They'll be 10-2. They'll have a win over Notre Dame. I think that's a pretty good resume right there. Well, right now, the committee thinks that Utah's a better team. Utah's ranked in front of them. Even though Utah's lost to the best two teams on their schedule, that would be Texas Tech, BYU. Utah's best win is probably Cincinnati at this point. If it's down to 10-2 Utah or 10-2 Miami, who would you put into the final team? Brendan, I'll start with you.
Oof. I'm gonna drop my Big 12 bias, I think, here for this. And because of the win over Notre Dame, who the committee also deems so high, I would say Miami. You also have to look at the loss at SMU in overtime on the road against a team that could finish 9-3.
Could still win the ACC.
Could still win the ACC. That's not a bad loss. SMU is not a bad football team. In Louisville, we talked about them struggling a little bit too, but that is a bad loss at home. But I'm going to say Miami slightly over Utah because I agree with you. If we're going over who you've beaten, not who you've lost to, and we're going to apply that metric to this scenario, I think you'd have to put Miami in over Utah because of who they've beaten.
I don't disagree. I was trying to figure out how to formulate a contrasting opinion just for the sake of argument, and I think I've come up with it. This is all a moot point anyways because Miami still has to play Pittsburgh, and that's an ACC game, so Pat Narduzzi is going to take it serious.
Go all out.
And maybe Pitt wins, and then it won't even matter. But no, I do think Utah is one of those, it feels like a roller coaster team because they've looked really good in some games, and I've said this before in this program, but sometimes just in any sort of reasoning or rationale, maybe you throw out the worst of something and throw out the best of something. So you throw out Miami's best win, you throw out Miami's worst loss. I still think they're completely, as a complete team, have a better case to make noise in the college football playoff than a Utah team would.
I'm with you guys. I do think this is close. You guys know I'm a huge Devin Dampier fan, Utah's quarterback. I think Utah is a very good team. Their average margin of victory this year, 48-12. When Utah wins, they smoke teams.
Yeah.
And after their losses, they've responded really well. So after the Texas Tech loss, they took out all their rage on West Virginia. I remember they won that game 50-10 or something akin to that, right? And then after the BYU loss, they beat Baylor by a ton. They beat Colorado they embarrassed Colorado. I think there's a lot to Utah's team, but I'm not going to take away the best of what you've done. I think you should be rewarded for that. And I tend to look at the good you've done more so than the bad. And I think Miami has a little bit more of that because Utah had two chances to beat teams currently in the top 11. They lost to both of them. Miami has had that chance, and they beat that team. I do think who you beat should be more important than who you lose to. And Miami's losses, we say SMU's not the worst team in the world. They are still unranked. We say Louisville's not the worst team in the world. They are unranked. So 2 unranked losses versus 2 ranked losses. I don't know, man. I think the wins are more important. I would put Miami in if it was me. We mentioned Texas earlier. Let's look at a 9-3 Texas.
Don't go here.
You're going to need a lot of other things to go on in front of them.
Yes, go here.
We're going to go here. Look, I'm wearing the OU sweater right now. I don't want this to happen.
I take pride in being the only UT, and it's not by where I was born and raised or anything, but because we have such strong opinions, which we love, somebody needs to step up and stand up for the Longhorns. So I'm happy.
Nobody needs to stand up for the Longhorns. They have plenty of people that will do that for them. But in this scenario, 9-3 Texas, you would look at them having wins over Vanderbilt, Oklahoma, and A&M. Those would be 2 top 10 wins. Vanderbilt is most likely going to be ranked, although you really, if you're Texas, you need Vanderbilt to lose to Tennessee at the end of the year, and for them to say the head-to-head doesn't matter, you'd both be 9-3. Texas would have better overall wins than... Actually, sorry, I don't know what I'm saying. Texas beat Vanderbilt, so you need Vanderbilt to lose. You need other things in front of you to go right for you. You also need Oregon to lose. So let's say Oregon loses today to USC and then beats Washington next week. Oregon would be sitting there at 10-2. Their best win would be, like we said earlier, Iowa, maybe Penn State or Washington. An 8-4 team at best, most likely. Texas would be sitting there 9-3, an extra loss, an awful Florida loss, but they would have beaten 2 teams ranked in the top 10, probably going to the CFP. I'm just putting OU in the playoff here biasedly. You would have beaten 2 of those teams, and you would have another win over ranked team in Vanderbilt. Who would you put in for the final spot if it came down to 9-3 Texas, 10-2 Oregon?
I hate that I'm going to say this, but we just talked about Oregon on the previous segment, saying they haven't. The Penn State win counts, obviously, on the road at the time, and I will be fair to that too. I think if Penn State probably wins that game, they're probably not 4-6. I think that the season totally changed when Penn State. It just broke them. It broke them mentally. So a 10-2 Oregon, a win at Washington that'd still be a decent win too, but. Yeah, if it comes down to the 10th and final spot, not counting the group of 5 or the ACC champion, it's Texas and Oregon. I would agree that Texas would have a better resume than Oregon.
I'm going to steal this line from Reese Davis, who I've shared many times, both on air and off air. I think it's just a brilliant mind in college football. If they ever have a commissioner someday, I think it should be Reese Davis. But he was talking about Oregon. They don't have a talent problem. They don't have a perception problem. They just simply have a resume problem. Mm-hmm. Every single team in the Big Ten they played turned out to be bad until USC today, obviously. So I know we're in the hypothetical mode here, and I think, unfortunately, that resume problem would be enough to prevent them from getting in at 10-2, especially if you start to take the mindset of your best wins. And I think we all are on that same page where your best wins are going to have to, that be the ultimate trump card that a team could pull. So in this case, I do think it's Texas, a 9-3 Texas team over a 10-2 Oregon team.
I think if it came down to it, the committee would put Texas in. And that would even be sitting there with that awful loss to Florida. And Longhorns fans, text in 877-881-1053. Twitch and YouTube. We're on there as well, 105.3 The Fan. You haven't looked like a complete team in any game this season. Like, tell me the one you have. Your wins against OU, you were down at half. You scored 3 points at half. You came back in the second half, won that game. Against Vanderbilt, you were great for most of that game. You allow Vanderbilt to creep back at the end, and you're a miracle onside kick that Vanderbilt nearly recovers away from giving them a chance at a field goal or potentially to win the entire thing. You struggle against UTEP. You struggle against Kentucky. You struggle against Mississippi State. You've needed so much to go right for you to get to that point. This is where you get down to the eye test, too. And a lot of the times with UT, again, there's no talent problem there. But the team hasn't looked like a top 12 team for most of this season. You do have those wins, but there's so much else going on with your team that I'm like, do I trust them if they get into this scenario? They just wilted at the end of the game against Georgia and lost by 25 points.
And I would say, too, like the eye test does matter and context matters here. The fact that the committee dropped them to 17, if they were sitting at 14 or 15, I would think, okay, the committee's telling us that they think Texas could still get there, but they're behind Georgia Tech, who a lot of people don't think is that good, and Georgia Tech is at 16. So might just be too much to climb, especially if Oregon does win today. I just can't see a scenario. The matchup you're about to get into as well, too, or the scenario. I think there's too much for Texas to overcome, even with a win against A&M.
It's tough because I do have inherent bias wearing the OU sweater that I have, but Texas would be 100% in the conversation.
They would be in the conversation.
If Oregon's 10-2 and they lose to USC. I think if Oregon beats USC and loses to Washington, you'd probably still put Oregon in, but they would have a hard discussion.
Yeah, one other quick note that we haven't brought up, and I don't think we do this, but you could make the case the people in power do. The SEC bias, I think, is a real thing, and if there's a chance to put an SEC team in, that trumps a Big Ten team.
Here's the one game that I don't think a lot of people are talking about, too, but it's Michigan-Ohio State next week in the Big House in Michigan, who's beaten Ohio State 4 straight years, and we could say there's no way Michigan's going to beat Ohio State, but we would have said that last year, and they beat them on the road, and Michigan was terrible last year. If Michigan wins that game and they're 10-2 with now a common win or a common opponent beating Ohio State, Texas loses to Ohio State, I think that totally knocks Texas out because there's no way you can leave Michigan out of that conversation if they beat Ohio State. So I still think Texas needs some things to happen.
They do. I mean, you need it's tough because USC's in front of you, as is Oregon, so the winner of that game is going to stay in front of you, and if Oregon wins, this scenario doesn't come to play.
Yeah.
But I just think if you beat the number 3 team in the country, who, I know that's in Austin, you beat a top 10 team, you have another top 10 win. I think that's going to do a lot in the committee's eyes. But last year we saw a 9-3 Alabama team did not make the CFP. They were the last team, or the first team out.
I will say, based off what I've seen from Texas, though, I don't think they'll beat A&M.
I don't either.
I don't think they'll win that game.
And a couple texters agreeing here at 877-881-1053 from the 972 over here talking like Texas is going to beat A&M.
Hypotheticals, man. This is hypothetical
972.
This is silly season. I love this at the end because there's so many just moving parts, moving pieces. And you mentioned Michigan. I would love for Michigan to win and win the Big Ten, because then that means OU beat the Big Ten champs. So then we'd be sitting there quite pretty with our resume.
As much as it would pain me to say, if Michigan beats Ohio State, I think you got to put them in. And I think Michigan's only 2 losses then would be Oklahoma and USC. Nobody's going to scoff at those 2 losses.
It just depends. Ohio State and Indiana would still be in that scenario. And if Oregon's sitting there, Oregon would, at 11-1, they would make it. But if USC's sitting there at 10-2, you can't I wouldn't put a Michigan team that lost to USC head-to-head in front of them. So then there's another one we could get into, Michigan
Oregon
versus
wins,
USC.
Yeah, that's a good point.
There are so many scenarios at play, and I know we got to go to break here in a second, but you have BYU versus or a 10-2 Vanderbilt, but BYU with a loss in the conference championship game. So are we going to now deem people that lose in the conference championship game? They did not do that with SMU last year.
That's right.
Are they going to do that this year? If BYU's 11-1, are we going to put in Texas over an 11-2 BYU and punish BYU for losing a conference championship game? There's too much to get into.
Expand it to 24. I'm convinced.
We need an expressway.
Get to 64 teams. Well, that was Carter's Corner. Coming up next, Jake is going to walk us through the best sights and sounds of the week in what was college football here on The Fan.
Tell them.
Struck Attorneys in Dallas.
You're spoiled. You're spoiled.
They tired of winning, they can send me on the way because that's all we've done is win.
I will run myself through a window. If I hear one more Big Ten coach, blame it on the freaking travel.
If you have people who are on TikTok all day, right, they're probably not used to playing a competitive moment and having to be your best.
If I was a fan, I'd be mad at me too. And now, the new face of Ozeki.
What do you think?
You tell me.
Yeah, you can't let that go.
No, you cannot, because it is Sights and Sounds. Buckle up, dial it in. Fan University. Here we go. The best sights and sounds from the week that was in college football. You don't have to go through your algorithm and find all the good cuts, because we did. And you guys know where my Twitter algorithm takes me often.
Kenny Dillingham.
every single week.
Well, why not? I mean, the guy just exudes positivity. He exudes energy. But this week, just a little curveball, which I'm sure you both saw, but for those that didn't, Sam Leavitt, his quarterback, rumored to be transferring. He's out for the remainder of the season with the injury, and it left so many. I think what happened in this case, and I'm projecting here, but it felt like all of a sudden Sam Leavitt leaving Arizona State became the poster child for what's wrong with college football and the transfer portal specifically. Is that too much of a leap?
I wouldn't say that's a leap, no. I mean, and it's weird with Kenny Dillingham, who's one of the hottest coaches on, not attractiveness-wise, but like
he's a good-looking guy.
He's a good-looking guy, 34, 35. I guess it's fair to call him attractive, but he's one of the hottest names on the market, I guess I should say.
Mark that, by the way.
And
hottest coaches.
Can't wait for that next week. But with Sam Leavitt and Kenny Dillingham, like, why leave this program and this guy? But I don't know. I do feel like this is part of the problem we're dealing with. You have a great quarterback. He's only, a redshirt sophomore. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the Big 12. It's rumored he might be transferring into the Big 12. I might have more on that next week, depending on a specific team. But I just feel like this is a problem that we're going to see every year. It doesn't matter who your coach is, what your program is. If they get more money elsewhere, if he gets $3 million to go to an SEC school or another Big 12 school,
but leave it to my guy Kenny Dillingham. He's gonna put a positive spin on it. When he was asked, has he spoken to Sam Leavitt? Kenny Dillingham, cut number 2.
Oh yeah, he's doing great. I mean, on the road to recovery, we've had lots of conversations. I mean, Sam's my guy. I have a great relationship with Sam. Everything I've ever said about him is absolutely true.
That's my guy.
For now.
I think coaches now understand the business of it too, and that this just isn't, in my eyes, it's not going away. This isn't as bad to me as a guy playing 3 games and deciding to redshirt the rest of the season, going into the portal at the end of September, as we've seen several quarterbacks do before. That stinks. And we're seeing a weird situation right now with Auburn, where this week Ashton Daniels is not going to play, but he's going to play next week, because that will preserve a redshirt year for him, because he'll have only played in 4 games, so he would get an extra year of eligibility. It's just weird the way that we're kind of scamming the eligibility system now with the rule setup, but I mean, it does stink. It's the business now. That's what they say in the NFL, right, with trades and just in pro sports. It's like, well, that's just part of the business. You don't want that to happen, but this is just kind of the reality of it. And some players are more likely to think, okay, I got to maximize my value while I can. And if Sam Leavitt's coming off a big injury, if he can get another payday right now, then if he deems that more important, then he will, and the court of public opinion will judge him accordingly.
Kenny Dillingham also asked if Sam Leavitt is a distraction.
No, we're focused on us. Our team, there's so many distractions out there in the world nowadays. We're so focused on us. Like I said, I thought we had our best Tuesday and Wednesday practice all camp.
I was just gonna say that could be a great drop. Just no. And it's just it's typical like energetic guy, which I can really associate with, because it's just you're telling yourself something in your head that just looks completely different in reality.
Well, and if you aren't as big a fan of it as Arizona State as Jake is, this team is still playing for something. Like we mentioned, so even though Sam Leavitt's out, it's not like they're 5-6 and they're out. I mean, they're 7-3 with still a chance to win win the Big 12.
There's a path, yeah.
And there's a path for him there depending on BYU Cincy later. So Dillingham saying all the right things, though he knows what's really going on. And Sam Levitt's NIL agent, whatever child that is that's representing him, is somewhere saying, give us another $1 million or we're walking.
Yeah. Arizona State's backup is Jeff Sims, who's been around since 2020.
He's played well. He's played really well.
Outside of that Utah game, he has played well. And Arizona State could get Jordan Tyson, their best receiver, back today against Colorado.
Yes. All right, we'll keep it rolling here on Sights and Sounds because I saw this out there this week. He's one of our guys. He's been on Fan University. That's the head coach for the Texas A&M Aggies. It's Mike Elko, and I always love when the boss, the head coach, takes care of his guys, and Mike Elko worked in a way for his assistants to be compensated with the same bonus structure.
It's absolutely critical. I think one of the biggest things that we were able to get done was a bonus structure for the assistants that kind of married something similar to the bonus structure that I had. I thought one of the things that was not right was the bonus structure that I was going to receive had we qualified for the playoffs that was not on par with what the assistants, and certainly I'm no more valuable to this thing than they are. And so we were able to get that done immediately, and so that'll go in effect immediately. And so that, if this thing continues and we wind up getting rewarded with a playoff berth, those coaches who were a huge part of it will get rewarded at a very similar level, and that was really important to me.
This gives me the feels, man. Like, that is just a guy taking care of his staff. And I felt this way when we had him on Fan University, that he's just such a genuine guy. And now he's backing it up with putting, his words into action. I mean, he got it done.
It's a big part of why A&M wanted to extend him so early. And obviously there were other coaching jobs who would probably be really interested in Mike Elko, but the job he's done transforming that program, that team, everything about that culture. I mean, you see it. The thing A&M wears is the grind shirts, right? Like they just grind at everything, and they do it really well. And no other coach could have had that team that's down 30-3 at halftime come all the way back and score 4 touchdowns, shut out your opponent in the second half, and win a game like that. Jimbo Fisher's not doing that.
Right.
Kevin Sumlin, Mike Sherman, whoever, they're not doing that. Mike Elko does that.
And this is just the definition of great leadership. It's not about me, it's about us. And for him to do that for his assistants middle of the year, understanding as he signs an extension, well, what about my guys? What about my team? What about this as a whole? Let's reward everyone that's a part of this. I'm not the reason we're 10-0, about to be 11-0 today after the Sanford game. It's about everyone in this building and what we're doing and growing here in College Station. And as much as I hate to say it, I just respect the guy so much. Being a Texas Tech guy, it's hard to not like Mike Elko.
And he's doing things the right way, right? 100%. Like, I think that's the easiest thing to say about it. But do his assistants talk as fast as he does? Because Mike Elko, he goes straight through his answers. It is a bull rush straight through it.
Did you guys see the video of Mike Elko for the South Carolina game late in the fourth quarter where the camera pans in on him and his mouth is moving and saying a word we're not allowed to say on air, but it's just like him going, and it's blank me. And like I just love the you've got to look this up. The transparency of Mike Elko going like, we're screwed.
He's human, just like the rest of us. I mean, he saw the hole they were in.
They end up winning the game, and I thought it was so funny to see a coach in real time like pan into a perfect moment. So we can't play that for Sights and Sounds, but it was really funny.
That's awesome. We love Mike Elko, and we appreciate him being on Fan University a couple weeks ago. All right, this team has become. Maybe we've crowned them as one of the uniform champions of the 2025 college football season because they've come out with some absolute heaters, but they're kind of becoming public enemy number one in North Texas to no fault of their own. But the Tulane Green Wave right now, if the season ended, would be in the college football playoffs. They've got 2 losses. North Texas has 1 loss. Still a lot to be decided there, but we might not even have to campaign for Tulane to be left out because it feels like their own coach, John Summerall, is. Take a listen to this cut when he was asked about them being in the top 25.
Do you feel like your team is one of the top 25 teams in the country currently?
I don't know. I hadn't watched that many other people play. I watch us play and I watch whoever getting ready to play. And then after that, I don't really know who else is out there. I mean, I'll just be very candid. There's some days I feel like we're one of the bottom 25 teams in the country watching us play. So, if we want to start feeling comfortable or casual about somebody wanted to vote us in the top 25 teams. There must be a lot of bad football going on if we're one of the top 25 teams.
I love it. That is a coach's guy right there.
Former linebacker John
Yes.
Sumrall played at Kentucky. That is just a hard-nosed, like, we play football. We don't do anything but play football.
Total opposite of Narduzzi at Pitt. Instead of like, oh, I don't mind if we lose by 100, he's like, hey, we suck. We got to get better here.
No, that's very like a military motivation. It's just like tearing you down to build you up.
Never satisfied.
And I guarantee you, if Tulane was 5-4, he'd be like, man, I just appreciate how hard these guys are playing through this season, fighting. It's a different mind game there when you're 8-2 and trying to compete for national champion. It's the Nick Saban don't drink the rat poison.
That's right, rat poison. And this is the last one how we'll end it because it's a very, very well-known face that covers the sport and took a very memorable trip to taking the trash out. Desmond Howard just went viral with taking his trash out because of what he had to say on his front driveway.
I was also thinking, don't be surprised if that Texas job opens up at the end of the season. You guys were shocked when LSU opened up. Imagine how you're going to feel if that job in Austin pops open. I'm not calling or saying anyone's going to get fired. Maybe a mutual parting of ways. You dig?
I don't think it would be mutual. I think it would be Sark choosing to leave because that smoke hasn't gone away. It hasn't cleared since that report about his potential interest in the Titans popped up maybe a month ago.
Yeah, was it Diana Rossini? I think.
Yes, that was during I think it was during the Mississippi State game.
Yeah,
is it when that popped up? But that hasn't gone away. And Sark has tried to emphatically say no, but whenever coaches say, no, that's not true, that tells me that it probably is true. Same thing with the Lane Kiffin. Oh, there's no ultimatum. No, I think there is because you're saying no. That's just, there's a history of coaches saying I'm not doing this, and then they end up doing that. But the smoke has not cleared with the Texas and Sark thing, which I do think is a little odd.
I'll say this, though. I think Sark's response was incredible. We don't have the audio for it, but here's the direct quote. This is courtesy of orangebloods.com on Twitter. Quote from Sark, mic drop at the end of his presser. Maybe for some of the pundits out there that don't cover me and cover our program on a regular basis so that they can understand that they can't just take their trash out and have a thought to think that, hey, I think Texas is going to have a job opening. So I don't know. Think about something else when you're taking the trash out.
I do love that you can hear the trash can being rolled in the background. Like there's some authenticity. That is a phone camera that picks everything up that Desmond was doing there.
If that did happen, it would turn this whole coaching carousel upside down. Even more than it already is. If Sarkisian were to end up, if Texas goes 8-4 and he just leaves to accept the Titans job, that would be insane.
Those are the best sights and sounds from the week that was, fellas. I think we got to make some picks coming up.
It is pick'em time, man. We've got 4 of the best games of the day coming up next. We'll check out the standings as well too. Some shakeup maybe at the top of our standings here at Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freak
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
Who said that? Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Welcome back into Fan University. I am Brennan Baxter, joined by Carter Freeman and Jake Rietma. Jacob Ray there on the ones and twos, helping us out, staying live on air, doing a great job for us as well. And it is time for games. We are now going back into the best 4 games of the day. It's time to pick them here on Fan University. And, gentlemen, some shakeup last week in our pick'em standings. Jake and I had a what do you call, maybe just a down weekend.
We weren't focused.
Down week, yeah.
Wasn't our best.
We weren't focused. It was a lack of execution. There were distractions out there.
We just couldn't get it done.
We let the noise get to our head.
I think I went 1-3 last week. Is that correct, Carter?
Yep, Brennan and Jake, you both went 1-3. So
Gotta
you're on
be
the
better.
board,
Gotta
but
be better.
250 batting average, that keeps you in the major leagues, but not quite in the Fan University pick'em, because I went 3-1. So now at the top of the leaderboards, we have a tie. That would be Brennan and I are both 35 and 23. And Jake, you are sitting there 32 and 26. So you're still in the running.
Yeah.
You're in the hunt, as they would put in the NFL
sniffing
playoff
around.
graphics.
I think that's what they put on one of the playoff graphics. Sniffing around.
We're close. It's we're all up there at the top.
Yeah, and
There's only three of us.
I picked with my heart last week. It's hard. Yeah, it's a close battle here with the three co-hosts of
I
Fan
feel good about
University.
my chances of meddling in this season of Pick'em.
All right, and you're guaranteed going to, I think
so.
So, all right, well, let's get to the first game. Carter got the Oklahoma sweatshirt on. This game obviously has his eyes. Mizzou at Oklahoma, 42.5 over/under, 7.5-point favorites at home for Oklahoma. So, Carter, I am going to pick your Sooners at home. I think Oklahoma's defense is just too much. Bo Prabula back for Missouri, but on a bum ankle, as we've talked about. I think OU wins, but doesn't cover.
Oh, okay. So you think this is still going to be a close one?
I think it's a low-scoring, close game.
That's been the name of the game in a lot of these ranked SEC matchups this year. There's outliers for sure, but look, OU and Auburn, that was a ranked game earlier this year. We all thought OU was going to blow Auburn out. It takes a late comeback for OU to end up winning that just by a touchdown, and that was in Norman. But I think the OU offense is slowly but surely getting better. It is not perfect, and at this point in the season, it is not going to be perfect. But it is healthier than what Mizzou is going to throw out there. With the Bo Prabula injury, he's not going to be able to move very well. I mean, he'll be able to move a bit, but not the mobility in the pocket might not be there. And when you've got 4 or 5 guys barreling down on you in the pocket, as OU ends up having a lot of the time, Missouri's offensive line is not as strong as Alabama's unit was last week, and OU was still able to get through that Bama line, get some sacks, get some key turnovers when they needed it. Mizzou's still going to run the ball well. OU's rushing defense is great. Missouri's rushing offense is better, so I think Ahmad Hardy and the rushing attack are going to still have a good day. But the OU still, just in general, a better team. This game is in Norman. I think OU's going to win. I think they're going to win by 10. Okay. I have OU covering in this one, so give me the Oklahoma Sooners.
Yeah, if we're doing this against the spread, I think that's an important distinction, because I also am of the belief that not only does Oklahoma win, but they win comfortably. And that's it's kind of on the contrary of, to your point, how a lot of these close SEC conference games have been, regardless of what that spread might be on paper. But I just think Oklahoma, I don't know if Missouri's going to get past the 50-yard line. The defense is so good. So
they will. I mean, that's just college football. As much as as good as I think the OU defense is, they can give up a big play every once in a while. Even the Alabama game, the number 80, Alabama's tight end Cuevas looked like the Mackey Award winner when I'd never heard of him, because he was getting wide open against their secondary. It's just the timeliness that OU plays with has been a big boon to them, and they'll get a couple turnovers today as well.
Here's what we're going to say. I'm going to deem this. If Mizzou doesn't get past the 50-yard line, we're going to give Jake the trophy. Jake gets to go
give you an
straight
extra
to the
5
front.
points.
Yeah, extra 5 pick'em points for Jake there.
Might have been a little hyperbole, but you can get what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying. All right, next game, USC at Oregon, 2:30. This is by all means a playoff game for both of these teams. Must win for both if they want to secure their spot potentially in the playoff here in a few weeks. We've got Jordan Moore coming on, the USC Trojans Chief Creative Officer and broadcaster at 11:20. So we're going to have a little more deep dive into this game here in a bit. But I am going to go Oregon at home. And I just feel like game days there, Oregon, they're kind of being a little disrespected in the sense that we've talked about they've only beaten Penn State. They have no ranked wins against the top 25. I think this is a time for Oregon at home, 9.5-point favorite, to say we are legit. And USC does struggle on the road. Still, they're getting over that a little bit with Lincoln Riley. But I'm going to take Oregon at home.
I need some chaos, guys.
Yeah.
Right.
USC's not just going to cover in this game. They're going to win. Somehow their 126th ranked rushing defense is going to put enough of a stop to Oregon's rushing attack. Because look, Oregon's receivers are hurt to hell and back. DeCorian Moore, their top guy from he's local. He's a local product here from Dallas. He's not going to play in this game. Kenyon Sadiq, the best tight end for Oregon, one of the best tight ends in the country, he's still banged up. There's other Oregon receivers that are injured. The game against Iowa for Oregon was weird because it was rainy. It was against Iowa. But you saw a lot of how they struggled passing the ball without a lot of those players. So they're going to rely on the run attack. But USC's offense is second in the country in yards per play. But on the flip side, Oregon's defense is third in the country in what they allow, like third best in the country. It's, I have a ton of stats written about this game. USC averages 5.5 yards or more per play. Oregon doesn't allow more than 5.3 yards per play in any game this year. So it's strength on strength. I just think the road factor is not going to be as big in this game. And I want to ask Jordan more about that. This is still Pacific time. They're not going cross-country. Right. So I don't think that's going to be as big of a play. I think Oregon's going to be exposed a little bit in this game, and USC is going to win.
It is the perfect Big Ten, heart of the Midwest on the West Coast matchup. But no, what I wanted to say about this game, and I love that this is how Carter and I are yin and yang, because Carter's got the deep dive, the yards per play, the numbers, the stats. Yes, I think this is a Dan Lanning legacy game. We've talked about him as one of the best coaches in all of college football. We've talked about him as a master motivator. We've even talked about him as a potential NFL coach. Like, he could be one of the best to go to the next level, but he's staying at Oregon. He loves Oregon and has talked at length about that. If you're Dan Lanning, you have to win these games. These are the types of games, game day being there. If Oregon is going to get back to the top of the college football world, there's no excuse to losing at home as almost and more than a touchdown favorite. So Dan Lanning and Oregon have to make a statement today.
But they've done that this year already.
I know it.
They did that to Indiana.
I mean.
And the only teams Dan Lanning loses to play for national championships or make the college football playoff. And this falls into the latter.
Yeah, and I would agree with you that if Oregon does lose, that would be a home loss to Indiana, a home loss to USC, no ranked wins against the top 25. You're probably out of the playoff if Oregon loses. So a must-win legacy game. Yeah. Tough conversation to have. All right, Louisville at SMU here in Dallas. No Miller Moss for Louisville. Their starting quarterback is out with a foot injury. Not sure how much that really plays into this game. Louisville's offense has not looked nearly as good the last several weeks. So I'm going to take the SMU Mustangs. I want to see some chaos in the ACC. I want to see SMU have a chance going into the last week of the season. Give me like 7 teams with a chance to win the ACC next Saturday. So I'll take SMU. They're a 2.5-point favorite at home. I think they'll cover that here this morning at 11 a.m. in Dallas.
So you don't want chaos with the final spot in the college football playoffs poll. You just want it in the ACC.
Just in the ACC.
There's some coastal chaos to come back.
I want some coastal chaos and see like what's going to happen in this conference that no one trusts or likes or thinks anyone's any good in it anymore. Like, let's just throw them all to the wolves and see what happens.
I think SMU's going to win. Louisville has found ways to shoot themselves in the foot in a lot of these games. They should have beaten Virginia. They could have beaten Clemson. They're, I think, 7 points away from being undefeated and in the driver's seat for the ACC. But if they've done it before, I think they'll do it again. I think SMU's defense will do enough to, especially with the backup quarterback playing, although not like Miller Moss has really lit the world on fire, especially in the second half of the season. I trust Kevin Jennings. I trust Rhett Lashley. SMU's already gotten a big win at home over Miami. I think they'll get another one today. I'll take the Mustangs.
We're all in lockstep on this.
Congrats, Louisville.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Put the graphic up. But one other note: Louisville will be without both or two of their running backs, Isaac Brown and Kewan Brown, as well as linebacker Antonio Watts. So they are very much shorthanded. It's senior day for SMU, and I've said it again, but worth repeating. They don't control their own destiny, but they are in a position to be that team that steps in if the right things go their way, which very realistically could happen. So I think Rhett Lashley and everything we've said, we trust the Mustangs in this spot.
Last thing I'll say about this game, Louisville has turned into RBU. They are one of the best producers of running backs in the country. No one talks about them because they're Louisville and they're not a blue blood like in Ohio State or Texas or whoever else. But even with the top 2 running backs, both last name Brown being out, someone's going to come in for Louisville and rush for 100 yards. That's just what they've done under Jeff Brom and even beforehand.
Well, SMU hopes that's not the case. But last game we got BYU at Cincinnati. Huge game in the Big 12 tonight. Let's see if BYU can potentially clinch a spot in the Big 12 championship. Jake, who do you like tonight?
Oh, for chaos, let's go Cincinnati, just for chaos. And that would be, I don't think it would necessarily be an upset because we've been pretty high on Cincinnati, and they've, we've said it time and time again that they're just one of those, one of those good teams in the Big 12 that hasn't shown their up in that upper echelon, but at the same time, any given weekend can sneak up on the opposition.
I think because it's I think because it's at home, I would give it an advantage to Cincinnati, but BYU's gone on the road as dogs before, blown out Iowa State, blown out, whoever else. BYU's a good team no matter where they play.
Except Lubbock.
But that's because I think Texas Tech is a different level than pretty much anywhere else. But BYU is like, if it's Tech 1, BYU's 2, everyone else is 3, 3A, 3B, 3C, whatever. I think those 3A, B, C teams can still beat the 2. Give me Cincinnati at home. Let's get a 5-way tie for second place.
Wow. Okay, well, I
just want you to not, you and Jacob, to not know who Tech is playing in the Big 12 title game up until the very end. I want there to be some mystery there.
Jacob, Big 12, real quick. Who you got? BYU at Cincy.
I'm going to go Cincy because I do not want to play BYU again.
Okay.
You smoked them last time.
Yeah. Am I sensing some fear across the glass?
It's so hard to beat a team twice in college football, so.
Unless you're Georgia and Texas.
Yeah.
I totally disagree. After seeing what I saw being at that game in Lubbock, you would destroy BYU again. Give me the Cougars. Not so fast, my friends, to throw it a leak horse. So we got 3 Cincy's, 1 BYU on the road. Look, this BYU team, they're really good. Defensively, I think Bear Bachmeier has been great for them offensively. And Cincinnati with Brendan Sorsby, they have not looked the part. They lost at home last week to Arizona. Brendan, even though he has been one of the highest-rated quarterbacks in the Big 12 Conference this year, he just hasn't looked the same, really, since he's kind of got dinged up a little bit. So I like BYU. Close game, though. BYU was not favored in this game 2 weeks ago, so a lot of respect to BYU, but even being favored by 2.5. So give me the Cougars on the road, setting up a potential rematch for Texas Tech and BYU in Arlington here in a few weeks. So that was our pick'ems, man. We'll see what happens. It's getting close, getting down to the final week or 2 here. We'll see if Carter and Jake or myself can get some separation after this weekend. But coming up here at the top of the hour, kickoff time, but also it's time for Jake's Takes. What do we got, Jake?
We got some of the best uniforms and the audio to go along with it, plus what's going on Twitter, and what won't Bill Belichick do for his girl? That's next. It's Jake's Takes on 105.3 The Fan.
Seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it some from
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's your college football fix. Welcome to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
And it is time for the most electrifying man in DFW.
Jake Rietma. He's the only hope. He's the only injection that we could count on.
He's a tree. Bobby's wrong. He's a tree.
It's not some walk-on scrub, Yost. The boy's a player. He's a star.
Someone said football, so I come running. What's going on, everybody?
Oh yeah, Fan University! Here we go! It's the final hour. We're injecting some life as the games get set to kick off in the early slate. SMU hosting Louisville, but right now, guys, it's time for Jake's Takes. You know, I've always got opinions. Some of them are on point. Others are a little bit off the rocker. My beautiful fiance tells me often, quote, "You have the worst takes." So I appreciate that. If
that's true love right there.
Yeah, exactly. Wow. We can be honest with one another, and you know, sometimes it's the reminder I need to look in the mirror. But I feel strongly about this one, guys. What is one of the best football games? It's a standalone game that brings a nation together. I'll give you a hint. It's on December 13th. It is the
Army Navy.
There it is. There it is.
Look, the Iron Bowl brings people together in hate.
It does. Yes.
Army Navy, right?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Ding, ding. Where's my bell?
No, you were right. I was trying to be funny.
Yes. So Army Navy, and last week on Jake's Takes we had Army's uniform. But Navy might, in fact, have the last laugh because they put together a video that will give you some chills with the release of the Navy uniform.
For over 250 years, the United States Navy has ruled the seas as a relentless force of power and freedom. USS Constitution was the spark that ignited a legacy of dominance that surges across every ocean today. Frigates forged a nation's strength upon the open sea, and their spirit endures in every sailor who carries their creed. Don't give up the ship.
Oh, doesn't that just make the hair on the back of your neck stand up? Don't give up the ship. Navy comes out with their uniforms. I'm going to describe them for you. The jersey is navy blue with the red piping on the sleeves, that distinguished navy font, and then they've got a giant patch on the right corner. It's an Under Armour uniform. They got the white pants, but the helmet, fellas, did you get a chance to see the helmet that Navy will be wearing in this game?
Yes, this old ship, pirate ship-looking old Navy sailor. This looks awesome. This is probably the coolest helmet I've seen all year.
It is a cool helmet. It's a little busy, is the only thing I'll say about it. I think
busy.
The uniforms themselves, I think, are very slick. And there are a lot of times in Army Navy where the uniforms are an absolute mess and their intentions are pure, and what they are attributing or thinking about as they design them, they just end up being a muddled mess. The uniform for Navy this time around, I do think it's a good look. And I love the ship on the helmet. There's just a lot else going on, like the parchment paper that it's on. It's a little... There's too much going on a helmet. I'm a bigger fan of simplicity, I suppose.
All right, I'm going to give you some of the details on this, and if you haven't seen it, we'll have to tweet it out. But basically, I tried to describe the colors and everything, but it's a navy blue uniform. The helmet is like a copper color with a ship on one side of it and the parchment paper, and then you got the white pants. So the Navy wordmark and number font from the typography in the historic naval armament, the document the creation of the First Fleet. So that's where the number font comes from. And then the metallic Cooper logo that pays tribute to Copper's lasting role in naval history. So you got a lot. It is busy. There's a lot going on, but I think Navy might have the upper hand. If you remember Army's uniforms from last week, it's like the marble with, it almost looks like Oakland Raiders-esque because there's a lot of white and silver going on. But who do we think's got the uniform edge?
I think because I'm not as big of a fan of the Navy helmets, I'm going to give it to Army. I do like the Oakland Raiders have a good look. If you're going to, take inspiration from something and have it look similar, that is not a bad one. I'm going to go with the Army look as my favorite here.
I just said Navy's helmets were my favorite all year, so I love the ship on the helmet and all the business going on, so I'm going to say Navy.
All right, that game will be December 13th, so looking forward to that. But that's my favorite uniform of the week. One other note on the uniform side of things, Arizona State. You guys know I'll always dive into some Sun Devil action with a white helmet and a maroon Sparky logo. That's the first time they've ever done that. I think the Sparky logo for Arizona State, much better than the Pitchfork logo. I love Sparky on the helmet with the white background. It's a good look.
Yeah, look, we talk about this every week. I think that it's like a broken record at this point, but the amount of uniform creativity in college football is fantastic. And I look forward to this segment every single week because you get something unique every time. This is a fantastic look.
All right.
I'm sorry. The doctor who performed the surgery on John Mateer's hand is in Norman for this game against Mizzou. Dr. Stephen Shin. He's at this game, and there's a picture of him giving a horns down on Twitter that's rolling around. I was mighty distracted.
Is he still celebrated the way we had hoped? Because when Mateer came back, he didn't exactly light the world on fire. So do they blame the doctor for any of that?
No. What we blame is probably them rushing Mateer back too fast, because he came back at the very front of that recovery period. Like the timeline of it, he came back as soon as he could. If he'd waited maybe a week, maybe we would have looked better. But hey, since the Texas game, Mateer has slowly but surely gotten into form. Not the amazing player we thought he would be, but still a solid quarterback for OU.
All right, we're going to turn the page here on Jake's Takes, Fan University, right here on 105.3 The Fan. A coach we talked at length about, for all the wrong reasons, early in the season, has kind of, for a while, at least before this week, had gone under the radar a little bit, and that's Bill Belichick. But did either of you happen to see...
How can you not see?
Where Bill Belichick was
Doesn't matter what he does
this week. So Bill Belichick was seen at a North Carolina co-ed adult cheerleading contest supporting his girlfriend, Jordan Hudson. And it left the question for me, what won't Bill Belichick do for this woman, Jordan Hudson.
Well, what don't you do for love, man? What did
That's
you
right,
do
love
for your
wins.
fiance?
I love love.
I love love. It's great, man.
How can you
Bill's
not?
supporting his girl. This is what all of us would do, right, Carter?
Absolutely. Well, how about this? We talked about this whole love affair between Jordan Hudson and Bill Belichick seemed fake. It seemed very processed, and even the story of how they met didn't seem like it was real. It seemed like a lot of this was made up. It was just very, gossip worthy. They've been dating for this whole year, right? I think earlier this year is when this came out. You buy any more of this, there's actually something here, that this is not, this is not just for the press. This is actually like, okay, they genuinely like each other.
I am not going to an adult cheerleading contest in support of someone I don't love. Love is the only thing that could make me go to a cheerleading contest at any level. And I don't know if it's the same, and I think cheerleading's different depending on what region of the country you're in, and obviously Dallas with the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders I think would be the industry standard. But all that out, I'm not going to an adult cheerleading competition in North Carolina unless I love that person.
And here I found out that you can be in an adult cheerleading. There are things like this that go on, past college, or if you're not an NFL cheerleader or what may have you.
That was my thought. Seeing this was I didn't know adult co-ed cheerleading was a thing. Was Jordan Hudson a cheerleader in college? I don't know anything about her, so I'm not following
of all the storylines. I've seen that she's controlling. She's a lot of things, and we can just add the fact that maybe she formerly was a cheerleader in her past life and is trying to. We all play pickup hoops. Sometimes you struggle to let it go, and maybe Jordan Hudson just couldn't let go her love of cheerleading.
Yeah, and what if her love of cheerleading is still there, and I guess her love from Bill Belichick is there. It's just so you're right. We haven't talked about them in a while because they're just not interesting. Even the way they're losing is just not interesting. They lost to Wake Forest last week. Who it's funny, Wake Forest had hired Dave Clawson. They let Dave Clawson. Dave Clawson retired. They bring in Jake Dickert from Wazoo. That in the same hiring cycle that NC brought in Bill Belichick. Wake Forest made a much better hire. Wake Forest is 7-3 in a year that you didn't think they were going to be much of anything, and they've played fantastic pretty much this whole season. Well, on the flip side, UNC went with the flashy hire, the name hire, completely has failed for him.
Give it time though. He and what's the GM's name? I'm blanking on the North Carolina.
Michael Lombardi.
Lombardi, yeah. They're gonna be what was their big pitch that they're basically an NFL team and they're gonna get kids ready for the NFL.
There's just no draft for them to tank for.
Yeah.
That's the only problem there.
But I will say North Carolina can still make a bowl. They're 4-6 right now. They've got 2 more games. They play Duke today and then North Carolina State.
That's too. I wanted to give a quick update, Jake. SMU just scored. They're up 7-0.
We love that. Let's go. Pony up or kick 'em Stangs, whatever we're saying. But last thing here on Jake's Takes, meant to get into this a little bit earlier, but we all love Josh Pat and what he does for the sport, and the fact that he's become a YouTube sensation and built this following.
Brendan's friend. He saw him at,
I was talking with Josh watching the Tech BYU game with him.
Yeah, Josh Pate. Sorry.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, Josh Pate. I was going to let it slide.
No, don't let it slide. Reading is hard.
You said enamorated earlier, and I let that slide because that was what was my longevity is what I had earlier this season, and I enamored.
Words are hard.
Yeah, words are very hard.
Yes, enamorated being like. Intoxicated, right? Inebriated. That's that one.
Enamored, I think. Enamored, yes. You just added an 8.
Why are we letting these things go? Why are we not just...
Look,
your longevity one we called out right in the moment.
Yeah, so that's my bad.
I'm going to
stop the showdown next time.
All right, so this is Josh Pate. Biggest issue with college football right now.
The biggest problem facing the sport right now is not the size of the college football playoff. The biggest problem by 100 miles facing college football right now is how insane the calendar is. Like right now, the conversation should not be, well, we're going to expand the playoff to 24. Your conversation should be, hey, how do we get the National Signing Day moved to February instead of early December and the portal window to post-college football playoff and rework the academic calendar where we can make it all happen so that we don't have coaching searches overlapping with the stretch run of the regular season because guys have to get in a new position to salvage a recruiting class before the portal opens.
the timeline for the sport, with the way it's changed over the last 5 or 6 years, there's been good discussion about potentially changing it. And my thought is we should move the season forward. We have a week 0 already, right? We have where a couple teams play. We got the Ireland game. That should be the middle of August. You can start then, get in my eyes, the sport, the games, the last games need to be played New Year's Day. That should be the day the national championship is. So if you move up the season to start middle of August, around the time that college starts, because this is still college football, university is still, no matter what you think of players getting paid, stuff like that, that's still going to go into effect of how, this is all planned out. But you start the season a little earlier, the games can end. You can be done with your conference championships by the end of November. Then you have the entire month of December to play out bowls, to play out the playoff, everything like that. You're done January onward. Then you can get into a lot of this stuff.
And that would align with an academic calendar as well.
Because the portal era has changed, or the portal timeline has changed.
They made those changes. We highlighted those earlier this year, where they are now trying to be more conducive to that academic calendar.
Yeah, just January 2nd through the 16th now is the transfer portal window. And I do think there's starting to have some normalization of, let's make this feel like the NFL. If we're going to start paying players, let's have one transfer portal. Let's have a week 0. I do feel like it's going to where you're saying it may lead, Carter. But I don't know. I love the idea of like the Rose Bowl on New Year's Day. Like that was always something that was great. And so unless that's the championship every year, which I'd be fine with.
Which it should be.
It should be. Best scene in college football, should be best scene in college football.
The
on
Rose
New Year's
Bowl's
Day.
a piece of crap, but it's our piece of crap. Okay, that's why we love it. It's not in a great spot, and we've seen UCLA is not going to play their games there going forward. They're going to play at SoFi, but it's still like a revered spot in the sport. And if you can make it that venue, that event, that thing for that day, I would be here for it. And look, you can talk about Army Navy. Oh, that gets its own week. Move that to week 0. Army Navy can be the night game. Have that to start out the season. It doesn't count towards American standards. Or toward the American.
The American
standings.
Army Navy doesn't count
towards
America
for sure, but it doesn't count towards conference standings. So that can go in week 0, and then it does. You don't have to have this weird what if Army or Navy, because last year Army won the American and then played Navy the next week and lost.
Yes.
So like that's always odd. Like just move that up into the season. That can be part of the marquee week 0 stuff along with the Dublin game. Throw something else in there. I don't know. I just think moving the season up a tad, because plus at that point you're competing with NFL preseason.
Yeah.
You're not competing with that. You're
There's
going to beat that, especially if you have a lot of the big out-of-conference games around that time too.
Right. Now it does send your training camps and reporting to school probably into July, which is, at this point, they're professional athletes. Who cares? There doesn't have to be have a life outside of college football, because if they're getting compensated the way they are, that is their life. But that's Jake's takes right here on Fan University. And coming up, we're going to talk with Jordan Moore. He's the Chief Creative Officer and a USC broadcaster. A little insight on USC and Oregon. Jordan Moore on Fan University is next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
877-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Welcome back to Fan University here on 105.3 The Fan. I am Brennan Baxter alongside Jake Riepma and Carter Freeman. And we are pleased to be joined by Jordan Moore, USD Trojans Chief Creative Officer and Broadcaster. Jordan, welcome to Fan University. How are you doing today?
Well, I'm a little cold. I'm standing outside, about to walk into the stadium right now. This is not LA weather, but it's going to be a great football game. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, man, we got you boots on the ground there in Eugene for the USC-Oregon matchup here at 2:30. We have previewed this game a lot on today's show, and so I wanted to go right to the first question for you. This is essentially a playoff game for both of these teams. USC has kind of righted the ship. They did lose a close game at Illinois. They lost the game at Notre Dame, but they had that good road win at Nebraska, and then obviously the win coming back against Iowa last week. So this team is playing good football at the right time. What's the confidence level of the Trojans going here on the road? And do you feel like this is a quote-unquote like Big Ten road game, or does this have the sense of the old school Pac-12 just traveling up north?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly more familiar than most of the road games that we've had the last couple of years. So, not that long of a flight, stay in the same time zone. So, no complaints in that regard, but it is a very difficult game. USC has not won in Austin since 2011, and this is an elite Oregon team that is basically top 10 nationally in defense and top 10 nationally in offense. So the challenge is just as hard, if not harder, than any quote-unquote Big Ten road game.
Yeah, but staying in the Pacific time zone, Jordan, I'm curious, with the road struggles that Lincoln Riley's had since he's been at USC, do you think those are going to come into play today? And then you mentioned it's cold. The weather's going to be a lot different than maybe what they've played on the road before. But I got to go to the Notre Dame game USC played in, and that was a bit of a weather game too. So just as far as the Lincoln Riley road struggles, do you think those are going to come into play today, or because it's Pacific time, not so much?
Yeah, I don't think that the cold is going to have any factor. It bothers people like me standing on the sideline, but the guys are moving around and the benches are heated and they're fine. Their adrenaline's going. I've never met a football player that didn't like playing in this weather. But listen, I think the struggles are facing an elite Oregon team. I mean, I think that is the challenge today. I mean, USC has conquered some of their road woes this season, winning at Purdue, winning at Nebraska, an electric night atmosphere in Nebraska. So the Trojans have been all right on the road this season. It's just a matter of, facing this top team and seeing if they can get over the top.
Jordan Moore is with us on Fan University. He's the USC Chief Creative Officer and a broadcaster for the Trojans. Jordan, I want to go off the field a little bit and pick your brain on some of the developments. And obviously, we've kind of hinted at it now, and it's the reality of where we are in college football. USC, a part of the Big Ten, and USC and Michigan kind of made headlines as the leaders in being opposed to the Big Ten's approach to kind of long-term down the road as it relates to private equity and in terms of revenue sharing. For those and for our audience and everybody else, kind of what's your insight to that whole situation from more of an internal perspective from the USC standpoint?
Yeah, I don't claim to be a true expert on the subject, but, read a lot about it and talked to some people internally, and it just seems like in this particular case, I'm not sure that the value is there for USC. I mean, that's kind of just my opinion and how I looked at it is, it seemed like some of the schools were getting valued more than USC. A lot of these schools maybe need it more than USC does. And so I think it's such a difficult time in college athletics and college football to predict the future. So the other part of it is, tying up your rights super long term and locking yourself down that way. How good is that for you? And is that going to be a good thing 5 to 10 years from now?
One other thing before we let you go, and we appreciate your time here on Fan University, Jordan, the Lincoln Riley discussion, and we're witnessing one of the craziest coaching carousels that just continues to take every twist and turn. It feels like he, and this is a dangerous and scary thing to say in college football, but feels like he's pretty rooted in Southern California at USC. Obviously, that's, I would imagine, the hope of the USC Trojans and the fan base. But just in terms of how the discussion and discourse around Lincoln Riley is and his potential future, do you feel like it's pretty secured at USC?
I do. I mean, he came out and said as much, and obviously coaches have said things like that before and made different decisions. So you can never, say that that's 100%. But he certainly came out and said as much. He basically said, the people that know what I gave up to come here will understand that I'm not in any hurry to leave here. And I do think he's got some unfinished business here. It's starting to bounce in the direction that he wants. The program is trending upwards. The number one class in the country coming in next season. They've invested in a lot of things, new building opening here in the spring, and just the program as a whole is in a much healthier place than when he took over. So, I think he feels good about his future, but the truth is that the power is with the coaches. He's signed to a long-term deal, so it's really, up to the coach to decide where the coach wants to be, and it does seem like he wants to be at USC.
Jordan, final question for you here real quick. What does USC need to do today to beat Oregon?
Yeah, I think it's difficult when you look at the Ducks on paper. On paper, they look a little bit unbeatable just in the sense that they don't have any obvious weaknesses. Now, the two things with Oregon is that schedule wasn't great, not necessarily their fault, but that Penn State season did not shake out the way it was supposed to. So that win at Happy Valley, is hard to sort of put into context. And then Indiana came up here and controlled the game. So those are the two, teams supposed to be elite teams that they played, and one of them turned out to be elite and one didn't. So how well do we know Oregon is the question. For me, having been up here and seen USC win, I think the formula is that the Trojans need to start fast. Then landing teams are almost unbeatable when they get out on you early, so the Trojans need to get up early. And then I think they just really need to win the turnover battle. It needs to be an opportunistic USC defense today. I think it's going to be difficult against a balanced Oregon offense to consistently just get off the field and force punts, especially with how aggressive Oregon is on fourth down. So, the Trojans are going to have to win +2, +3 in the turnover battle. And then, Jade Mayava, USC's quarterback, needs to outplay Dante Moore, Oregon's quarterback.
Well, Jordan Moore, USC Trojans Chief Creative Officer and Broadcaster. Have a great time there in Eugene this afternoon. Good luck, and thank you for joining us here on Fan University.
Thank you, guys.
All right, there goes Jordan Moore. And yeah, this game is interesting because the Lincoln Riley question of, is USC tough enough? Are they physical enough to win on the road? And that was the stigma coming into the year. Then they lose to Illinois, and you're kind of thinking nothing's going to change here. Lincoln Riley needs the Southern California, the warm weather, the good offense. But this game feels more true Pac-12 than modern Big Ten, and so it does feel like you can play more of a up-style game, have Jaden Mavia try to win this game for you through the passing attack. It'll be interesting to see the contrast. This doesn't feel like a Big Ten game.
No, for sure. One thing I was going to say, too, with USC, if we're doing the cherry pick thing, which I'm arguing against what I like to do, but cherry pick the USC-Michigan game. Michigan is a team that takes so much pride in physically dominating their opponents. At USC, albeit it was in LA, USC was the more physical team in that game.
They ran all over them.
Yes, completely controlled that game. And that is, if we're clinging to, the Big Ten narratives of the 3 yards in a cloud of dust, and it was more than 3 yards, but point being, they ran all over them. And I think for USC to be at their best, that's an element of their game that, because it's different than USC and Lincoln Riley teams of years past, we often don't necessarily think about that component as it relates to the physicality that USC is capable of showing.
No, and I think back to that Notre Dame USC game. I got to see in person the first drive of that game. USC marched down the field and scored on Notre Dame. There was a level of physicality that they showed that they could not keep up over the course of the game. So it's really just about being able to figure that out week in, week out. It's odd you can do it against Michigan and look great, but then against Notre Dame, admittedly a better team, just look not even close to the level that you were at Michigan. But Jaden Mayava is probably the quarterback in this country that we're not talking about enough. Jaden Mayava has been phenomenal, and it helps when you've got a guy like Mekhi Lemon, who's one of the best receivers in the country. Mm-hmm. And that would have been another question I had for Jordan if we kept him a little longer, is like, well, people, and I know people know who Mekhi Lemon is, but this could be on a national stage, a place for Mekhi Lemon to really show, like, okay, I'm going to be one of the top receivers taken in this upcoming draft, and here's why. Because the dude is he is a machine. Receptions, yards, touchdowns, whatever you name it. He's the perfect kind of receiver for Lincoln Riley offense. Makes me think back to Hollywood Brown and CeeDee Lamb, guys when he was at Oklahoma, even D.D. Westbrook before that. Like, Mekhi Lemon fits into that mold, and he's not the only weapon they have, but he is the face of that offense.
It does feel like USC's being a little disrespected. The entire game day cast earlier picked all Oregon. I mean, the win against Iowa was a defining win. That was in the rain in Southern California. It was ugly. That is a game that completely favors Iowa. They're down 21-7 to come back, and they find a way to win that game. I just feel like that gives USC a ton of confidence coming into this game. But this would shake up the college football playoff because this would really get into a question of what-if scenarios. You talked about wanting the craziness to happen and maybe getting USC back in Norman, a Lincoln Riley revenge game maybe for the playoff. So we'll see. It's going to be really exciting to see if USC is able to continue to show a different version of themselves.
One other thing I did want to ask Jordan, and I'm in the business of extending bridges, not burning bridges. I wanted to ask him if USC had some extra uniforms on the sideline and they were going to put a backup quarterback in jersey number 80 as their backup punter and do a fake punt.
Northwestern
like
bitterness.
They did against Northwestern. My Northwestern Wildcats had that game in the first half. They had a big man touchdown on the goal line that they fumbled out of the end zone, and then that kind of BS fake punt where they got a backup quarterback in a punter's uniform, and the Big Ten came out and said it was illegal.
I still think, look, they're named after the Trojans are named after one of the greatest ruses in history, the Trojan horse. Like, if any school was going to do that and get away with it and not be punished, like, that's going to be them.
But yes, I am bitter. Very, very bitter.
That's fair, man. Well, we'll wrap up the show here on Fan University next with a little crosstalk with Fred Davis and Chris Arnold. That's coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Save on your Thanksgiving must-haves at Whole Foods Market.
Something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Welcome back to Fan University here on 105.3 The Fan with Carter Freeman and Jake Rima. I am Brennan Baxter. What a great show today, talking all things college football. Little updates for you here. SMU up 7-3 on Louisville at the end of the first quarter, and then Mizzou up 3-0, Carter, on OU at the end of the first quarter there in Norman.
Mizzou's held the ball for a lot of this first quarter. I think they have almost 12 minutes of time of possession. OU's gone 3 and out twice. And look, if OU's not getting turnovers and not giving themselves optimal positions on the field, it's hard for them to move the ball, and they just don't make the simple things look simple, and so far it's hurt them, but 3 more quarters of football to play. I'm not worried yet.
Yeah, and then A&M is up 21-0 at the end of the first quarter against Samford. They're 1-10 Samford, not the best
I think A&M was a 54.5 point favorite today.
They might cover in the first half. Fun game there in College Station, but we are pleased to be joined by 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. CA is in the house with us, doing crosstalk as we close up the show.
Good.
Man,
you're too kind.
You're way too kind.
I've listened to it grow and get better, and the chemistry's just strong, and all the different segments, and it sounds so great.
Now, I appreciate you saying that, but is some of that derived from Carter's Oklahoma-ness? Because I know you're an OU guy as well.
I graduated from Oklahoma.
That's what I mean. So
I'm not a big money booster, but I play one.
Not yet.
You still root for him. Well,
of course.
Yeah, well, Chris, it's great to be joined by you. You've got all the Mavs gear on. Big win for the Mavs last night. Cooper Flagg looked to take a step forward last night.
Highest scoring game of his career as a Maverick, 29 points. He was so solid. He took over the game at the end of the day. Beat New Orleans and Zion. Zion had about 20 points. The guy to watch for, who's been like a surprise, but he's been totally consistent, is Max Christie. Max Christie is leading the NBA in corner threes made, and he was on fire last night. Had about 23 points, hitting threes left and right, and he's got the green light from Jay Kidd to shoot as often as he wants, because guess what? It allows the defense to spacing. If anybody followed Dirk, it's all about the spacing.
Yeah. One thing that I was curious about, seeing the crowd and the game, and now that Nico's been fired and you've kind of moved on from that, a couple weeks removed, what was the energy like in the AAC last night? Did it
was
feel
great.
good?
In fact, all this week, primarily because the players have been playing hard like they did last spring when everybody was hurt, and sometimes they were down to 8 players, 2-way players, 10-day contract guys. Every game always came down to the last minute, whether they won or they lost, and so that's what you've been seeing. In fact, they lead the NBA in clutch games. What that means is a status like the score is close in the last 5 minutes. They lead the league in that. The last few games at the American Airlines Center, down to the last wire, overtime or double overtime, it's always been down to the wire. So the crowds have been just enthusiastic about the play of the team. And again, Brandon Williams, be well, he's an instigator. He drives to the basket, and again, that opens up. If the defense collapses, it opens up the guys hit the threes. And so it's looking really good. Again, it's a project.
It's been a weird couple. It's only 17 games into the season. It's been so weird with all that's happened. The AD injury, the Nico getting fired, but you're still only 17 games into the season. You've played a lot of close games. There's 2 ways you could look at that. You could look at it like, hey, you're 5-12, or to your point, you almost beat New York. You've had a couple double injuries, battle injuries, and you still got
should have beat the Clippers
over
in double overtime.
75% of your games left.
That's again, we live in a day and age of instant gratification where people want instant results, and especially in football, if your team loses 2 in a row, I don't want to watch them anymore. Let's get ready for next year. Who can we get in the portal? Or who can we? I want to watch college football tape so we can see who we can draft. That's what people do these days because team building is a sport.
Yep.
There's a lot of people who would prefer the instead of living in reality, they would rather live in
the hypotheticals.
The hypothetical.
You can't get hurt that way. That's Mike Golick Jr. One of my favorite quotes ever is that fandom was a mistake because you're putting all of your happiness, potential for that day into something you have no control over.
Yeah.
And if you could just watch the sport and enjoy it for the beauty of a beautiful game that it is, whether it's basketball, football, hockey, baseball, whatever it is, it would be so much more fun. But no, you get into it because you love one certain team.
What do they say? Fan is short for fanatic. And there's a lot of people who are fanatics, but guess what? with team building and living in the world of theoreticals, it allows you to participate because, hey, I know a trade we can make. Hey, I know who we need to draft. Hey, I know who we could get in the portal. Hey, I've got some NIL money we can raise.
Yeah, the armchair quarterback or the armchair GM.
It gives everybody an opportunity to be involved with it when it's a theoretical. Fantasy football, fantasy sports, that all plays a part of that as well. But again, the seasons are long, especially in baseball and basketball. There's 82 games in basketball, so to knee-jerk and say, this team's the greatest, they're going all the way after 12 games, or this team's the worst, they suck, they're not going anywhere after 12 games, that's too soon to... It's like baseball. It's like, Jake, you know this. You can't do this in the first month of the season to say, this team is going all the way, or this team sucks. You got to ride it out, but sometimes people don't have that kind of patience.
And Jake, you were at the game last night too, weren't you?
I was Wednesday. I was
night.
there Wednesday night. Saw a little Knicks. The Knicks were in town, and it wasn't no Cooper Flag, so I got to go back. I did because he was out with the illness.
Virus,
yeah. But I mean, the Knicks really struggled shooting the ball in that game, and the Mavs just hung around, and that last call. Oh my gosh! I saw the hook on that. Who was it? It was B. Will. Yeah, and
it was a bump first. Shumpert.
Right. Yeah, he bumped him first.
Bumped him first, and then it was like bang bang.
Yep.
The ref's not supposed to call nothing, but what did they do? They called the hook and an offensive foul, and he made the game time layup would have sent it into overtime. And the crowd, first of all, the crowd was going wild because they thought he tied the game. And it was like, no, so everybody was mad. But again, the games have been compelling.
The Stars got screwed by the officials the night before. Yeah, I was there Tuesday.
Back to back.
I saw 2 robberies at the AAC this week. Tuesday night with the Stars and Wednesday night with the Mavs.
That's tough, the Stars are looking good, too.
Well, and see, you had a shout-out as well, too. You wanted to shout someone out here today.
Yes. All Ranger fans may be familiar with the fine work of former pitcher Taylor Hearn. Taylor Hearn was a starting pitcher for don't get me wrong, he had probably a couple of years here, 2 or 3 years here at the most. Mm-hmm. He started opening day about 4 years ago.
The home opener, yeah.
Yeah, the home opener for starting day. And he's a great guy, great friends with Jared as well. And he'd pop on the fan from time to time, and he's just a great guy. Well, his family, his grandfather passed away, and I went to his grandfather's funeral yesterday. I saw Taylor yesterday. His grandfather is a legend. His grandfather actually went to high school with my mom in Oklahoma, so I know him very well. He is the great Cleo Hearn, and you may not be familiar with his fine work. He's not a baseball player. He is a legendary real-life cowboy.
Yeah, rodeo, right?
He's a rodeo.
I feel like I might have heard a little bit about this from Taylor before.
Yes, he is in the National Cowboy Hall of Fame. He's in the Texas Black Sports Hall of Fame. He started the Cowboys of Color Rodeo. He has been a cowboy his entire life. At one point, he was in the honor guard for President John F. Kennedy. After that, he was actually working with the Dallas Cowboys while doing rodeos. I said the Dallas Cowboys. He was in charge. I think he was working at Ford at the time. He was telling me the story, and he was in charge of like bringing the players on the field in a Ford. They kind of lap around Texas Stadium and stuff. So again, he is a legend, and of course, he spent most of his life here in Dallas-Fort Worth. But he had this Cowboys of Color rodeo that played everywhere. I mean, all over the country, New York, California, Stockyards, of course, in Fort Worth. I mean. And he passed away. He's a little older, and the funeral service was absolutely amazing. And what made me grin is you had all these guys in cowboy hats, cowboy boots. Everybody was there, a packed crowd, and the pastor who did a great job. He wrapped it up by saying, Cleo Hearn rode off into the sunset. He basically said, I'm going to put it in a more poignant way. The pastor said he would always go visit his uncle. His uncle was always watching, Gunsmoke and The Rifleman and all these westerns, right? Bonanza. He said, why are you watching? You've seen these for years. You know the result. Why do you watch it? And his uncle said, nephew, it's because, and I'm paraphrasing, it's because the cowboy always has a fight and you want to see a good fight. Second, the cowboy always wins the fight. And third, what does he do? He rides off into the sunset.
Awesome.
And he said at the wrap-up of the service, he said, Cleo Hearn rode off into the sunset.
It's true to the man. True to the way he lived his life.
So shout out to Cleo Hearn's family and Taylor in particular, but more importantly, all of his families, his sons, his uncles, and just the whole family.
Great shout out, man. Well, that's great. And yeah, awesome service as well, too. And here to wrap up Crosstalk, Fred Davis has entered
a very sleepy looking Fred Davis. Happy to be here, though. We're happy to see you.
No, I mean, I might as well be. No, I got a later, so I was just telling Degenerate Jake, I got a little bit later start. Usually after my son's games, I usually end around 9:30.
Talking about playoff now.
Playoff games, I head straight back to Dallas, so I usually get in around 4 a.m., go to sleep right away. I can get usually 5-6 hours of sleep. Last night was not the case. My cousin was in town. We hadn't seen each other in 5 years. We ended up talking for like 2-3 hours after the game. So I got a late start getting back to Dallas. Drove through the night, boom, bang, whatever. Here we are.
Hey, he's here.
Boom, bang, whatever. Here he is, man.
Did we get a win
go.
last night?
No.
Oh, no. Playoff run's coming to an end.
The playoff run, quite unceremoniously as well.
Wow.
Don't tell me it's a blowout.
Oh, they got their ass beat.
Oh, man. You went all the way up there for that?
It was over after the first quarter.
And you said, I went all the way up here for this.
You know, look, my son balled out.
There you go.
That's important.
Look,
he did everything he could.
My son balled out. He had
what position?
He's a
receiver,
safety and a wide receiver.
Safety.
He had an incredible interception. My cousin had never seen him play before, so it was his last high school football game. 46-0.
Okay, that's tough.
Look,
Play away.
Look, they were down 29-0 at the end of the first quarter.
Ouch.
Their quarterback got knocked out in the second quarter, just got tagged. And, of course, anyway, I don't want to be an angry dad here, but son was streaking wide open across the middle. But whatever.
That's a team sport.
You make that throw. It was 3rd and 8. You had no business. You weren't going to pick up the first. Anyway, I digress. So, yeah, season's over, and bittersweet. But would I be lying if I said I'm not disappointed about not having to make this drive next week again? No, I'm not.
You're putting some miles. How far miles and hours?
It's a 6-hour drive.
Okay.
It's a 6 hour
Not as
drive.
long as I thought.
I mean, it's about 2.5 to Oklahoma City from here, so just double that out a little more.
That's
You
it.
Kansas.
That's it.
Is it Wichita area or whatever?
Well, you get past it's like just
once you get past Denton,
just past it. Yeah. Once
Smooth sailing.
All that construction.
As far as the eye can see, right there. No. What was the question? What'd you guys say?
I don't know, man. But we can wrap up.
What do you guys? You got 4 hours to figure that out. Get ready.
Awesome, man. Well,
I'm gonna get some coffee.
listening.
You guys are great.
That's great, man. Well, Fred and CA are coming up next to take you through the afternoon window here on 105.3 The Fan. This was Fan University with Carter Freeman, Jake Riepma, Jacob Ray on the ones and twos. I am Brennan Baxter, and we will see you guys next Saturday.
with V products? I never remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, yeah, a little bit.
Not with Orchard. Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. Then they sell your old home on the market for top dollar. One customer said, "I made way more than I expected and it couldn't have been easier." Don't settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Get your free home valuation at orchard.com. That's orchard.com.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome in, DFW. Glad to have each and every one of you guys on board on this little overcast Saturday. We are just about to hit afternoon. We are in the pre-Thanksgiving weekend, as you just alluded to. That is the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. I am Fred Davis. We got our boy Dylan behind the glass, and Chris, you just said it. This is kind of this is where the American work system starts to really shut down.
Oh, yeah.
This week.
People are already prepping. This is how I know. Came back from the Mavericks game last night. My wife and my mother-in-law had already bought all the food.
That's it.
And not just food for Thanksgiving Day. It's like for the whole week. I'm like, y'all doing it for the whole week? They got all kinds of stuff to graze on for a whole week.
Now let me ask you this: you strike me. I mean, look, if anybody knows anything about Chris Arnold, it's they know that you treat your body like a temple, rightfully so. You don't look a day over 25. There's a reason for that. The hard work.
Mom and Daddy got good genes.
You took the words right out. Genetics certainly have been kind to you as well.
Take care of them.
And you have taken that baton and ran with it. That said, diets can get, we all know, diets go out the window this time of year, all right? Mm-hmm. For anybody out there that is dreading these next 4 weeks, not because of the holidays themselves, but saying to themselves, Chris, Fred, Dylan, I've been so good about eating, and I've been so good about not, eating sloppy. What is Chris Arnold's advice to anybody that is a little worried that, when that sweet potato casserole comes across, when that green bean casserole, when that mac and cheese, when the pecan pies, when the sweet potato pies come in, and we haven't even gotten to the protein yet, and we know the leftovers are always that's a whole nother story right
for
there.
Days.
What's the Chris Arnold methodology?
Okay, my cheat code is this: I've never considered myself on a diet. This is just the way I eat. Okay, what you don't want to do is eat crazy.
Okay.
2 meals in a row. You just really can't eat crazy. But if you want to pig out on Thanksgiving, do that.
Do that.
Within reason. Well, I say within reason. In other words, if you mentioned some of the things people like, the sides that people like,
sides are what get you.
Yeah. Some of them are just dangerous.
We haven't got to the dressing, the gravy.
I'm telling you. You on and on. don't deny yourself all of that.
No.
Just get a little bit of it. Go back for seconds. I mean, in other words, you can fill the play with different things and then put a dent in it and then just come back for seconds again or whatever, thirds. But just know, don't deny yourself something because you're going to say, man, I haven't had this in so long, and then you'll pig out.
Yeah.
So just get some. And if you really... If you watch some football or whatever, don't eat too much turkey because that tryptophan going to knock you out.
Hey, the tryptophan.
You will be knocked out cold.
Where does of all the things that you do on Thanksgiving now, for me, all my family's in different parts of really just Houston and Kansas. We're working though, right? Like Thursday, I'll be
on there Thursday morning. And then we'll be at the Cowboys game.
That's right. So you're on what, 6 to 10?
6 to 10 with Alec Medford.
Okay, so you and Alec are on 6 to 10. I want to say Blake and I are on till 12. I think we're on 10 to 12:30, and then obviously we'll all be out at the Chiefs Cowboys game that afternoon. But where does the nap rank? The post-meal nap rank as the highlight of Thanksgiving Day?
You mean what time or
no, just in general. Just in
it?
general, exactly. Like that nap that there's something about the Thanksgiving nap. It just hits a little bit different than normal
don't let
naps.
the sun be on you.
No.
Don't let the sun be going through. Like a beautiful day like today, and it's kind of brisk outside, but it's like warm inside.
Good sleeping weather.
Sun's on. Man, whoo. Next thing you know, it's halftime. It's like, what? I missed.
Last
Whatever
thing,
game you're
and
watching.
then we'll get into some sports here. And like I said, there's probably people. Look, if 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Go ahead and let us know what if the Thanksgiving plans have already started at your domicile.
We got a Tolo texting in from the 9-4. I was talking about the cheat code. He said, hey, don't cheat yourself. Treat yourself. That's it. That's it. It's a holiday.
Man.
Just know that you're not going to do this all week long.
That don't let it go.
Slip
Don't let it
you
stretch.
up.
Exactly.
Don't let it stretch.
Because Thursday can become Sunday real quick.
Real quick.
You know what I mean? And then the other aspect for all the drinkers out there, and Chris and I don't drink. Pretty sure Dylan doesn't drink.
I drink, but I just don't in moderation.
Well, okay. I was going to say. But here's the thing. I was going to say. at the couple events I've seen you at. I don't think I've ever seen you with a drink in your hand. But like I said,
margaritas and wine.
There ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
For those that can handle it, unlike folks like myself. But that said, watch out for the booze, too, because hey, look, that day before Thanksgiving, too, on the 25th, that Wednesday night, when you got folks coming in from out of town, you're hanging out with people you haven't seen in a long time, and
I got a cheat code for that, too. What gets you on the liquor is mixing it with sodas. If you have
that'll get you every time.
Coke and something or whatever, vodka 7.
Yeah,
that's when. Try not to have the sodas. The sodas would do you in. And drink a lot of water.
Got to.
You just got to drink a lot. And beer, if you get you something that's not way too many calories in it.
Well, a lot of
or nurse it, something.
A lot of folks out there are apparently big on Michelob Ultra, which just looks like water to me. But again, I retired from the drinking game a long time ago. So
yeah. 972 says after getting a sample of their. Let's see. I got to start at the beginning. He says I'm having tacos. I'm not a fan of turkey. That's fine. In fact, my mother-in-law brought over a whole bunch of tamales, too. Not for Thanksgiving.
No,
we're going to work. She said, I don't want any really turkey till Thanksgiving. Brought over this big turkey. Oh, by the way, that's another thing. A lot of people this week will be driving.
Yeah.
Wherever they're going to hook up with the family.
Trust me on that. I know all about that.
Yeah. You've been driving already.
Look, I'll be honest with you. I
bet you're not going to try to drive this week.
Let me tell you something. I am not going anywhere out of the way that I have to go. Like I said, I had a wonderful time seeing the fam, seeing my cousin, watching my son play. And look, you know this as well as anybody, Chris. There's just something about your kid.
Oh, you got to.
And for all my, for all the parents out there,
you'd be mad at yourself.
Well, not just that, but and you know this, it's the finality of it,
man. Yeah,
right.
That's
like
his
this
last
is it.
That's he's a senior.
That was his my son's last high school football game was last night, and to have my cousin there, who was a Kansas high school football legend, for him to be in the house and be able to watch it, and it meant a lot to my son, it meant a lot to me, it meant a lot to my cousin. So it was just, and then you just kind of had that little moment after the game, and I just told him I was proud of him, and look, you obviously you didn't get the result you wanted. Right. And nobody wants to get their ass beat 46-0 in a state semifinal game, but You know, I mean, look, he did what he could.
Yeah,
Right?
he did what he could. He put his best foot forward.
He sure did.
He did everything he could.
And as a parent, that's all you can ask
right.
for. So to all the parents out there, all the sports parents out there, and, you know, whether your kid's just starting somewhere in the middle or is nearing the end, take some time to appreciate those moments because, like I said, the next thing you know, your kid's playing, you know, basketball on 8-foot goals, and now he's getting ready to start his senior year of basketball. Actually, he said practice starts for him on Monday. They give him the weekend off, and then boom, he gets back into the grind on Monday. We're back into the grind today. That's Chris Arnold. I'm Fred Davis. We got our boy Dylan behind the glass on the 1, 2s, and 3s. It's College Football Saturday. You guys know the drill. We are getting down to the I don't want to say the nitty-gritty necessarily. We still have some big games left, and there's still, I feel like, some movement left to be made in the college football playoffs. So we're going to talk more about that. We did allude to earlier what SMU's up. I know they were up 7-0 the last time I saw. Yep. And we'll read off all the scores for you guys. We're obviously going to get into plenty of Cowboys talk today. Big game tomorrow against the Eagles.
I got the matchups later this hour. I got the matchups in high school football playoffs.
I'll tell you what, we're doing that at 12:40. We got a lot of teams that won last night. Shout out to Duncanville. Shout out to DeSoto. South Lake Carroll putting up a 70 burger last night. Denton Geyer doing the damn thing. Shout out to my folks over in Capel. Allen put BTA, if you know what I'm talking about. So the DFW, I'm telling you right now, the DFW came through in waves on Friday. There's a handful of games still left today. We had, obviously, as you guys know, we had some games go on Thursday. But again, week 2 of the high school football playoffs here in the great state of Texas are going down. Probably a handful of games going on right now. If your team won, we want to hear from you. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. I'll tell you what, because of the Texas game that's going down at 2:30, we're going to go ahead and do Tolos on the telephone at 1:20. If there's anything I've learned on a Saturday, it's you cannot do a Tolos on the telephone when UT's playing. Okay?
No.
We tried it even when they were, I can't remember, they were beating the hell out of somebody, and we tried to do it at the end of the game, and we still didn't get like 2 phone calls. So we will do Tolos on the telephone at 1:20. We're going to have a CA Story Confidential, a little fair foul that's going to go down at 2:40, a little show rewind. Then, of course, we're going to get into plenty of Mavericks talk as well. Big game last night, big win against the Pelicans. Too. And they play
John Moran and the Memphis Grizzlies tonight.
And that's a winnable game.
It sure is.
That's a winnable game, and we'll get more into that. We'll probably talk about that in the 2 o'clock hour. We'll get some more into the Mavs. And look, for everybody, and you and I have talked about this, so this is not anything new on this front as far as you and I are concerned. But I think, look, we all there's plenty of consternation in the air. We all want to see AD play yesterday. Cooper Flagg.
29 points.
Man, I'm telling you right now, Cooper Flagg. Can we let this kid grow?
Second half. Yeah.
Can we let this kid grow a little bit? I get it. Everybody's mad about Luka. He's not going to be Luka right away. But I'm telling you right now,
Can I tell you the difference between him and Lucas? For everybody who keeps saying, I wanted to be just special, right? Luka wasn't even that special out of the gate. But because remember, for those who were there, he's playing with Dennis Smith Jr., and they're Rick Carlisle's trying to get both of them to take turns or whatever they're going to do. The point I'm trying to make is this. Cooper Flagg plays a different style of basketball.
Yeah.
Luka is one of the greatest offensive showmen in basketball history.
Hands down.
The shots are amazing. They're jaw-dropping. He's animated. Cooper Flagg does so many versatile things, but just like LeBron is completely different than a lot of people.
Yeah.
You know, LeBron doesn't put on the flashy show, right? He's not going to do Michael Jordan flashy stuff.
No.
But here's what Cooper Flagg does. Like LeBron James, he scored 29 points. He scored, let's see, the stat that he and LeBron are the only 2 players at their age who have done. He's only 18. He doesn't turn 19 until next month.
December 21st.
This is so wild. That's one of your kids' birthdays.
That's my son's birthday.
Your son's birthday. Your son's a year younger. And your son is named Cooper after Cooper, right? Oh, what? I was wrong? No, I'm kidding. You conceived him in May. No? Right?
Yeah. That was my daughter. That was my daughter. My daughter was born in May. I was, yes.
And when you talked to Cooper Flagg, you told him these things.
Told him about
because you and Blake talked to Cooper.
Blake and I caught up with Cooper Flagg, Mavs Media Day. We caught up with who else did we catch up that day? Brandon Williams, Jaden Hardy, and who else? Oh, PJ and Daniel Gafford as well. And and the funny thing, the takeaway from all that was, and you know that, Cooper, for anybody that hasn't had a chance to really kind of, outside just watching highlights, or if you haven't had a chance to really, he's the most locked in
professional 18-year-old I've ever seen.
He's got the highest basketball IQ, which is why they're filling his plate up things so that he can get comfortable with it because he can handle it.
He's drinking out of a fire hose right now. But
It's
you know
an
what? The thing is,
amazing
and I don't remember. And look,
He
Twitter's
makes the smart play almost every time.
Look, his 3-point shot is not where people want it to be right now, and that's okay. Look, that's going to come. His 3-point shot is the least of my concerns right now.
Did you know that Jason Kidd didn't have a 3-point shot for a long time?
No, he didn't. No.
And then he's in the Hall of Fame.
No, he
and all of a sudden he started nailing it.
But that's the thing is right, is he did so many other things well, and so, but from a Cooper Flagg standpoint. And again, I can't remember who I saw this on Twitter say this, and I was thinking and I was thinking something similar. Is his NBA career is starting off eerily similar to how his college career started off, right? In the sense that got off to kind of all the pomp, all the circumstance, okay, and of course, as you've alluded to several times, or just throughout the times we've worked together on other shows, everybody wants instant gratification, and so we're all thinking, Coop, he's and of course people are saying
score 35 points a night.
When they say he's a generational talent, which look, the word generational talent has been bastardized at this point. Anybody that's just halfway good is now considered a generational talent. But my point in all that is this, is that Cooper Flagg, you're starting to see 16, 17 games into the season now where he's starting to get his footing a little bit. The game is starting to slow down ever so slightly, and you're starting to see him get a lot more comfortable with different aspects of the NBA game. The thing that I am refreshed by, and that probably why I really haven't worried as much as everybody else has who want to get on the whole, Cooper trained this, Cooper trained that. The game's never seemed too big to him.
Never.
Okay? It's never seemed too big. It's never seemed like he's overwhelmed by the physicality. Nope. He's not overwhelmed by the speed of it. Nope. And so the rest is going to fall into place. If the initial physicality of the NBA does not bother him, and he matches up as good or better than most of the people he plays on a night-to-night basis, then guess what? Just being a gym rat and all the other things that go along with being a professional basketball player, those will come, and you're starting to see that. Now, granted, look, much like we took the Cowboys' performance last week against the Raiders with a grain of salt because it is the Raiders and they're awful, and so hey, the defense looked better, but hey, let's see what happens tomorrow. Yes, it's the Pelicans. Yes, they're not a very good basketball team. Yes, they just fired their coach Willie Green earlier this week. But I will take you got to at least show that you can do it.
Yes, you got to compete. And those guys get checks too. The other thing about it, J. Kidd brought this up last week. Do you realize when he was playing point guard, and then when he was back down to big, or not bigs, the wings. Right, they don't call them power, small forward and big forward. It's wings. His normal position he played in college and high school. He was getting the best defender off of that team. Yeah. Imagine when Kyrie gets back. Yeah. AD starts playing. Yeah. When you're going to get guys that he's going to just punish. And the other thing about stats, and sometimes people don't even watch the game, they just look at the stats, right? Oh, he only had this. He only had that. Here's a stat to think about. If you were the number one pick, normally you go to a team that absolutely sucks. We're talking about a team that, like Utah or Charlotte, they play poorly, and they. So guess what? You're the best player, and you wind up scoring 30 points in garbage time because the game's a blowout. And people are forgetting that part. They are totally forgetting the fact that, guess what? All of these games are big games. Yeah. And you got a team that's got lots of talent. And he also, by the way, he learned something. Cooper Flagg talking about when he was bringing the ball down, because J. Kidd said, I'm going to do him like I did Giannis, make him uncomfortable. Yeah. Because he's so smart, he can handle these things. And he wanted him to do this now because there may be situations in March or in the playoffs where he needs to be able to do that because somebody might be in foul trouble. Yeah. So with that being said, everybody's like, oh, why is he doing that to him? Because he can handle it. And the other part about it, Cooper Flagg said this. He said, guess what I learned about playing point guard in the NBA as a rookie? What's that? He said, you have to be very, very aware. You have to be very, very smart. And that's another thing that Jason Kidd said I wanted him to do. I wanted him to respect the facilitators. Absolutely. To realize what they have to do. You have to be a real quarterback. You know how in the NFL, quarterback or football, quarterback's the hardest position because you have to run it. You got to start it all off. And that's why they get paid the most money. Yeah. Point guards, if you have that IQ, and that's, again, why Jalen Brunson hit the ground running in the NBA, because he stayed all 4 years in college at Villanova, won 2 national championships. Program. Yes, 2 national championships. Don't get me started. I can go on and on and on, and yet the scouts are, well, why was he still in college? He must not be that good. Thus, the Mavericks wound up getting him. But the point is, if you already have that IQ, but you have some athletic talent to go with it, and that's what Cooper Flagg has, just buckle your seatbelts.
Speaking of which, news came out today, a couple hours before you and I came on the air. Breaking news, Chris Paul, after his 21st season, after this year's over, is going to officially retire from the NBA.
Well,
you know,
he kind of felt that way. He's had a remarkable long career.
He's had an incredibly long career, and of course, is he the Dan Marino of the NBA?
Sort of, yeah, because that's a good comparison because Dan Marino never won a Super Bowl. Chris Paul has never won a championship. But his nickname was Point Guard before it became the Cone. And when I say Cone, that's Patrick Beverly. Pat Bev's always named because he couldn't play defense at his old age.
I was going to say,
and he's only 6 foot tall. But his whole career, exceptional. Highlighted, of course, when he was with the LA Clippers and was Lob City. But when he was with Houston, they almost had a chance.
Oh, look, if he doesn't pop his hamstring,
man,
they probably win a title that year.
They probably win the title.
Because they were up 3-2 on Golden State that year. He was playing out of his mind. James Harden was playing, incredibly well, playoff basketball. Of course, he, in typical James Harden fashion, spit the bit in Game 7, but that's another story for another time. Plus, it didn't hurt that they missed 27 straight threes in a row, too. So, which I asked D'Antoni that. I said, did you realize that you guys had missed that many threes in a row? And he looked at me and he goes, I knew we'd missed a lot. I didn't know how many, but I knew we missed a lot.
You know what made me mad about that game?
Is that they wouldn't stop shooting threes?
Well, yeah. And number one, here's the deal. The game earlier was a double header day.
Yeah.
The Celtics lost their chance to go to the finals by shooting all these threes they were bricking. Yeah. And I'm like, the Rockets better pay attention. Because your legs are dead that late in the playoff series. Your legs are dead. The three ain't going to drop like it normally does.
Man.
And I could not believe they didn't go to the rack. I was like, the Celtics just got eliminated doing the same damn thing, jacking up threes.
Look, you've been around the NBA a long time. You know damn good well. Them NBA coaches, once they get set in their ways, though, as far as how they're going to. I mean, look, Mike D'Antoni told me to my face, and I about fell out of my chair when he said this. And I'm like, well, I mean, this is Mike D'Antoni. He said, I'd shoot 73s a game if I could.
That's D'Antoni.
And didn't say, and didn't hesitate. Wasn't a joke. Wasn't tongue in cheek. Looked at me like and thought I was tripping because I thought it was. I said, "Are you serious?" He goes, "Yeah, absolutely." He goes, He goes, "You make a third of those." That's 90 points.
We know the math. But they get caught up in the math.
They get caught up in the math.
And the legs don't cooperate with the math.
Well, and then you got Daryl Morey, Mr. Analytics, so he's all on board for it.
That's why I like Jason Kidd saying, touch the paint.
Man.
Things happen when you touch the paint.
I'll tell you what, there's definitely something to be said for that. All right, that's Chris Arnold. I'm Fred Davis. That's our boy, Dial-In. All right, coming up next, let's get into a little college football. Let's run some scores down. We'll read some of your text messages and we'll kind of recap. I know we had the college football playoff rankings come out earlier this week, kind of see how those teams are doing right now. Of course, obviously, we'll take a look at what Texas A&M is doing. Last I checked, they're going to be just fine. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. This is 105 through the Fan on a Saturday.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on the Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
The holidays are coming, and you know what that means. Family, food, and the inevitable judgmental in-laws.
Oh, dear. Are those fogged windows I see? Those drafty windows will let all the heat out. No wonder it's chilly in here.
Yikes. Don't let broken or foggy windows steal your holiday joy, or worse, give your in-laws something to talk about. Call 469 Windows or visit BestBuyWindowsAndSiding.com today and enjoy a holiday free from judgy family stares. That's 469 Windows, where we keep the drafts out and the in-laws' comments too.
Hey Tolos, it's Tony from East Dallas Diesel, and y'all already know what time it is. Football season in Texas. That means it's time to roll up to the game, tailgate, or watch party with something that stands out. One of our custom lifted rigs, blacked out Beast, or Texas Tough trucks. We make it easy. No hidden fees, no dealership games, and fast financing that can have you in and out in just under an hour. If you're a real Tolo who bleeds blue and silver, come see us at EastDallasDiesel.com. East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard and Tolos roll in style.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? CarsForKids.org. That's Cars with a K.
Tune in to What You Thinkin', What You Drinkin' every Friday evening at 5:40 on The Fan. Brought to you by Jake's Burgers, celebrating 40 years of flavor as the best burger brand in North Texas. With 12 DFW locations, jakesburgersandbeer.com.
Guys, you've heard of TRT, but you have no idea what testosterone can do for you. Once you start treatment, you'll wish you had done it sooner. All the guys I know that go to Synergenics and Low T Center for TRT are thriving. The TRT test is free, not hundreds of dollars. The testo is pure, not compound. Guys feel full of energy, not like they're still waiting for it to kick in. So get in now for your free TRT test. No appointment necessary before 10 a.m. or book ahead at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Get charged up, Euless. This weekend only. It's the grand opening celebration at Batteries Plus. Exclusive deals, giveaways, and all the power you need for home, car, and business. Don't miss it. The grand opening this weekend at Batteries Plus Euless, 2720 Highway 121.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larter, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, now streaming. Only on Paramount Plus.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Get that end zone dance ready. Football is back. And nobody brings a pregame party like Specs, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Specs has Texas' largest selection of canned cocktails, spirits, wines, and gourmet bites. Everything you need to take your watch party from JV to the pros. So head down to Specs and cheers to savings. Down, set, delicious. Specs, the fun starts here.
Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Dive into succulent, mouthwatering Southern comfort fried chicken like no other. Creamy lobster mac and cheese, juicy ribs like Mom used to make, and top it off with a warm cinnamon roll. Plates to feed the entire table or for your own personal escape. And dive into one of the best and unique bourbon selections and handcrafted scratch cocktails to wash it all down. Got your attention yet? Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Located across from Clyde Warren Park at 2121 North Pearl Street in Dallas. RunChickenRun.com.
And it is back to 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Appreciate that. Dial on. Friend of the program, David Elliott, just sent me a text. And
the David Elliott. Son of David Elliott Sr.?
Son of David Elliott, that's correct.
And he always refers to somebody named like Blake on the air, but he always says Blake, but it's David Elliott.
Or Chris if you go by his dating profile.
Is that what happens? Oh, my. I wonder where he got that from.
I heard it's from a three-time.
Oh, that's scary. I'm being stalked.
He had he was when he was talking about his Hinge profile, and he was talking about how he doesn't use his real name. Now I think he does now, or actually I think he's off the apps altogether right now. Good for him. But we were guessing, what fake name he uses, and I said Chris, and at first he said no. And then he came back, and I said, like Chris Arnold, and he said, yes, actually, Chris is the. That's it.
I figured he would have said LaMelo.
Think about it, though.
He looks like Jimi Hendrix and LaMelo Ball. He does not look like me.
Well, they say imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Right.
So,
I take that.
It's a compliment. It is absolutely a compliment.
But I don't need
What an icebreaker. Hey, look, you don't need that drama. You don't need that drama. You're a happily married man. You don't need that drama right now. We don't need that. We don't need Chris three-time getting dragged into Blake Elliott's dating.
So what did he report from him?
So Blake Elliott, A-plus reporter here at 105 through the Fan. You know him from his Fan After Dark. Kaiir Elam has been waived.
Whoa.
Kaiir Elam has been waived from your Dallas Cowboys. What that tells me is a couple different things. Number one, you feel really, really good about Savon Ravel, which is, by the way,
my player profile.
I'll tell you what, you want to lay that out real quick, what we got going on tomorrow?
Yes, the pregame show, you got the player profile, Savon Ravel. And by the way, he's got a hell of a story. He's a great interview. I mean, he's just really, really, really good guy and very talented.
And he's got the
measurables.
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll get that because I heard Blake and I listened to him on, was it Cowboys Hour?
Yeah.
On Monday.
And Brad Sham.
I tell you what, that kid's had a hell of a tumultuous path to getting here to the NFL.
Yes, he worked at Amazon. He was working at Amazon during the pandemic.
Well, and didn't he start out in JUCO?
He started out in JUCO. I mean, he wound up at East Carolina, but his dad was a great athlete. Dad had a car wreck, and both of them got hurt real bad. I mean, I could go on and on and on. I think he lost his sister to cancer.
Oh, wow.
All I can tell you is he is a great guy. He's a great guy, and he's got the measurables. He's tall. He's got long arms, and he got those reps. I was asking about working out against CD and George Pickens.
Yeah.
And that just prepped him.
Oh, look,
he's ready for it.
The one thing I will say, and probably the biggest difference between, and look, it's one thing coming from an ACL, which guys come back from all the time. I mean, hell, ask George Pickens about that. He came from have you seen that article that he did in the Players Tribune?
No. Pickens,
give it a read. Give it a read. I'm telling you right now. Look, is George Pickens having a renaissance right now? 100%.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, and I don't know that anybody. I had no problem with them going and getting George Pickens because I know. Look, when that trade was made, everybody was like, "Oh, he's a cancer." I was like, "Let's stop for a second." Never heard anything about George Pickens off the field.
Nope.
We've never.
Nope.
Is he a little bit wily on the field? Absolutely. All right. Has he been stuck in quarterback purgatory over in Pittsburgh? Absolutely. And when you're a guy of his ability and you can't get the ball, I'm not excusing, because I think he's been fined like 14 times in the last 3 or 4 years or over his career. And it's all basically taunting or, just after the play type stuff, right? Haven't had those problems here in Dallas. Nope. I mean, look, I think the most egregious thing he's done, and I thought it was absurd that he got a penalty for it, at least, outside of, doing, I thought.
You mean waving the football that they got?
That was it.
That was it. And
what are we talking about?
See, this is what I think a lot of people did to him because I got some friends up there in Pittsburgh, some writers and stuff.
Yeah.
They said people were conflating him with Antonio Brown.
See, that's not fair.
And that's not fair at all. But they figured if Mike Tomlin, because everybody knew Mike Tomlin put up with Antonio Brown. And if Mike Tomlin ain't going to, it's like, and then you found out about Antonio Brown once he left. So that's what they were doing to George, which is not fair. Like you said, he's a different guy. And here you got to give him also an opportunity to say he's grown up a little bit. He learned some things along the way because he's young.
And let's not bury the lead here. It's a contract year.
Oh, yeah, you get the best behavior.
Okay, contract year,
always.
and he has maybe the best agent in football in David Mulligetta.
Yes, he does.
All right? And I'm sure Dave told him, hey, we need you P's and Q's.
You got to.
Eyes on the prize.
You cost yourself millions, tens of millions, not millions, tens of millions. And here's, did you hear what Dez told him?
I saw it.
He didn't tell him directly.
In the tweet?
Yes.
Yeah, don't necessarily go chasing the money.
Chase your legacy.
Yeah.
Where can you build your legacy best? In other words, you don't want to be a wide receiver on a team with a quarterback that sucked because you got your money.
Well, let's go ahead and dovetail this perfectly. A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
Okay. A.J. Brown wanted out of Tennessee. Made it very clear he wanted out of Tennessee. Goes to Philadelphia, much better football team, and here we are in year 4 of his tenure there in Philadelphia, and it feels like every week we're talking about a different story with A.J. Brown, and the one thing that I just can't...
People blame the Rolls Royce.
What happened with
he
the Rolls
got the
Royce?
Rolls Royce after the Super Bowl. He drives a game in the Rolls Royce. I'm kidding. I'm just saying that's what they say.
The thing about A.J. Brown, look, is A.J. Brown a good wide receiver? Absolutely. It just the one thing I can't understand, and when it comes to Nick Sirianni, is and Blake and I discussed this the other night on the show. Nick Sirianni is an offensive guy, all right,
or a special teams guy.
Well, and that's why. Okay, so he was an OC at Indianapolis before he got the job in Philly. The one thing I don't understand, and I like Nick Sirianni, I do. I'm a meathead. I get it. I love his meathead energy. All right, and you can't argue with the results.
The results are there
because the one thing
he fits the team in the city.
He fits the team in the city. But my only not my only, but really my biggest conundrum with this Philadelphia Eagle team as it pertains to Nick Sirianni and the offense is when you have. Could you name the offensive coordinator in with the Rams?
No, it's the coach.
Okay, exactly. Like we know who the OC with the Chiefs is because it's the Chiefs, right?
Yes,
and it's Matt Nagy, but it's Andy Reid.
It's Andy Reid.
All right, like whether it's Eric Bieniemy, Eric Bieniemy, Matt Nagy, insert whoever the offensive coordinator is. Andy Reid drives the ship. Okay, maybe even to a much lesser extent. We don't know who the OC is in San Francisco. Right? Because it's always going to be Kyle Shanahan, right? Go to Miami. You know, even though they're kind of a dumpster fire down there, one thing you can say, though, that offense, when clicking, is one of the best in the NFL. I mean, hell, we're 2 years removed from them putting up a 70-burger for crying out loud. And we appreciate who Mike McDaniel is. My point in all that is this. I get it. You've had 4 different coordinators in 4 years. And, again, that's a testament to your success. People, cherry-pick your staff when you win big. But wouldn't you think there would be some consistency with Sirianni being the quote-unquote offensive guy, that there should be some consistency because he's still been there all 4 years? That's the biggest question I have is why is there such drastic ebbs and flows every time they bring in a different OC and there's zero continuum at all, even though you've got an offensive head coach? I
always wonder if Sirianni picked his OC or if this is Howie. Because Howie has built a hell of a team. He's built a dynasty.
Oh, he absolutely has.
You cannot argue that Howie uses every tool in the book in team building. Where some teams, we're a draft and develop team. Yeah, I said it.
Yeah.
There are some teams that said this is what we do. This is the only way we're going to do it. Howie says we can do this and we can do that and we can do it this way and we can get all these Georgia players. But more importantly, I'm wondering if Howie's the one getting the offensive coordinators because, again, maybe Sirianni steers clear of the OC since he used to be one, and he said, I'm going to let you do this, and I'm going to be a walk-around coach. That being said, back to A.J. Brown and what's going on with him, nobody really knows, but they say it's just facts that Jalen Hurts is more conservative now this year.
Yeah, no,
Unlike
very much
with
so.
Kellen Moore last year. Kellen Moore was the OC last year, and everybody knows Kellen Moore. I've said this forever. When he was with the Cowboys, he's maddening, and I said, he is a genius. He just doesn't have the seasoning. He was calling plays at the wrong time sometimes. It's like, where'd that come from?
He was seasoned last year.
And that got him a Super Bowl ring and took his talents down to New Orleans.
Now he's head coach.
He's head coach. And so here's the deal. A.J. Brown appears to be frustrated. And I don't know if he's frustrated with Jalen Hurts or the new OC or the fact that they're just not calling his number enough. But
probably all three.
Maybe that's good enough to get the Cowboys a victory on Monday. And that leads me into saying I got to do the Tim.
Sunday,
excuse me. I've been thinking about last week. They've been doing Mondays for a couple of weeks.
I was going to say, these last few weeks, and of course, like you said, we got a 4-day turnaround.
All right, here we go. Cowboys versus Eagles. Our pregame begins here at Sunday at 12:30 after Fred and CA's Spec Tailgate Show from the Miller Lite West Plaza.
Hey, it's just the big man wrote in the paper.
At AT&T Plaza, or AT&T Stadium, excuse me, Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus going to be on the pregame show outside of our regular pregame features. And read this. That include a look around the NFL and the NFC East, a live visit with our insider Bobby Belt, check-in live with Babe and Christy, with an exclusive one-on-one visit with Shotty and Brad Sham. This week we'll feature, live from the field with Fox Sports rules expert Dean Blandino.
There you go.
I mentioned Dez just 3 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Dean Blandino said that was not a catch. Changed history.
Persona non grata around here.
Yeah, but believe it or not, he actually is interesting. He should not have been the guy back
making that call. Yeah.
He's a fun guy to talk to, though. Working today's game with Kevin Burkhardt, Tom Brady, Aaron Andrews, and Tom Rinaldi. We'll visit live from the booth with Merrill Reese, the legendary play-by-play voice of the Eagles. Let's see, my player profile this week, of course, Siobhan Revel. Kickoff is at 3:25 with Brad Sham, Babe Loffenberg, and Christy Scales. Halftime, we've got Zach Wolchuk and Brian Broaddus breaking down the first half with a look ahead for the rest of the game. And the postgame will be until 9:30 live from the Miller Lite Field Club with Zach and Brian. The breakdown, press conferences, player reactions, listener phone calls. Brad Sham and me, Fred, and Blake will be in the locker room getting interviews.
You know how we do.
Cowboy players. You hear from the players after the game. So there you go.
You know how we do on a Sunday. We're excited about it, and you should be too. All right, we got a lot of Cowboys to get to. We got some great audio we're going to get to. We had obviously another solid week of guests. Jerry made his one of his 2 weekly visits. As I was driving to Kansas yesterday, and I'm listening to, Itolo, I'm sitting there listening to KNC, and my hat's off to Corey and Kevin for the interview they did yesterday with Jerry. Because with Jerry, as you know, Jerry will take it anywhere.
Yes, he will.
You can ask Jerry, what color, why is the sky blue? And the next thing you know, you're in a philosophical discussion about, Arkansas honky tonk. I mean, literally, that's him breaking down music yesterday, and I guess the little some restaurant or whatever that was across the street from where he grew up, and just him talking about music in Memphis, and he was it was just say what you want about Jerry Jones, whatever. When he gets personal and pulls back the curtain a little bit,
yeah, buddy,
I'm telling you what, that's appointment radio. It really true. Like Jerry Jones is a fascinating character.
He really is.
I don't care what anybody says, and look, I don't have the PTSD of being a Cowboys fan for 40 years, so maybe it's easy for me to say that, but I just, one thing that I have thoroughly enjoyed in the last 18 months of being here at 105 Through the Fan is listening to Jerry Jones, because he's an incredible figure, and
he's a complicated man.
Look, he absolutely is. He's and there ain't many guys like him. I mean, we've got a new generation of owners and sports and what have you. He is the last of a dying breed. So anyway, if you didn't check out, we'll play a couple of those cuts today because, like I said, I just thought it was a really good interview yesterday. And again, I'll tell you what else. I thought what he said about Trayvon Diggs was also very interesting as well. So we'll talk about that in the 2 o'clock hour. Plus, we'll have Tolos on the telephone, so be sure you stick around for that. But when we come back, week 2, the Texas High School football playoffs are underway. Most of the games are already done. What kind of upsets were there, and did the DFW represent? Chris and I will have the answer for you next. Don't you go anywhere. It is 105 Through the Fan.
Hi, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. After working hard to keep you cool this summer, your HVAC system is filled with dirt, dust, and debris. And that's the number one cause of heater failures. Call the On-Time Experts today and get their fall tune-up. Normally $199 for just $59. Your system will get a thorough cleaning and maintenance, and you'll get a stay warm guarantee plus peace of mind this winter. Book your appointment now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com.
Take the HOV lane of the Fans Commercial-Free Expressway and have some fun with Sean and RJ at 7:40 a.m. No tolls required because it's driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano, a first-class buying experience. Visit mbplano.com.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange.
but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Helzberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop our Black Friday event for up to 65% off in-store or at helzberg.com.
Welcome to Coffee House. How are you today?
Hi, great, thanks. May I get a sea salt caramel latte with almond milk, extra caramel, extra shot, iced,
Gross.
And to go, please. Did you get all that?
No, I was just ringing you up for all the extras. Can you repeat your order, please?
Oh, never mind. I'm just gonna go.
Stop paying extra for extras. Get fancy coffee without the fancy coffee price at Quick Trip. Raise your coffee bar.
Hey Dallas, it's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. That's 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
A little Tex, a little Mex, a whole lot of damn good barbecue. It's Hurtado, the official barbecue of the Texas Rangers, your go-to for the best Q around. Voted top 50 in the state. Hurtado specializes in premium Tex-Mex barbecue. Whether you're craving the El Jefe featuring 1/3 pound each of juicy brisket, pulled pork, spare ribs, chicken quarters, burnt ends, and sausage, served with 2 sides, or pick up some delicious Texas Twinkies, birria tacos, brisket tostadas, and make sure to save some room for handmade pies. Visit Hurtado Barbecue today. Locations in Arlington, Fort Worth, Mansfield, and Dallas. 2 locations inside the globe, and now the Fort Worth location is serving and catering breakfast daily from 7 to 10:30 a.m. Pick up Brandon Hurtado's new book, Barbacoa, your go-to for everything Tex-Mex barbecue, now available at Buc-ee's and Amazon for all your catering needs or private events. Visit HurtadoBBQ.com. That's HurtadoBBQ.com. Tell them Sean for the Fan sent you.
Join the Fan and G-Bag Nation as we support the Texas Rangers Toy Drive. Tuesday, December 9th from 4 till 7 p.m. at Globe Life Field. Rangers players, alumni, coaches, and broadcasters will be signing autographs. Plus, while supplies last, fans who bring new unwrapped toys will receive a ticket to a select 2026 Texas Rangers home game. It's a fun-filled afternoon supporting a great cause. For more information, go to rangers.com/toy drive.
And it's back to 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Great read as always from Mr. Dylon. We'll rattle off a few quick college scores here before CA dives into some high school games from last night. Like I said, we are in week 2 of the Texas High School Football Playoffs. So if your school represented last night, let us know. 877-881-1053. That is the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line. Real quick, though, gig 'em! The mighty Samford, I'm guessing they're a bulldog based off the little avatar that's sitting next to their name here. Either way, they're getting bulldogged right now. 31-0, Texas A&M all over Samford. I want to say, as I was driving in listening to Fan University, as one is wont to do on a Saturday morning here on 105.3 The Fan, I don't know if Carter Freeman was being tongue-in-cheek, but he said that Texas A&M was a 54-point favorite going into this game. I wouldn't doubt that. And no, because I want to say Samford is a FCS school, number one. Number 2, they're 1-10.
Yeah.
So it's one thing that they're an FCS school, but they're a bad FCS school.
Correct.
So 54 points, and Carter Freeman only puts out the hot fire. So that sounds accurate. Boomer.
Of course, Boomer.
14-6 right now, Oklahoma over Missouri. This is a old school Big 12 matchup back when the Big 12 used to be a lot of fun to watch.
You can go all the way back to the Big 8.
Boy, dare I say the Big 6? If we're really going back that far?
Yeah.
Was Oklahoma? I feel like Oklahoma-Mizzou was. I think Iowa State was a later addition. But anyway, but yeah, you're right. Big 8. I'll tell you what. You remember that green logo? I mean, Raycom Sports. Raise your hand if you don't know what I'm talking about there. So your Boomer Sooners are all over the place right now. 14-6. John Mateer, 8 of 17, 124 yards and 2 tutties so far on the day. But look, Missouri's a good team. All right, they got their quarterback back today, and Oklahoma. Look, you had a huge win last week on the road against Alabama. A little bit of a letdown, but I expect them to take care of business today.
And meanwhile, in the ACC, where SMU's only lost one regular season game there in 2 years, SMU's beating Louisville. See, I'm sitting next to you. And
the Fighting Farmers.
I ain't never called Louisville. But SMU's beating them at halftime, 21-6. I'm sitting next to you. You live in Louisville.
Absolutely do.
Both those teams, by the way, are 7-3 on the season. SMU, again, low-key. They could find themselves.
They could sneak into it, man. They absolutely could. Don't sleep on Rhett Lashley and Kevin Jennings.
And Kevin Jennings, by the way, you're reading my mind. 166 yards, 2 touchdowns in the first half alone from South Oak Cliff's own. Kevin Jennings.
Come on now. You already know the deal over there at South Oak Cliff. And then UNT, who also could find themselves in the college football playoff.
That's right.
If, a couple things, bounce their way some way or the other, which, like I said, they've certainly got the resume right now. They still got a couple games left, though, but they take on Rice tonight in Houston in that dump of a stadium. Great if you're into, like archaic type things. That said,
it's a magical season, man.
Free beer.
Oh, what?
As I was. Yeah, no, I want to say Rice is giving, and I heard, I can't remember what show I was listening to, but hell, maybe Dave Elliott, our expert reporter, said this, but Rice is giving out free beer or something along those lines. Beer will be handed out at tonight's game in some form or fashion against the Mean Green.
Whatever it takes, right? They're trying to get that crowd.
Well, you've been to Rice Stadium. You're going to need a couple pops. Ironically enough, Super Bowl was played there. That's the crazy part. Well, yeah.
That is true. They're offering free 12-ounce beers for students 21 and older at a stand near Rice Stadium student section.
Look out.
At a stand?
Yeah.
Okay, so
when it's out, it's out.
It's out.
When it's gone, it's gone. While it lasts.
Oh, you can show your student ID and also get free Ben & Jerry's ice cream, a free T-shirt.
Speaking of...
they're giving out tons of stuff.
Speaking of North Texas playing at Rice, which is in Houston, TCU's playing at Houston, too. TCU's taking on the Houston Cougars. Cougars, by the way, are 8-2. The Frogs are 6-4, and of course SMU is the spoiler nowadays at this point.
Yeah, they are.
And Baylor, by the way, is playing Arizona right now, and just before, actually, second quarter just started. It's 14-7 Baylor at Arizona.
Okay.
Kansas, that's your school. No, yes, your school.
Yeah,
they're down 17-7. Iowa State at Iowa State. Just after the halftime. It's third quarter just started.
Yeah, sounds about right. It's basketball season. Darren Peterson's got a hamstring injury. We digress.
Yeah. So those are. Is there a couple other we want to get into just to mention? You just
UT and Arkansas don't play till 2:30.
Yeah.
And then I don't know what time Lamar plays today. So if you're looking to see what time
you
Lamar
mentioned
Cardinals
OU, right?
play. We did 14-6. John Mateer, 124 yards passing so far.
Miami, by the way, is beating Virginia Tech 20-3. Those keeping up with them. Georgia is shutting out Charlotte 20-0. And Alabama, Eastern Illinois later. This is the time of the year that SEC, those traditional powers, they play no names, the directional schools.
You almost have to, right? I mean, that's a gauntlet of a schedule, right? So it's like, look, you've been playing.
But they usually do that in September. Most schools, most conferences.
But you're right. But SEC, I mean, look, Alabama, like you said, Alabama kind of started, and I'm sure there's other schools who were doing it too, but that seems to be kind of the common refrain now. It's like, look, we beat up on each other for 6-7 weeks. Let's go ahead and beat up on the children of the poor for a week. Let them get a payday, and then we'll go back to
It's the most ridiculous thing in all of sports.
You know what?
It really is.
It is, but it isn't. Okay? Because think of it this way. And we'll get to high school here in just a second. All I'm saying is this. It used to be the thing back in the day where you had to beat up on the cupcakes to pad your schedule.
So you can get up in the ratings.
You had to.
I mean, that was the top 10.
Because, you didn't have 12-team college football playoffs, right? So, anyway, we digress.
Okay, let's talk about high school playoffs.
Let's do it.
Friday Night Lights ain't nothing like that in Texas, right? So here we go. For those who have not heard, if you missed this, Byron Nelson beat up Eastwood, 62-7. Let me give you some winners. Denton Geyer won. They beat Jesuit. Prosper beat Berkner. Southlake 72-7 over San Angelo Central. Yep. DeSoto hung 60 on Longview. Forney over Killeen. Let me see on the backside right here. We're good on that side. If you didn't hear this, here are some of the matchups that you need to know. Coming up in the next round of these playoffs, Melissa's going to take on Anna. Argyle is going to take on Prosper Walnut Grove. Southfield Cliff is going to take on Terrell.
That'll be a good game.
Yeah. Midlothian Heritage versus Port Natchez Grove. We also have Coppell taking on Midland Legacy.
Okay.
Midland Legacy versus North Crowley winner. The winner of that game is going to take on Coppell. Okay. Odessa Permian, they're going to take on Allen. Ooh-wee. Got you down. Duncanville is going to take on the Woodlands or Klein Collins.
Okay. That's a H-Town matchup right there. That'll be a good game. Duncanville's going to handle their business, but that should be a good game nonetheless.
The stadium down the street where I live, Waxahachie, they're 10-1. They're going to take on Cypress Ranch.
Tell you what, shout out to Waxahachie. Big win. What did they beat? North Forney yesterday? Man, what a win. I'll tell you what, Waxahachie, don't sleep on Waxahachie. Look, they've already beaten Duncanville once this year. Now, they did turn around the following week and get housed by DeSoto. No shame in that. That's right. DeSoto's for real. It's like conference play, right?
Exactly.
I mean, that's a hell of a district right there.
And plus, you can't celebrate. You got to keep playing.
No, you can't. Don't sleep on
Cypress Falls is going to take on North Shore. Trophy Club Nelson is going to take on Denton Geyer. Let's see who else here. South Lake Carroll versus Prosper.
Okay.
Ooh, that's a good one. DeSoto versus the Woodlands College Park. Forney versus Willis. Richland versus Denton Ryan. Aledo versus Arlington Heights. Frisco Lone Star versus West Mesquite. Highland Park versus Frisco Wakeland.
Let's see here.
One other real quick. Midland Legacy taking on North Crowley. Today it's 2:00. Coppell.
Okay, that was going to be my question for you. I was looking for that North Crowley score because we know we got a strong.
That's this afternoon.
Okay, good.
One more hour.
We've got a strong North Crowley contingent that tunes into the fan. I know we've gotten back and forth a little bit with some of the North Crowley fans.
That's where Tyler Smith went to school.
Hey, I'm telling you right now. We love up. all the DFW schools here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, blink and you miss it. First hour, ladies and gentlemen, in the books. How about that? Not bad for a guy going off of 2 hours of sleep, but you know what? That's what you're doing when you're working with the three-time Hall of Famer, Mr. Chris Arnold. All right, we got some great audio coming up. Like I said, huge game tomorrow for your Dallas Cowboys. Dare I say the season hangs in the balance tomorrow. Win and the good vibes continue, lose, and it's the same old song. What is Jerry, what is Overshone, and what did Shoddy have to say about this game tomorrow? Well, stick around and find out next.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Whatever you're facing, whatever you're struggling with, the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline can help. Trained counselors are available 24/7 to provide confidential support at no cost to you. If you or someone you know is having a mental health crisis, call or text 988. Or to chat, visit texas988.org. With 988, you're not alone in the Lone Star State.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. Not with Orchard. Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. Then they sell your old home on the market for top dollar. One customer said, "I made way more than I expected and it couldn't have been easier." Don't settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Get your free home valuation at orchard.com. That's orchard.com.
Hey, Tolos, it's Zach Wolchuk, and when I'm ready for a new truck, I'm calling my guy Tony over at East Dallas Diesel.
That's right. It's Tony from East Dallas Diesel. We're buying your next truck, SUV, or car is actually easy.
And no hidden fees, right?
None. No dealer add-ons, no surprise markups. None of that nonsense you get at the big guys. Our prices are real. What you see is what you pay.
And you can be in and out in under an hour. That's my kind of dealership.
Come see why everyone's ditching the dealership games.
Hit up EastDallasDiesel.com. East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard.
Hello, seniors 65 and older. Want more personalized health care? Then check out Centerwell Senior Primary Care in DeSoto in the Walmart on West Beltline Road in I-35 East. At Centerwell, your senior-focused doctor spends more one-on-one time with you. You really feel heard, not hurried. Also, current patients enjoy same-day appointments and 24/7 phone access to the care team. Schedule a tour at Centerwell DeSoto at meetcenterwelldallas.com.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back. And however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Plus, with Underdog's quick payouts, you can get your profits fast. So download the app today. Use the promo code TOLO. Score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry, player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms_DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 of the program happening right now here on 105.3 The Fan. Fred Davis alongside the 3-time Hall of Famer, Mr. Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
We got our boy Dylon behind the glass on the 1, 2s, and 3s. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. That is the Franco Injury Attorney text line. I promise we'll get some of y'all's texts here in just a smidge. I know Chris has read off a couple of them already. We'll get some of y'all's high school takes here in just a second. Like I said, Chris just read off some of the results from last night. We got North Crowley, who's going to be getting underway here in about, 60 minutes, give or take?
Yes, sir.
Kickoff is at 2 o'clock. So
2 o'clock, taking on
Midland Legacy. So they should handle their business today. Yep. We feel good about it. You should too. We're representing all of our DFW schools today. And hey, let's call it what it is, man. The DFW represented through 2 weeks of the high school football playoffs. So we expect a lot of DFW representation here in Jerry World in approximately 1 month when this thing culminates. And, of course, it is the proverbial marathon, not a sprint, in the Texas high school football playoff season. Speaking of a marathon, that is the NFL season. And I'll tell you what, it feels like, you got people, one of the things I've heard when people run marathons is you have to kind of like, when you have to use the bathroom, you just do it while you're running.
Yeah, I've run marathons and half marathons.
So you know that all too well.
They've got the porta potties, but you got to go. You got to go. You got to find a tree. You got to go. You got to go.
Well, I'll tell you what, and that's kind of felt like what the defense has been. Okay, that's kind of that's where I was going with this. Okay, that's what the defense has felt like sometimes throughout the course of these first 11 weeks of the National Football League season. Now, we all saw a different brand of this defense on Monday night, and of course, the caveat to all of that has been, or the asterisk, so to speak, has been, well, it was the Raiders, who, as we joked around earlier this week on Fan After Dark, would be getting a lot more flack in the NFL if there just weren't that many bad teams this year.
Right.
Like the NFL's in kind of a weird. It's an interesting dynamic with the NFL, right? Where you've got the Chiefs are down this year. The Bills can't seem to figure out what the hell they're doing. All right, Joe,
can't trust it.
You can't trust them. All right, even though the Eagles are 8-2, you would think they were 2-8 the way they're scuffling inside their locker room. Green Bay was a team we thought, you got Micah.
They're not dominant.
Shut down Detroit. Looked like this team might go 17-0. Hell, they had people talking about going 17-0, and now all of a sudden, they may be fraudulent. All right, Jordan Love throwing for a buck and some change in a couple games ago. So. My point in all that is, and of course, don't get me wrong, the Rams look great. Of course, they barely squeak out a win last week against Seattle, even though, they turned the ball over 4 times. So it's just, it feels like it's one of those seasons where anything's possible.
Yep.
But you've also got a lot of really crappy football teams, too, the Raiders being one of them. So we are going to see definitively. Now, look, this isn't some, end-all, be-all, but we'll have a good feeling about what this defense is going to look like after tomorrow.
Yeah, I believe so. And part of the reason is you now got a dominant guy I've been begging for this for years. You got a dominant defensive tackle up the middle who can, not just stop the run. How about pass rush?
Oh, he wreaks havoc.
Quentin Williams is for real.
No, he's a game record.
He is for real.
Yeah.
And it kind of sets up perfectly for Eberflus's defense. The problem was the first couple of months of this season is you had guys that didn't play his style.
Right.
And they were learning his style.
Yeah.
Well, some of them, it started working for them. Some of them, it hasn't.
No.
Somebody got cut today?
Kyrie Elam.
Yeah. And again, that's because...
And not a big shocker.
Well, it's not a big shocker, but it also shows you that guys are getting healthy. There's guys coming back.
That's the more important part.
By the way, I saw Trayvon Diggs in the locker room on Thursday.
Yeah.
So he's back there, and Jerry was saying something about him maybe back in a couple of weeks or something.
We're going to hear from what Jerry had to say, because I thought it was an interesting comment that he made about Jerry, because the one thing you do know about Jerry does not mince words, all right? And maybe you do have to kind of read between the lines sometimes with Jerry, but we'll hear from him here in just a little bit, because he does talk about will this defense be better once Trayvon Diggs comes back. But before we get to that, let's hear from CeeDee Lamb and hey, CeeDee's got a revenge game tomorrow. As far as I'm concerned, all right? Look,
he did not play well in the season opener in Philadelphia.
No, he didn't.
And he was mad at himself. In fact, went straight to the field and was with the jugs machine. There was video of him going right out there. He was so mad.
I'll say this, and I thought about this because obviously there was a big joke this week about him saying, look, I may have been out a little bit late, but I can hold my liquor. Because obviously
That's right.
one joke was that he was
rumor, throwing up or
he'd
something.
thrown up.
No.
He said he can't hold his liquor. Look, I just want you to hold on to the ball. Okay? That's all I want from CD.
Well,
all
he's
right?
been holding on the ball for a while now, but at the same time, that game, the first game of the season, if he was holding on to the ball, they win the damn game.
They win the game. They win the
and
game.
And he knows it. He was
Yeah,
mad.
Absolutely.
That's the reaction you want if you're a fan.
No,
he
look,
cares.
And again, would I be surprised? I'm calling my shot right now. I would not be surprised. I don't know that CD's going to go 9 for 144 and a tutty against the Eagles because that is a good defense. I mean, say what we want about the offense. We can talk about that all day, but the defense is one of the best in the NFL right now. Vic Fangio's just coaching out of his mind. I wouldn't be surprised at all tomorrow if you have a inverse of what we saw on Monday where CD goes off, has 6 or 7 catches for $120 and a tutty, and maybe George only has 4 or 5 catches.
In the Raiders game, I thought it was real clever of Shoddy. They were setting up George. It was all these passes to George in the first quarter, right? After they missed that first series. And then all of a sudden, the touchdown went to CD. It's like you were sleeping on CD. You thought it was going to be all George.
Seriously.
Shoot, I thought that was slick.
No, I mean, and look, Shoddy better be in his bag tomorrow. No, it absolutely could. This is what CD had to say about what the importance is of a win against the Eagles tomorrow.
Yeah, man. As for me, obviously, I know I'm very familiar with them. I understand their scheme. I understand Vic Fangio and everything that they got going. They're very nice. They're nice on defense. They play together. I feel like that's what drives their team, honestly. And it's just us putting together great group of games, great group of plays, routine plays, catch the ball.
This is going to be wild.
Catch the ball.
That's what he said.
I
was there when he was talking to everybody in that ganger.
I appreciate him saying that.
Yeah, he knows the obvious.
He absolutely knows.
Because he did not forget. Remember, he went straight back to the start.
Yeah.
Was working out with that jugs machine, mad.
Yeah,
angry.
No, you need a. I'm okay with an angry CD tomorrow. That's going to be key. All right.
You know what else going to be key?
What's that?
You know damn well. Jalen Carter's not going to spit on Dak before the.
No. I might put a muzzle on him.
Yeah, just know that he's going to be mad, too.
He's going to be mad tomorrow. I thought Broadus and the guys asked a great question yesterday, and somebody had sent it into Broadus on his podcast for Crown Global, was who's going to have a better impact tomorrow? Is it Jalen Phillips and Jalen Carter or Overshown and Quinnen Williams? Considering each pair were not there for week 1.
Right. That's good.
I mean, I think it's a fascinating question. It really is.
You don't know.
I think it's going to be for me, it's Overshown and Quinnen Williams. All right, Jalen Carter. Look, Jalen Carter, much like Quinnen Williams, one of the best D tackles in the NFL. Some may say 6'1", half a dozen to another. Jalen Phillips hasn't missed a beat since he got there from the trade from Miami. And do I expect them to play well tomorrow? Yes, I do. But who's got the better offensive line right now?
That's where we're going with this. Yep.
Who's got the better
Cowboys,
offensive line right now?
Lane Johnson.
He's probably going to be out.
Fred Johnson is in.
Great name, by the way. But Cam Jurgens might miss tomorrow's game. Was it our boy? What's our one guard, Landon Dickerson? He's dealing with some injuries. So you've got an interior of that line, your interior line for your Philadelphia Eagles, which is one of the reasons why they've struggled running the ball as well. But you may be down 2 or 3 starters tomorrow. Quinnen Williams eats all day on that.
Yep.
I'm telling you right now, Quinnen Williams,
yep.
And one thing we forgot to mention in the last segment, we were talking about Quinnen Williams and what he's meant to this defense. He frees up everybody else.
Exactly.
I don't think it was was it a coincidence that Osa probably had his best game of the year so far?
Ding, 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 ding.
Was it a coincidence that Kenny Clark looked the best he's looked since week 1? You can't. I mean,
that's the same thing that would happen with Tank Lawrence when people underestimated Tank. Tank was commanding a double team, which allowed everybody else.
Which lets everybody else eat.
And Tank doesn't have enough sacks. Stop looking at those stats and look at the impact. Watch some tape.
You get sometimes it's the thing. And hey, you and I said this on a Sunday morning show. You and I did. How was it? No, it was this year because it was right after Jadeveon Clowney got signed. And I remember telling you I was underwhelmed by the signing because I felt like for what this team needed, I didn't know that Jadeveon Clowney was gonna work out.
Right, he's more of a run stopper.
Hey, you know what? Shame on me. JC has been a revelation here in Dallas. He
By the
really
way,
has.
he's binged up, but he should play. He should
What
play.
did they say? A shoulder and a neck injury, something like that.
We're going to talk to Tommy Yarish in about an hour. He's going to tell us about it.
My man. So we'll hear.
Cowboys.com.
The thing about this, the thing about the Cowboys front office, and we lambast them, and rightfully so, for the things they do and don't do, and why they continuously decide to negotiate against themselves.
At the end of the day,
they've made some shrewd decisions here this year. I mean, for as lopsided or as maligned as this offseason was.
You know what's so crazy? This is what drives me crazy, and I'm sure drives Cowboy fans crazy. It's like they skipped a year. Last year, they didn't do squat.
No.
The year before,
but you had a great point, though. You made a great point that I don't know that I have heard nobody else point this out. When you said at the end of last season, you and I were doing shows during the offseason last year where Jerry being all in was less about, hey, we're going to spend a bunch of money, was more about, hey, I'm going to let these other guys.
We're
going to do their plan.
Yeah.
And it was kind of like an indirect thing of him saying it.
I'm all in on letting McCarthy stay another year. Steven, you wanted him to stay another year. I'm all in on, Steven, you don't want to do this. You don't want to do that. You want to go strictly with the draft. I'm not going to criticize you for not signing Derrick Henry. That's what Jerry meant by all in. I'm all in on what the plan was going to be.
Yes.
But I was saying the year before that drives me crazy is the year before, these moves they're making this year, that's the kind of stuff they did the year before, which made everybody think all in was meaning the same way, but even more so.
Yeah. No,
it's a damn shame.
People love the Quinnen Williams trade already.
Yep.
All right. I mean, that was a good move.
And they don't mind Micah being gone that much. That's it. They don't mind as much. I'm just saying.
I don't disagree with you.
I'm saying people are not like, oh, we only had Micah. They're not saying that.
Well, let's also, and on top of that, look, we all give the Cowboys front office grief when they err, and obviously they have not been great as far as drafting in the last half decade. I mean, how the 2023 draft class outside of Overshone, I don't know that there's anybody else even on that team from that draft class still on this roster. Well, Scooney I think is still on this roster, but like I said, guys that actually make an impact. This draft class. I mean, dare I say, you might have actually damn near. I mean, you've hit some solid players in this draft. I mean, when we think about it, look. Booker's going to be a 10-year starter at right guard. Donovan Ezeraku, quiet as kept, might be the best defensive rookie pass rusher in the NFL right now.
Look at the stats.
Okay, the numbers don't lie, man. He's actually right now he is outperforming Abdul Carter, who is kind of the leader in the clubhouse from a national standpoint. Donovan Ezeraku,
because he had that Abdul had that Micah swag.
Which, hey, look, and he's number 11.
And he wanted
LT.
State. He wanted what's his name's number?
He wanted LT's number. And LT was like, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Which I appreciate from the old school, from the old timers. Donovan Ezeraku, and that's what you want out of your you want to see growth. Much like we're talking about Cooper Flagg and the incremental growth.
Yep.
That's what we've seen out of Donovan Ezeraku.
Good comp, and you saw the same thing out of Tyler Smith the same way. It wasn't automatic like Zach Martin or Tyron Smith. It was like, guess what? He's getting better. And then guess where he is now? All pro.
Think about it this way. Let's see, tomorrow's game, it'll be the second time, but
3:25 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
And I don't know if we talked about. I mean, maybe because we didn't know if Ravel was going to play or not. But now that we know for sure that he's going to play tomorrow, all three of your top 3 draft picks will be in the game tomorrow.
Isn't that something?
And will start. Well, I don't know. Ravel won't start, but Ezeraku and Booker will.
I got to slow you down because everybody's doing. I did too. It's Revel. Yeah,
Revel.
Don't worry. He said.
How does he pronounce his first name?
Siobhan. Excuse me, Siobhan.
Siobhan,
I believe, yeah.
Siobhan like a telephone.
Siobhan like a telephone. Okay,
and Revel. And he said everybody always mispronounces
Revel. Okay.
And he doesn't take it. He is a really good guy. I can't say
reveling in the good radio is what we're doing right now. I love it. Okay.
Revel. Dave Revel.
Take off your dress. Your face is a mess.
They wouldn't know what you're talking about. Dylan doesn't know.
Look, if there's
they don't know who David Bowie is.
There's a lot of things I do appreciate about working with CA. Probably the most favorite thing outside of all the stories and things I learned from working with them is you get all my
little old school tips.
That's it right there. I don't have to spend half my time explaining what David Bowie is. All right, Jerry.
Dylan's over there laughing. He has no idea.
Jerry, he knows me and Blake.
But he doesn't know who David Bowie is.
No, do you know who David Bowie is?
I know what he looks like. He's like that dude with like the lightning bolt makeup or something.
Hey!
Let's dance.
I do know what he looks like.
Wow. I am impressed. I did not expect that out of you.
By the way, Fred, you'll love this. Tolos were two who love. these little innuendos.
Yeah.
David Bowie, one of his biggest hits, Let's Dance.
Yeah.
You know who did the guitar solo in the middle?
Eddie Van Halen.
No. Stevie Ray Vaughan, who's from Oak Cliff.
Oh, really?
The late, great Stevie Ray Vaughan did that guitar solo.
You know, he's got you know that, just random aside, apparently Stevie Ray Vaughan was a big believer that Jimi Hendrix didn't die on his own.
Oh, really?
Yes. Yes. So just little conspiracy, little fun conspiracy theory on a Saturday afternoon. I thought that was interesting. I just saw a clip from Stevie Ray Vaughan, I don't know, just randomly on the internet a couple weeks ago, and somehow or another they asked the interviewer asked him what the similarity was between him and Jimi Hendrix, and he said, "We both play." He goes, "Look, first of all," he goes, all due respect to Jimi Hendrix, like, we're totally different guitar players, and he said he's on a level all of his own, but we both loved what we did, right? We loved what we were playing, and then he just kind of pivoted and said, and I don't believe that he died on his own, and he goes, and that's all I'm going to say about that.
He didn't choke on his vomit. And to see Jim Morrison, he drowned in the bathtub in France.
Jim Morrison, I do believe, died.
It's possible.
Like, I don't think he needed any help.
Janis Joplin, Mama
I don't think she needed help either.
They all died at the age of 27. That's the weird
part.
Kurt
Cobain? Now they say Courtney may have had a hand in that. And then our girl Amy Winehouse.
Yeah.
Also 27. By the way, have you ever seen that documentary of hers?
I've seen part of it.
Gut-wrenching. First of all, phenomenal, just incredible voice. But yeah, she was a hot mess. All right, when we come back, actually, what is it, 120? Tell you what, here's what we're going to do. We're due for some totals on the telephone because you got the Aggies going on right now. You've got the Longhorns that kick off at 2:30, and then of course we got a loaded second half of the program. OU's playing right now.
SMU's playing right now.
We're going to open up totals on the telephone. Now look, we'll give it half a segment. If it doesn't, if you guys are off doing your own thing, we understand it. But look, we'd love to hear from you. We want to hear your Cowboys prediction. You got about 30-45 seconds. It's going to be an open mic type of deal. Don't curse, and if you got to represent your high school as well, we want to hear from you as well. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Totals on the telephone coming up next. Don't go anywhere. This is 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
Hey, Tolo's RJ Choppy here, my good friends over at Johnson Fitness and Wellness, and they have expanded their line of top home fitness equipment and wellness brands, including Peloton. Right now, you step into their stores, you try Peloton's newest cross-training Bike Plus, Tread, and Tread Plus with help from certified fitness experts, and they've added the Tonal 2, the ultimate strength training system, plus new massage chairs from leading brands like Osaki and Panasonic for your workout, fitness, recovery, and relaxation. In more than 100 stores nationwide. 15 right here in Texas, 7 right here in DFW. Johnson Fitness and Wellness, the largest specialty fitness retailer in the country. They carry everything from treadmills, ellipticals, rowers, bikes, strength equipment, the largest selection, massage chairs in the state, and with their expert staff to guide you, it's easy to find the right equipment for your goals, your space, and your budget. Check out their inventory. Find that store online. JohnsonFitness.com. That's JohnsonFitness.com.
Do you know what employees say is their number one perk at work? Extra PTO? Nope. Gym memberships? Guess again. It's free lunch. And what's the best way to order food for work? EasyCater, a food tool built for the modern workplace. With online ordering from a huge variety of restaurants for any group size, tools to meet dietary needs and stay on budget, employee meal programs, and more. All on one platform. So perk up your workplace with EasyCater. Order now at EasyCater.com.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines. Fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here. 3 more new customer requests just came in. Who wants to work some overtime?
He needs to dig up quality landscapers and fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Here's something you don't hear every day. You can keep your insurance check and get a brand new roof.
I'm Alexis Vining with Greystone Roofing. Our licensed team offers in-house financing so you can fund 100% of your roof at a low rate with no hard credit check and no income verification.
Use that insurance money to pay off debt, invest it, or save it, and you can never have too much extra cash in your pockets during the holiday season.
Call Greystone Roofing, family-owned, licensed, and local. Let our family help your family protect what matters most this holiday season.
Visit greystone-roofing.com.
Target brings more taste, more flavor, and more deals to your Thanksgiving table. Save big on affordable holiday crowd pleasers, like select elevated sides and appetizers from Good & Gather for only $4.99. Favorite day pies for a sweet finishing touch, also just $4.99. And don't forget, great tasting turkey for only 79 cents a pound. So many cravings, so many ways to save. Step into the holidays and elevate your Thanksgiving today. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Affordability is the biggest problem in today's car market. New vehicles average nearly $48,000, and most people's wages haven't kept up. That's why some are stuck with 7-year loans just to make the payments work. At D&M Leasing, we solve that problem with the Easy Lease, offering lower monthly payments, no money down, and terms that make sense. Don't overpay. Solve the payment problem. Visit dmautoleasing.com or call 817 or 214-35-LEASE today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Get that end zone dance ready. Football is back. And nobody brings a pregame party like Specs, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Specs has Texas' largest selection of canned cocktails, spirits, wines, and gourmet bites. Everything you need to take your watch party from JV to the pros. So head down to Specs and cheers to savings. Down, set, delicious. Specs, the fun starts here.
What if The Fan rolls along on a Saturday afternoon? I'm not going to say it's overcast. I mean, I see the sun poking through a little bit as we kind of make our way through the window over here at the new digs over at 12377 Merritt Drive. Lakeside is the name of the building. Of course, you had a great story last Sunday.
Come on, take a ride. There's a party over here. There ain't no... It's live, all the way live. Fred is the name of the leader of the band Lakeside.
And you said he lives here in Dallas,
he lives
right?
Here in Dallas. He's from Dallas.
We got to get him on the show.
Listen, Tolo, I'm going to tell you something. And Lakeside, come along on a fantastic voyage.
I love that song. That's a banger. If you know, you know.
Lucius will play it if you listen to LA Live.
Lucius knows. Lucius knows the drill. All right, Tolo's on the telephone, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the phone number to chime in. Yes, you may be saying to yourself, well, Fred, I thought that was the Franklin Frankel Injury Training text line. It's both. It's both, because that's how we do here at 105 The Fan. All right, we got a couple calls lined up. We got if you want to chime in, let your voice be heard on this absolutely beautiful November Saturday. We want to hear from you, but let's jump out to the hotline first. Just when you talk about Tolos, this man stands alone. He's a one-on-one, the one, the only, Mr. Tim in Carthage. How we doing today, Tim?
Hey, Tim.
Hey, guys, can y'all hear me okay?
Loud and clear, my friend.
By the way, we feel bad for you yesterday. We were listening yesterday when you were on with What You're Drinking, What You're Thinking. You tried to play a song, and they lost you.
Oh, no, what I was trying to do, and Chris, you will remember this back in 92 and 93 when the Cowboys got hot, they reworded Should Have Been a Cowboy by Toby Keith.
Yep.
And I was trying to get Lucius to see if he could find that song to play it so for us now in this day and age. And Chris, I hope you're doing well, Chris, but I would ask Fred if he's doing okay, but he doesn't like people to ask him how he is. So I'll just go on and say, Chris, Fred, I hope you got your candy, man. We appreciate your service to us.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Yeah. You bet. All right. Now, listen, I want to start by saying my prediction is going to be 27-24 Dallas.
Okay.
I do believe we can pull this one off. Also, I want to say Texas Hainsaw Massacre is going to be in effect tonight whenever the Georgia Tech plays Pitt. I love that kid, and I think he's a hell of an athlete.
Okay.
And that's Georgia Tech, by the way.
Yes, sir.
And, the kid, and Fred, I don't know if you remember that the kid comes from Longview.
Who, Haynes King?
Yeah.
His
dad is the head coach at Longview High School.
Tell you what, hey, they had a long night last night.
Boy, isn't that the truth?
Boy.
Now, speaking of last night, how did Carthage do? Because I'm out of town.
How about look, is water wet? I mean, come on. 62-35. Coach Surratt, one of the best in the biz. We all know that. Maybe the best coach in the state of Texas. Certainly one of the best in the country. They handled their business last night against Sanger, 62-35. They look to go back-to-back again.
Oh, back-to-back.
So many back-to-backs.
11 in a row.
Y'all sound like...
Back.
Back, yeah. Okay, finally, I want you to know I hope that North Texas gets in, because if they do, Chief and Woolley, they won't be able to function much as radio hosts anymore. They'll just be losing their stuff every day.
Absolutely.
Because if North Texas gets into the playoff, that might be the greatest Christmas present those boys could ever have.
Oh, yeah.
Say that again. Ain't that the truth?
All the ones that graduated out of North Texas.
Appreciate you, Tim and Carthage. Have a wonderful weekend, my friend.
Even graduated from North Texas.
Hey, Blake's a North Texas kid. We got Dylon. We got Khaki Kevin.
I'm in this studio.
Now, we got a lot of Mean Green representing here over at 105 through the Fan. Let's go out to John in Boyd. What's up, John?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are y'all?
Hey, John.
Hey, let's give a shout-out to the Boyd Lady Jackets for winning their first state title yesterday in volleyball.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Congratulations.
Right. 3A D2 girls.
Yes. They're D1 3A.
Okay.
So,
congratulations.
Yeah.
You got a
the Cowboys.
Yes.
It was 24-20. The first game of the season.
Yeah.
Let's flip that. Cowboys win 24-20.
Okay, Cowboys 24-20. That's what I'm talking about, man. I appreciate you, John and Boyd. Great stuff from you. And once again, shout out to them Boyd volleyball girls as well. So another championship for them. Congratulations. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 if you want to chime in. We've got a handful of minutes left in this segment.
Can I mention this one thing?
You absolutely can mention this one thing.
We were talking about David Bowie. I'm just going to sidetrack for a second.
It's Saturday.
I actually met him back in the day on Lower Greenville at this bar called Tango.
Yeah.
And he had performed there the night before. He was something like that. He was still in town.
Is he a little guy?
He's a little guy.
Okay.
But what tripped me out, and he was nice as he could be, he had a green eye and a brown eye.
Kind of like a Max Scherzer thing?
It was very weird. It was like, and I couldn't look him in the eye. It was just one eye at a time. It was like, that one.
Did he seem as regal in person as he does on television, like back in the day? Like, he just seemed like he had this presence about him.
He had a presence about him. He was not by himself, but he didn't have like an entourage.
Right.
He was with some people, but he was as nice as he could be, and just looking the place over. And this is a cool little spot. Back in the day.
Yeah. I'll tell you what.
Tango. Those frogs, they had these giant frogs on top of the building, and those frogs wound up going down to somewhere. They moved them off the property, and they were down by a ranch or something. Willie Nelson had a big old concert at the same place where the Tango Frogs are. 877-881-1053. I'm not making this up. Tolos know.
Google
Some Tolos know.
Google it. You'll find it out.
Those Tango Frogs. Legendary.
All right, let's go out to McKinney and speak with Kirk. What's up, Kirk and McKinney?
Hey, Kirk.
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Living the dream.
Yeah, aren't we all?
So, Cowboys, I have a predicament.
Uh-oh.
I got Barkley on my fantasy.
Oh, this is tough. I respect this call already because I hate when that happens.
Yes, but I love my Cowboys.
Well, you can kind of look. It's it's an emotional hedge, right? So on one hand, look, if the Cowboys win and Saquon doesn't do squat, you feel good. If the Cowboys lose and Saquon goes off, maybe a modicum of self-respect.
So here's what I'm thinking. The Cowboys win, but Barkley still has a good game. It's a win-win for me, anyways, right?
Tell you what, yeah, no. That's a winner right there. Kurt, good stuff from you as always. Hey, what's prediction? Give me a prediction.
I'm going to give you Cowboys 21, Philly 17.
Cowboys 21-17. All right, I'd love to hear it.
We got a total responded about where the Frogs went.
Okay,
the Frogs,
where'd they go?
They went to Carl's Corner. That's like a truck stop, little town thing. That's where Willie Nelson would have his annual 4th of July party.
Okay,
the big concerts. I mean, Willie Nelson would have it.
You could probably smell it from a mile away, if I had to guess.
Probably. then take it back to sports. Then Willie spent a lot of time in Hawaii, where he would play poker with former Mavericks coach Don Nelson and Nelly, and that's when Nelly started smoking.
Boy, I tell you what,
Nelly came back from Hawaii. I never knew.
Tell you what,
so I started hanging out with Willie.
Love to be a fly on the wall on that. Of course, you probably wouldn't remember anything. You'd probably get a contact at the very least. All right, let's go out to Jay in Dallas. What's up, Jay in Dallas?
Hey, what's up, man?
Chilling, bro. What's up?
Hey, Chris. How about them Mavericks?
How about them Mavericks? Nice last night. Nice win. Cooper Flagg, 29 points.
Yeah, that's good. Hey, but I think Cowboys actually gonna double up Philly. I say Cowboys 28, Philly 14. But Chris, what's up with Phil Maffa? Where's Phil Maffa?
Who?
Phil Maffa, the running back.
Phil Maffa.
I don't know. Is he on the practice squad?
I mean, he's still on the IR.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been on the IR all year.
Yeah, that's the deal.
Yeah.
Can't play.
So there you go. Jay, I appreciate
you, man.
Appreciate the call. I think he said 28-14 was his score prediction. Does that sound about right? Okay.
Oh, by the way, somebody told me half the Frogs are back in Dallas on Lower Greenville at Chewy's.
I'll tell you what.
So if you want to see those Tango Frogs, they're legendary.
Who knew the frog story went as deep as it did? All right, so right now.
Frogs have legs.
What's that?
That frog story has legs.
That frog story, people are feeling froggy about it. You've got so far, and we'll get to this guy here in just a second. We got a couple calls lined up. If you guys want to chime in real quick, we got a few minutes left. All right, so far, Cowboys are batting 4-0. All right, Tim, John, Kirk, and Jay all have the Cowboys winning tomorrow. Let's go out to Nick in Mesquite. Nick, where are you at on this Cowboy game tomorrow?
What's that?
Nick, where are you at on this Cowboy game tomorrow? And thanks for calling in.
Oh, man. Hey, I appreciate you guys taking the call.
100%.
Shout out West Tennessee Wranglers over the top of Midlothian last night doing their thing.
Okay.
The Cowboy game, yeah, man, that was a great game last year. Midlothian came and gave them their only loss in the playoffs. And a little rematch last night. The Wranglers came out on top on that one. They've only had one loss this year. They're looking pretty good.
Love to hear it, man. Love to hear it. All right, your Cowboys.
Cowboy game, man, I'm going high. We're going 34-17, Cowboys on top.
Wow. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. Did you say 34-17?
34-17.
Oh, I tell you what, my man's feeling. He got them good vibes from last night.
There's a streak on the line for this game. Did you know about this streak?
I know about that.
And Tommy Yard from Cowboys.com is probably going to tell us more about this next hour. I think Dak has won 17 or 19 straight NFC East games at AT&T Stadium.
Do you know his overall record at home against NFC East opponents?
What is it?
He's played 23 games.
He's like, 21-2 or something like that, isn't
21-2, right on.
And he's like the last 17 in a row. It's crazy.
I mean, and again, let's be real. Dak's had a tremendous year. I mean, one clunker here, one clunker there. That's going to happen. But I mean, look, he was being bandied about early on in the year as far as a potential MVP candidate, and he's had himself a hell of a year. And we'd love to see him continue it tomorrow as well. All right, real quick, I'll tell you what, because we're good on the calls. You guys have been fantastic. 5 great calls. We're looking forward to this Cowboys game tomorrow. You should be too. Let's real quick, because I want to get CA's thoughts on this before we go to break. I teased this a couple segments ago. Give me Jerry 12.
Dylan. This is Jerry when asked about, we've already heard a little bit about the defense and what,
Trayvon?
What do you expect this defense to look like, or how much better can it be when Trayvon comes back?
Well, I think if Diggs plays at the level that he's expected to play, yes, a big yes. And so it's just amazing what additional healthy talent can do for your execution and game plan. And frankly, the production of the players that are playing around that returning our player. So the answer is a big yes there.
Yeah.
Now, the part...
If he plays the best he normally plays.
Exactly. And then when he was basically asked, what do you expect when he comes back? And he said, I don't know.
Nobody does.
And
he's in the building.
So he's in the
there.
building. He's in the building. So
I saw him in the locker room just this past Thursday.
If you can get a good Trayvon Diggs,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look, if you can get him from a couple of years ago, that goes without saying. I wonder if these last 4 or 5 weeks that he's been out, and then of course the week before, when it started with the concussion thing, whatever that was. I think we'd all agree maybe he wasn't 100% when the season started.
Yeah, because he came back sooner than expected.
Right.
A lot of people didn't think he was going to be back until October.
By the way, the Jerry and all the conversations you hear throughout the week here on 105 Through the Fan, Jerry, Steve, and Shoddy, that's all presented to you by Window Nation. I think these last 4 or 5 weeks could, I don't want to get ahead of myself. I do not want to get ahead of myself. And so let me preface it with this. We know what this offense can do.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen it. We've seen it. All right. If this defense, with the Quinnen, the Overshones, the Revels, tell you what, I don't know that we've made enough about what Malik Hooker did on Monday night.
Oh yeah.
Okay, like that. Because there's good Malik and then there's Malik. Okay, we saw good Malik on Monday night. We're going to see good Malik again tomorrow.
Don't forget Kalen Carson.
You took the words right. I'll tell you what, Kalen Carson, and for as embattled as that poor kid has been since he's gotten here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look, his highlight last year was him getting bounced off the ground by Derrick Henry. And there were periods of the season this year before the season started where, Kalen Carson, you went about out of sight, out of mind. It was like, are we sure he's even still on the roster when it came to Kalen Carson? He played, 60 snaps on Monday night. If you can get Trayvon Diggs physically right and mentally right, and now all of a sudden you're going to tell me for this last stretch of the season you're going to have Revel, Diggs, Bland, Kalen Carson, just solid pieces, Malik and Donovan Wilson.
Depth,
man. I'm telling you, you might be onto something. We'll just have to wait and see.
And by the way, Elo Birdie told me in my ear at the Star on Thursday, don't be surprised if Kalen Carson starts on Sunday.
Okay, I would not hate that at all, especially the way he played on Monday. But again, obviously, it's going to be a totally different level of competition tomorrow. Where are you taking us next? CA Stories Confidential.
Thanksgiving is right around the corner.
It is.
I got some crazy Thanksgiving stories to hit you up with now. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm Pete Thompson with a consumer team alert. With colder weather coming, don't be fooled by the quickie 30-minute tune-ups that many companies do. Call the on-time experts now. They'll thoroughly disassemble, clean, and reassemble your HVAC system and give you a no-breakdown guarantee so you know you'll be warm this winter. Normally, this tune-up is $199. For new customers that call right now, you'll pay just $59. Go to theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com.
For over a decade, Tolos have trusted Men's T Clinic to reach, maintain, and elevate their total wellness. From preventative care and hormone optimization to weight loss and muscle mass, pain-free movement to sexual health and satisfaction. Their approach is customized, underlying cause focus, and rooted in dynamic tracking and treatment for long-term vitality. No one does total male optimization like Men's T Clinic. Mention Men's Health Awareness Month to experience a Total T consultation for $50. 5 DFW locations, open Saturday, insurance accepted. Visit mensteclinic.com. That's mensteclinic.com.
Hey Tolos, it's Tony from East Dallas Diesel, and y'all already know what time it is. Football season in Texas. That means it's time to roll up to the game, tailgate, or watch party with something that stands out. One of our custom lifted rigs, blacked out Beast, or Texas Tough trucks. We make it easy. No hidden fees, no dealership games, and fast financing that can have you in and out in just under an hour. If you're a real Tolo who bleeds blue and silver, come see us at EastDallasDiesel.com. East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard and Tolos roll in style.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? CarsForKids.org. That's Cars with a K.
Feeling stuck on your own 10-yard line in the career game? Maybe it's time to just go for IT. My Computer Career has the game plan to score a rewarding new IT career in months. Whether you're a rookie, a breakout career changer, or a military veteran ready to serve. Why spend years chasing a college degree when you can fast track your future in IT starting now? Take your mark, get set, go for IT. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone too for my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with. Hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Better pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge credits ended. Balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Have you ever had an aha moment? That feeling when you finally try something new and wonder why you waited so long? Here's yours. 20% of car loans are now 84 months. That's 7 years of high payments and likely ending upside down when you go to trade in. D&M Leasing can help you skip the long terms with smarter, lower monthly payments. Join over 50,000 happy customers on the road today. Call 817 or 214-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
No one takes you inside the star like the Fan. The latest from our sources at Cowboys.com. Weekday mornings at 9:20 and 11 on your home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan. Brought to you by Papa John's, the official pizza of the Dallas Cowboys.
Hey guys, it's Molly from DFW's #1 sports bar, Rowdy Cowboy. And what's better than Rowdy Cowboy? 2 Rowdies. That's right, our new location now open in the Colony. You can enjoy our Texas-sized menu, ice-cold beer, and 69 big-screen TVs. Oh yes, the very hot Rowdy Cowboy. Check us out at rowdycowboy.com.
Get your fresh Stars content with the #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On-Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
And it's back to 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Welcome back into Fan After Dark. It's 105.3 The Fan.
It's a bright, sunny day, Fred.
It's right. That's right. It's.
We forgive you. You've been driving.
It's Fan
back
on a
and forth
Saturday. It's fast. Fan on a Saturday.
You've been driving, man.
Man, like I told you during the crosstalk, it was last night was bittersweet. It was bittersweet. My son's high school football career came to an end. They got their ass kicked 46-0. He played his butt off. But if you asked me, because I think the team that they would be playing was going to wipe the floor with him anyway.
Your son held his own.
Held his own.
He put it like this. He did everything he could do.
Held up his end of the bargain.
He's not embarrassed by his individual performance.
No, he's not. And guess what? Guess what we're doing next Friday?
What?
Chilling.
Like a villain?
Chilling. Like
down
a villain.
here in Louisville?
Speaking of which, it's time to chill and get comfy for a little CA Story Confidential.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Dylan. Thank y'all, the Tolos, for allowing me to share some of these stories. And y'all helping me have a wonderful life and an interesting career, I tell you. And Thanksgiving is right around the corner. I'm not going to skip over the Philadelphia game, but I have to this time because even though I'm going to be on with Alec Medford Thursday morning, Thanksgiving morning, I don't think I'm going to do a CA Stories Confidential because we're going to talk some Cowboys football and get into Thanksgiving kind of stuff. So I got to tell you some Cowboys Thanksgiving kind of stuff anyway. So you were asking me what I was doing for Thanksgiving.
Yeah, just kind of what is your cheat code for eating on Thanksgiving?
Yeah, well, people have been asking me for the last couple of days, what you doing for Thanksgiving? Yeah. And I mentioned to my wife and my mother-in-law got all this food. They brought in the food. I have covered Cowboys games on Thanksgiving since 1980.
Yeah.
So I would say I've only missed maybe 2 or 3.
I was just going to ask you, have you ever missed any?
The one I missed that was one of the craziest ones. And Tolos, by the way, you can text in what you thought was the craziest or most memorable Cowboys Thanksgiving game. Doesn't have to be a win or a loss, just whatever was crazy. I was in Thailand. I was on a trek in the northern jungles of Thailand when, have you ever heard about the Leon Lett game?
Oh, absolutely.
So Leon Lett, all he had to do was just let the Cowboys going to
against the Dolphins, wasn't it?
Against the Dolphins,
yeah.
And it was kind of snowy or something.
Snowy, exactly.
Right.
Slid into the ball.
And he slid into the ball, and they got possession back and ran out the clock. And everybody, Leon, no! Jimmy like, no! Leon's a great guy, but that just happened like a few months after the Super Bowl where he got
Don Beebe knocked the ball out.
He had a scoop and score, and Beebe chased him down. And Leon is a nice guy, and he's not dumb. But those things, I mean, he's just a quiet, shy kind of person. Yeah. So he couldn't defend himself real good. But I missed that game, and I heard about it in Thailand.
Oh, wow.
I'm in Thailand.
This is before the internet.
Before the internet. This was like 94 or something. It was before the internet. No, it was 93. But still. It was
a long time ago.
I hear about it. I was in this little coffee shop.
Remote jungle?
Yeah. and there was the Cowboy fans over there, too. And by the way, they had, you know how the Super Bowl, whenever the losing team, they got the printed up already. They won.
You saw some Buffalo Bills Super Bowl winner?
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You saw somebody rocking a Buffalo Bills Super Bowl champion T-shirt?
That's what they do. They take them over.
Yeah, it's the greatest dynasty that ever happened.
Boy. Yeah, I swear, I hate it when people don't give them credit. That was a great team. 4 Super Bowls in a row.
And that's hard to do.
If it wasn't wide right, the field goal,
they win the first one.
They win the first one. They're the Atlanta Braves.
Boy,
the Atlanta Braves, they don't have the Braves. All those World Series they were in, they win one.
They did win
and
one.
Get credit.
Yeah.
You just win one.
But all you got to win one. Because if you win that first one, it might change the trajectory of the next 3.
Exactly. Maybe. But even if you win that first one, they also are the biggest losers. You'll
forever be a Super Bowl champion.
Oh, my God. And I'm going to tell you something. If the Bills had made it if the Houston Oilers had made it the year the Bills, remember that Bills had this crazy
they're down 35-7.
Yes. If Houston wins that,
yeah,
Cowboys had already played Houston earlier the year. I don't know if the Cowboys would have won that Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Because Warren Moon and that Houston Oilers team.
That team was loaded.
That team was.
They threw the ball all around the field.
That was the team to watch out for.
Yeah, it was.
And if Buffalo hadn't come back to beat them,
yeah,
I don't know if Cowboys would have won that Super Bowl.
Houston still hadn't recovered from that.
Seriously. Why are you playing? So anyway, I've been to the first Cowboys Thanksgiving game I ever covered, 1980. After the game, I'm new in town. I just graduated from OU. I'm covering the Cowboys and all. I didn't know anybody. Okay? I had nowhere to go for Thanksgiving dinner. They had a little stuff they had barbecue at Texas Stadium.
It wasn't the spread. It wasn't the spread that we got now.
No, Jared's it's a great spread.
Yeah.
That Thanksgiving in Texas Stadium is barbecue. It's Texas barbecue. So after the game's over with. I did my interviews. I didn't know the people at the radio station. They're wherever they are.
Yeah.
I had just got there
New
6
guy.
months earlier. They're music and I'm sports mostly. So I'm like, where am I? I didn't ask anybody what they're doing for Thanksgiving. Yeah. I didn't know where to go. It was the loneliest Thanksgiving of my entire life.
Really? What'd you do?
No family. I went to, what's the name of the little cafeteria with the Luann special?
What, Luby's?
I went to Luby's.
Oh, Luby's is so good.
It's really good.
I love me some Luby's.
Imagine Thanksgiving. Nobody's in Luby's.
And you're probably, what, 22, 23 at the time?
21. Just turned 22, I think. I'm at Luby's. There's nobody in there but a couple of old couples.
That's it.
They had walkers. And I'm like, oh, my God, I'll never do this again.
Yeah.
The next year, I spent Thanksgiving after the game with wide receiver Doug Donnelly, who played for the Cowboys. He said, oh, come over to my house, man. You got no come over to my house. So I went over to his house for Thanksgiving. A few years later down the road, Nanette Lee was working at K104. She's a comedian, and she's funny, and she's on the radio with us. And her mom and her dad, the late, great Mr. Lee, he barbecued. Her mom would have all the food. And she said, Chris, you need to bring some of the Cowboys over to my house. I bring Nate Newton over there. So me and Nate go over to Nanette's house. And then one year, for anybody who watches soap operas, back in the day, all my children had this couple called Angie and Jesse. Well, we had them on our show. I invited them over to Thanksgiving at Nanette's house.
Did they come by?
Yeah. Oh, it's a place to be. So, like I said, I would always cover the Cowboys game. Oh, her food. By the way, Nanette can cook. Her mom can cook too.
Okay.
Nanette's cooking is so great. She'll do a Facebook. You just go on Facebook and you'll see Nanette Lee, and she'll do these reels of her cooking. And she's like got a glass of wine with her, and the food looks so good. And here's the key: it tastes better than it looks.
Yeah.
First of all, it looks great.
Yeah.
It's one thing the food is good or it's great, but it doesn't look great. It's not set up.
Right.
She sets it up. There's some people have to set up the food.
Presentation,
man. I told her, I said, you could be like Patti LaBelle and have your own line of food. You really couldn't. And she goes, I'm good. But she could cook. Her mom could cook. Her dad could cook. Late, great Mr. Lee. Okay, some Cowboy games that are memorable. So have you ever heard about the Jason Garrett game?
No.
It's kind of like the Clinton Longley game. You heard about the Clinton Longley game? Clinton Longley replaced Roger Staubach in the Thanksgiving game, threw this bomb to Drew Pearson. It was almost as good as the Hail Mary.
Yeah.
And made Clint Longley a legend because he was just the backup quarterback. He got so full of himself, he tried to pick a fight with Roger Staubach at training camp the next year. Oh, no. Roger knocked him out. It was like, what the hell?
Yeah, don't sleep on Go Navy.
So the Jason Garrett game happened in 94. And he's the third-string quarterback. He wasn't even the backup quarterback, but Aikman was out. I forgot who was
Berline the backup?
Berline might have been the backup in 94. But it turned out to be, and Barry Switzer was coach. Jason Garrett, first of all, the Cowboys got behind. They got behind by like a couple of touchdowns.
Okay.
And Jason Garrett was just mediocre. He looked like Cooper Rush, red hair and everything. And then second half, I don't know what got into him.
Yeah.
It was like 36 points in the second half. It was crazy. It was almost like winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
The crowd was going crazy. We hung around after the game for a while. I want to say, I can't remember which Cowboys, but they had there was a restaurant near Texas Stadium over there, restaurant row over that way. And they had the restaurant, come on over. Yeah. So I went over there and had some Thanksgiving over there. And And then another Thanksgiving that's more recent that was really, really wild. Cowboys lost this one. It was the Randy Moss game. For those who don't know, Randy Moss always wanted to play for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
And everybody it was kind of like TJ Watt. You just knew this is what you do. You draft Randy Moss. Huh?
Made too much sense.
It made too much sense. Everybody knew you get Randy Moss. And Jerry was going to get Randy Moss. And then what happened was Michael Irvin and the White House.
Yeah.
And Michael was just in too much trouble. In fact, Michael, you can ask him. He blames himself to this day.
For them not drafting Randy Moss. Yeah, I think he mentioned that.
He even told that to Randy. He even told Randy, it's all my fault.
Yeah.
It's all my fault. Because guess what? The media back then, the Cowboys are out of control. If Jimmy were here, you wouldn't have all this craziness going on. So it's like, they had to play safe. They drafted Greg Ellis, who was a solid player, but he wasn't Randy Moss. So Randy Moss comes back. The first game ever, he's playing for Minnesota. First game that season against the Cowboys. Randy Moss just destroyed them. Oh, my God. It was just every pass was a bomb, and Randy Moss caught it. And it was
that the 3-score, 157-yard game or something crazy like that?
I think so. It was just crazy. Just crazy. Tony Romo's not rookie year, his first season he started when he took over.
Okay.
They played a Thanksgiving game, and they beat the Tampa Bay, and that was another big one that was really good and really cool. And then, I want to say more recently, all I can say is Thanksgiving has always had a great game, and AT&T Stadium's been the scene for some great Thanksgiving games as well. After the game, since my mother-in-law lives in L.A., Lower Arlington, we'd go over there.
Yeah.
And so they're coming over our house this time, but that's what we're going to do on Thanksgiving after I be on the air with Alec Medford from 6 to 10 or 6 to 9, 6 to 10. Then you guys come on.
Me and Blake are on, I think,
and
10
then
to 12:30.
me, you, and Blake are head out to Cowboys game, and we'll get those locker room updates and stuff. So there you see his stories coming.
And look, let's call it what it is. I mean, and that game. I mean, look, that game looms large anyway. Like you said, it's the Cowboys. It's Thanksgiving. It's an American tradition. But look, you went on Sunday.
Yeah.
All right. Then you got a Kansas City Chiefs team that, as we all know, is vulnerable, scuffling, and is capable of giving up big plays, which is what you're good at making. Mm-hmm. So and I've said this, and I don't think I've heard many other people talk about this. It's gonna be an emotional game for Brian Schottenheimer.
Yes, it is.
I mean, look,
his dad used to coach the Chiefs.
He cut his NFL teeth in Kansas City.
He learned how to coach with the Chiefs.
1,000%. I mean, it is going to be a very emotional game on Thursday. I said before the season started, the Cowboys would win that game.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that's necessarily out of pocket this time around. I'll tell you what, one of these days, hopefully we'll get a clock. All right, coming up next, second half of the program, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to read some of your text messages. I know you guys have been loading up the text line, 877-881-1053. Plus, we're getting some NFL news and notes. We've got Tommy Yarish at 2:20. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, a little fair foul. And then, of course, you know how we do. We'll have a little fun in the final hour of the program as well. Don't go anywhere. It's Fan right here on 105.3.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
In Texas, we pride ourselves on standing tall. But sometimes, even the toughest folks need a hand. If you or someone you know is having a mental health crisis, call or text 988 to reach the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, or to chat. Visit texas988.org. Trained counselors are available 24/7 to provide confidential support at no cost to you. With 988, you're not alone in the Lone Star State.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Jeff Cox here, president of Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. If your home is over 8 years old, you might be due for an electrical inspection. If you're dealing with breakers tripping, dimming, or flickering lights, don't let these issues leave you in the dark. Save $75 on any plumbing, AC, heating, and electrical repair. $250 minimum service required. Call us today at 877-BERKEYS or visit us at Berkeys.com.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. Not with Orchard. Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. Then they sell your old home on the market for top dollar. One customer said, "I made way more than I expected and it couldn't have been easier." Don't settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Get your free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. And using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the app today, use the promo code TOLO, score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry, player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms_DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 3 of the program happening right now. Glad to have each and every one of you guys on board on this Saturday.
Beautiful Saturday.
It is gorgeous. What is it? A comfy 64 degrees. Now this is your wheelhouse. This is where I hand the baton off to you. What are we thinking weather-wise over the next few days?
It's going to get only in the upper 60s today.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's going to be a nice day as well.
Okay.
Monday, it's going to rain Monday afternoon and rain all night. Let the rain come down.
Yeah, no, it's now, depending upon what part of the DFW you live in, 65% chance precip tomorrow as well. Now,
it must be west. It must be west of Fort Worth.
Hey, look, we ain't gonna bother us because AT&T's got a dome, so we're all set on that. But yeah, 95% chance of precipitation on Monday. So grab your umbrellas, or if you have the option to work from home on Monday, go ahead and do it. So that way, for those of us that will be traveling, check your flights.
1,000 flights got canceled last week or a couple of days ago when it started raining. Isn't that crazy? 1,000 flights at DFW and Love.
Tell you what, as much driving as I've been doing, I'm A-okay. Man, look, I ain't trying to. Louisville to the station, that's about the only two places I'm going to be driving over the next couple of days, and I am A-okay with that.
By the way, Thanksgiving should be great weather. Anybody driving
let's see, Thursday, 60 degrees with the high, which isn't terrible. I mean, it's it's
November. It's November.
We're forgetting. It is November. It is November. We've had some unseasonably warm temps with a low of 40, but more importantly, sun all day as well. Let's see here. Real quick. I want to run off some scores here, college football-wise. Oklahoma still on top of Missouri right now, 17-6.
Hey, all those Mizzou people know what you're talking about.
Oh, they know. Hey, look, my cousin was a Mizzou grad, so I got, you know.
Brad Sham's a Mizzou grad.
Oh, is he?
Mickey Spagnola's a Mizzou. Kevin Gray is a Mizzou grad.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, me and KG have gone out a couple times, friendly, of course. Of course, my Jayhawks got their ass handed to them today. That's another conversation for another time. We don't want to bring that up. But, yeah, OU all over Mizzou right now, 17-6, a little under, 11 minutes left to go, I think, in the fourth quarter. So, barring any major developments there, Oklahoma should get that W today.
And SMU, with just under 6 minutes left to play in the game, destroying Louisville. Again, I said Louisville on purpose. Louisville, and out of you're from.
Look, I've done it too. I've said Louisville instead of Louisville.
Louisville, 38-6. And Kevin Jennings, how about 303 yards and 3 touchdowns so far?
Look, I know Rhett Lashley, and shout out to SMU for being proactive about this, because he got a contract extension this season, yes, I believe. And
last in September.
Couldn't have been a more timely extension.
Yeah.
Because if he doesn't get that extension, his name's being bandied about for all the different openings that are available right now. I don't know that he would go to an LSU, but I'll tell you what, and of course, I mean, Rhett's a Texas guy, but maybe he would.
You never know.
I mean, look, if you can recruit to SMU, I'm going to go on a limb and say you can probably recruit to LSU. All right? Now, as you well know, the ACC going to the SEC, a little bit different world.
Yep.
Brian Kelly found out real quick, this ain't independent world, man. Yep. Okay? Like,
Dabo ain't going back to the SEC, has he?
Okay, so did you guys, real quick, and I don't know if I was getting ball sacked. I was driving, so, it's one of them things where you don't want to be trying to read and drive at the same time. But, glance at your phone a little bit. Is it true that allegedly he interviewed with the folks from Arkansas?
I would not doubt anything. I have no idea. I've never heard that thing.
And again, I could be getting ball sacked on that. Like I said, I was driving yesterday, and I was going through my Twitter, saw that, and
anything's possible in college football.
And you just wonder, is maybe his stay at Clemson has it kind of just plateaued?
Probably because he doesn't believe in the portal, even though they just started doing it.
He started to a little bit, but you're right.
It's too late.
This team this year, I mean, this was a team that a lot of folks going into the season said could be a national championship contender, and they've looked anything but.
Nope.
So I don't know. I
remember he was always rumored to go back to Alabama.
That was the
rumor forever.
Forever.
Clemson, he won those championships and.
I don't know that. Look, Arkansas, the thing people forget about Arkansas's got money for days.
They do. Jerry Jones got a building named after him. They got Sam Walton money up there.
They got that Walmart money.
Yeah.
They got that Tyson Chicken money.
Yes, they do.
Like, those are two.
How do you think they got the basketball coach?
Man.
Out of Kentucky.
I'm telling you.
They can do it. But you know what they said? I think it was Broadus saying this. If it wasn't Broadus, it was somebody saying, the thing about that Arkansas job is the expectations are really, really high.
They're almost too high for what you got
there. Even though it's a beautiful facility, beautiful
I've
country.
Heard the campus is gorgeous.
It is. I was up there about 8 years ago. It is unbelievable. It is just beautiful.
Well, the knock on Arkansas, and it's really not a knock, it's a fact, is you don't have any in-state talent.
Nope.
Let's put it this way. Very limited. So you have to go into
portal.
The Texases. You have to go into the Louisianas, right? You have to hit up the Oklahomas. So you have to be actively recruiting the states outside of you, because you're not going to get there's just not a plethora of homegrown talent in old Arkansas. So we'll see. I mean, it's going to be you've got the LSU job open, as we all know. Whether or not Lane Kiffin goes there remains to be seen. He's pretty much got his pick of the litter, right? I mean, it's pretty much Lane Kiffin is the main attraction in all this, and then of course the rest of the dominoes will fall. Do you think he'll stay at Ole Miss?
I don't know if they got enough money.
You don't think?
No, it's Mississippi, and it's Ole Miss. It's not like they're a traditional power. It's not like it's Alabama, Ohio State, Michigan, OU, Texas.
And see, Brett Favre spent it all.
And now they got to watch it real carefully.
They don't have any left.
They can't even do it the old-fashioned way no more.
Can't even do it the old-fashioned. Can't even steal from all the poor people.
They're under watch.
Man.
So again, to me, it's because these coaches are making crazy money.
Boy, they are.
Somebody's going to money whip him. To me, it's not about where has a better chance to win. I think he loves it at Ole Miss, but watch somebody make him an offer he can't refuse.
And here's and Broadus would be the person to talk to about this, and he's talked about this. So Brian Kelly is fighting the settlement. The buyout settlement, saying, "Look, you guys are trying to hit me for cause. I didn't say." And now there's some weird story about how the AD fired him, but now LSU came back and said, "Well, actually, we didn't formally fire you that day," even though Brian Kelly's representatives came back and said, "No, actually, the entire front office was there when you guys let us go."
And that's why the AD just got fired. And by the way, this is the same AD that used to be at A&M and gave Jimbo Fisher way too much money. So he has a bad eye for head coaches, doesn't he?
Boy, and this dude's got, he's spending money like a drunk
these
sailor.
Two schools
over $100 million. Over $100 million. And so he's got, what, a $54 million buyout. Brian Kelly does somewhere, like I said, just north of $50 million.
He can fight it. And guess what? Those boosters got enough money to let that thing play out in court. The only people that win on these things like that are the lawyers.
That's it.
If you're going
and the coach eventually.
And coach eventually.
But it takes a long time. But again, it just speaks to it's a tremendous catch-22 with this coach with the way these coaching buyouts are contracted out, for the simple fact that on one hand, do you need to give a $54 million buyout because look, let's call it what it is. Brian Kelly was not living up to the expectations or standards that was set forth when he got hired there, okay? Right. But it's one of them things where, okay, well, if he were to ball and then somebody else wanted him, because if you give him a low buyout, then, okay, somebody can poach him. Correct. So what do you get?
What's the solution?
What's the lesser of two evils? Paying out of pocket if the guy doesn't work out, or just saying, hey, just keep it low, and if my coach gets poached, my coach gets poached?
I think they're going to go towards coach gets poached. Yeah, the reason why is because the money, the economy around the world is not great.
Not right now.
And so it's like, it's not unlimited money. It's not unlimited.
It doesn't feel, look, watching college athletics, you wouldn't know.
It's out of control, but here's the deal. It's got to get under control to a degree. Give. And just when they were firing Brian Kelly, I was like, somebody need to hire me to coach. I'll coach one game, suck, and get retired.
Because think about this: if you're LSU, and like I said, Broadus has talked about this too, because he's like, if you're an alum, if you're a booster, all right, you only go to that ATM so many times.
Right.
So it's like, okay, look,
that's exactly
sorry, right. I need $50 million because I screwed up hiring a head coach, and then I'm going to need, because look.
That's where we're going. You're on the same page.
You think Lane Kiffin's going to be cheap?
That's where we're going next. To replace whoever you fire because that coach didn't live up to the expectations. Guess what? You got to not only hire a new head coach and his staff.
That staff ain't cheap.
That's another $100 million.
That's it, man. And right now, I think I saw somewhere that right now you're looking at over $500 million in buyouts.
I can believe that.
And
that's not even 10 coaches.
And that's coaches that aren't. You're spending over $500 million on coaches to not coach.
So I think I was listening to Fan University last week, and they were actually talking about a theoretical of would Deion Sanders get fired at the end of the season because Colorado did not have a great season.
Right.
And they all brought up very valid points. And it just goes to show you got to think these things through and not just be a rabid fan and just say, hey, got to go. We're not winning. It doesn't even matter if you think Deion's a really good coach or not. Okay?
Can you afford to fire him?
Well, that's where I was going with this. He just signed an extension this past summer this past off season when the Cowboys were flirting with himself. Yeah. So he got that. And then he had the surgery, the gallbladder.
Right.
Or it's like, wait a minute. You see, he's got the tent outside.
Porta potty on the side of the field.
So even though you can say, well, Deion, maybe you want to step aside, take care of your health, that would only be his call.
Yeah.
To do it now, you ain't getting no recruits. You ain't getting no mamas and daddies saying, trust that organization, the way they they kicked him to the curb, and this man had the gallbladder surgery, and you knew he's doing everything he can.
Yeah.
So you can't do it then. And then you also have to say, okay, he put Colorado back on the map. You can say, oh, it was only Travis Hunter. Oh, Shedeur had a really good season, but they didn't win the conference or anything. That's a fact. We totally understand that.
Yeah.
But guess what? Colorado was not a destination until he got there.
Hadn't been in 25 years.
Oh, my God. And so the whole boosters, the whole fan base there, even the great-grandma that was there on the field with him, she's embraced him. And he's embraced her. You just don't throw that away because they didn't have a good season, even though the season before wasn't fantastic. It was just a good season. Because people forget, Colorado won, 2 or 3 games before he got there?
They were
terrible.
They were a doormat before
Once they left the Big 12 and went to the Pac-12, they were awful.
They never.
And it was before that, too.
That was in look, Nebraska, let's call it what it is. Nebraska's never been the same in the Big Ten.
Nope.
All right. I mean, I understand from it's a research school, and from an academic standpoint, sure, I can understand the affiliation, what have you. But Nebraska should have stayed in the Big 12. Mm-hmm. Like, you had natural built-in rivals in the Big 12. It's a Midwest
They
thing.
were mad. You know why they left? They were mad. The Big 12 championship game was in Arlington at AT&T Stadium.
Yeah.
That game with Ndamukong Suh should have been the MVP.
Yeah.
And they should have beat Texas. I think they thought the entire state of Texas, once they went Big 12 and instead of Big 8.
Which they did.
Yeah. They are like, no, we don't want anything to do with all of Texas, not just the university, anything with Texas.
But see, and that's just poor leadership. And that's
knee jerk.
Because
that's boosters.
That's just, exactly. And that's somebody getting in your ear. And I guess you could argue on one behalf and say, all right, well, the payouts are going to be bigger at the Big 10. They would have been in the Big 12. Mm-hmm. But you just wonder, okay, but at what cost? Because at the end of the day, you're never – say what you want, and yes, did UT have a lot to do with the direction of the Big 12 for a long time? We all know with the Longhorn Network, damn near torpedoed the conference, a decade plus, whatever it was ago. But at the same time, Nebraska was still synonymous with the Big 12.
Yeah.
And always was going to be.
Yeah. And their rivalry with Oklahoma,
I mean, hell, and again,
Kansas.
with UT, KU, of course, Missouri from back in the day, but, K-State, I mean, that's what.
Well, here's what's wild. At the time that Nebraska was going off to the Big 10, OU, UT, and Colorado were all going to the Pac-12.
Yeah, they were.
And Colorado wound up still going to the Pac-12, and UT and OU stayed in the Big 12.
Yeah.
And then Missouri took their talents to the SEC.
Took their talents to the SEC, and I will say this about Mizzou and the SEC. They've been good, not great.
Yep.
Right. They've held their own. They've been they haven't been awful. Mm-hmm. They've had fits of excellence, but 7, 8, 9 wins, and everybody's happy. All right, coming up next, let's switch gears once again, talking all things Dallas Cowboys with the Tommy Yarish from DallasCowboys.com. Your text messages and more, lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. This is 105.3 The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, Tolos, it's Zach Wolchuk, and when I'm ready for a new truck, I'm calling my guy Tony over at East Dallas Diesel.
That's right. It's Tony from East Dallas Diesel. We're buying your next truck, SUV, or car is actually easy.
And no hidden fees, right?
None. No dealer add-ons, no surprise markups. None of that nonsense you get at the big guys. Our prices are real. What you see is what you pay.
And you can be in and out in under an hour. That's my kind of dealership.
Come see why everyone's ditching the dealership games.
Hit up EastDallasDiesel.com. East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard.
Painkillers, steroids, ice packs, and gravity chairs. Nothing relieved Abby's back pain. But the answer was right there the whole time.
I've heard the QC Kinetics commercials many times on the radio, and it seemed like all of a sudden, everywhere I went, every store I went into, when I'd get in my car, there was the QC Kinetics commercial. And I'm like, okay, I'm getting the idea. I'm supposed to go and check out and have a consultation.
Patients who have exhausted every means for relief are always welcome at QC Kinetics. In fact, tens of thousands around the country will tell you that QC Kinetics regenerative treatments helped relieve their chronic joint pain without any surgery or harmful drugs.
I feel like a person that's never had back pain. And I have written QC Kinetics and the phone number down on my business card so many times I can't count.
Abby can't stop talking about what QC Kinetics did for her. Now it's your turn. Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. That's 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610.
Are you dreading the thought of spending money on painting your house every 5 to 6 years? It's an endless cycle and nobody wants to do it. The KNC Masterpiece here want to tell you about Rhino Shield ceramic paint coating, the permanent alternative to regular paint. Rhino Shield paint coating can be applied to wood, brick, stucco, metal, or just about any exterior surface. It never chips, fades, or peels and reflects 90% of the sun's UV rays, which come in handy in managing your sky-high utility bills during our hot summers.
Rhino Shield is backed by a 25-year transferable warranty, so
So if you were to move, the person buying your house would take possession of that warranty. That's a great selling feature. If you just want to look into it, call our friend Gary Zanobi for a free, no obligation estimate at 844-RHINO-28. Right now, Gary is discounting 20% off the regular price. And he even offers unique financing options with the simplest loans up to 20 years. So remember, why just paint your house when you can shield your home? Call 1-844-744-6628 or visit rhinoshieldtx.com.
Yardbird's Southern Table and Bar. Dive into succulent, mouthwatering Southern comfort fried chicken like no other. Creamy lobster mac and cheese, juicy ribs like Mom used to make, and top it off with a warm cinnamon roll. Plates to feed the entire table or for your own personal escape. And dive into one of the best and unique bourbon selections and handcrafted scratch cocktails to wash it all down. Got your attention yet? Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Located across from Clyde Warren Park at 2121 North Pearl Street in Dallas. RunChickenRun.com.
Mark, I've heard you guys say don't get hurt twice. What does that mean?
Don't get hurt twice means you've already been in a car wreck. You've been hurt once. Don't make a decision where you're going to get hurt again. And that decision could be going at it on your own without a lawyer. It could be choosing the wrong lawyer. It could be going too long without getting health care. Give us a call. Don't get hurt twice. When you get a call from the insurance company, just tell them your lawyers are Frankel and Frankel. They've got my number.
That's 214 or 817-333-3333. Franklin Frankel, attorneys you can trust. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
100.3 Jack FM doesn't have any former pro athletes on our staff. Wait, does beer pong count?
Heartbreaker.
Playing what we want.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Saturday, November 15th. Don't miss the second annual Rattle and Roll Car Show, North Texas Hill Country's biggest hot rod and classic fall event. Check out SEMA cars from star designer Chip Foose. Meet Gas Monkeys Richard Rawlings and John Clay Wolf. Sanctioned by the Good Guys Rod and Customs. Show off your ride. All entries welcome. Register at WalnutSpringsRally.com. That's WalnutSpringsRally.com. Foose, Rawlings, Good Guys Rod and Customs. All on November 15th at Walnut Springs, Texas. Powered by GiveMeTheVin.com. Sell us your car.
Hi, I'm country singer Lori Morgan, and when it comes to remodeling my bathroom, I trust Zentex Remodeling Group. As a family-owned and operated business, Zentex installs bathtub, showers, and accessibility systems all in as little as one day. Save $999 on your new bath or shower system or 0% interest financing, plus a free Kohler toilet with purchase.
Just one call away, they install in a day. Call 855-4ZENTEX.
Welcome back in. It is 105.3 The Fan on a Saturday. Fred Davis, Chris Arnold, Dylon. Are we good to go? Let's go out to the D&M Leasing Hotline. Welcome to the program. One of the best in the biz, talking all things Dallas Cowboys from DallasCowboys.com. Mr. Tommy Yarish. Tommy, how we doing on this Saturday, my man?
Tommy.
Doing great, fellas. Appreciate you guys having me on. Just kicking back and watching some college football. Getting ready to watch my Hornets play Arkansas, so it's a great day. I was going to say, is there any game that you have your eye on right now, or are you just kind of biding time until your Longhorns get going? I was watching this. I've got the quad box up right now, and not a lot of great games in the early slate. Northwestern, Minnesota is what I've got on right now. Minnesota's about to attempt a game-tying field goal, so that was the best game from the early slate. Oklahoma's taking care of Mizzou, but yeah, it'll be solo on the Longhorns here in the 2:30 hour.
I got a question for you. Do you miss the game not being at AT&T Stadium anymore?
In terms of what, like Texas playing Arkansas?
Yeah, because don't get me wrong, for a chunk of time there, when Jerry and Stephen first opened up AT&T Stadium, their big draw for college football, because they couldn't get the Texas OU game. They're like, we'll get Texas Arkansas.
I always thought I didn't know that they even played that at AT&T. I thought it was always A&M.
You know what? My bad. You're right. It's A&M in Arkansas. My bad. It was A&M in Arkansas. Texas. Thank you, Tommy.
I was going to say. I don't remember that one.
Yeah.
Tommy's like, well, did I miss some games and didn't know about it? Okay.
Yeah, that's A&M.
Well, look, your boys should take care of business today, and of course, the $1 million question is going to be, can they sneak in with 3 losses? But they're going to have to beat Texas A&M, and that's a whole other conversation for another time. Let's talk about this Dallas. Speaking of, let's talk about this Dallas Cowboy team though tomorrow. What's the vibe right now around the facility? Again, much has been made about. Yes, you beat the Raiders, but we all know the Raiders are terrible. You've got a Philadelphia Eagle team that, let's call it what it is, you should have beaten Week 1. What's the vibe? What's the feeling right now going into this game tomorrow?
Well, I understand the sentiment. The Raiders aren't a great team, but at the same time, you got to remember that the Cowboys haven't beaten a lot of bad teams this year. You think about that game against the Cardinals, a game that a lot of people, myself included, thought they should have won. And so at this point, you take whatever you can get. And you're absolutely right. They think that they probably should have had that game Week 1 against Philadelphia. And so I think they're looking at this as an opportunity to kind of get back. The Eagles are 8-2. They're one of the best teams in the NFL, but they've kind of scraped by in some of these games recently. And, the offense is having their fair share of struggles. It's a really good defense. And so that's going to be the big challenge. But, I think Sunday will tell us, all right, just how good is this Cowboys defense with the new additions that they've got. It's a great test. The Eagles have a fantastic running back in Saquon Barkley, and it'll be interesting to see how they look to shut him down, because I think things get a lot tougher for Philadelphia if Barkley's taken out of the game. So it's going to be a very telling game, and really a telling kind of 3-game stretch here coming up. We've talked at length about these 3 games in 12 days, and they're playing both teams that were in the Super Bowl last year, and then they've got the Lions on the road. So this stretch is I think, going to define their season.
I think you're right. Bobby Belt was actually saying after the trade with Quinnen Williams getting here, he was saying the 3 games you just watch out for: this game against Philadelphia, the game against Kansas City, and the game against Detroit. If you win just one, if you just lose one of those, if you lose just one of those games, you should be in pretty good shape. What do you think?
Yeah, if they win 2 of them, I think they're in great shape. Obviously, the goal is to win all 3, because you look at this NFC conference and it's just absolutely loaded at the top. There are teams that it's making it look like essentially you've got to be a 10-win team to get a wild card spot, which is unbelievable to think about, just because everybody in the conference is playing so well. And sure, I mean, that could completely change here in the last 7 or so weeks of the season. But the Cowboys, if they take 2 out of 3, I think that would be certainly a success.
Hey, Tommy, when I saw you Thursday out of the Star, someone else I saw was Trayvon Diggs. Do you have any update on what his role is going to be when he comes back, and what is his timetable for his return? Because it's kind of vague, but I was glad to see him out there.
Well, this is the last game that he needs to miss on IR. It's his 4th game, so he'll be eligible to return for this next one. I think it'll be interesting to see whether or not they open the practice window for him, just because it is a short week. Do you feel comfortable with bringing him back on Thanksgiving, or do you maybe feel like, giving him the long week and a chance to get ready for next Thursday against Detroit would be better? That's going to be the interesting question that they're going to have to weigh. But my expectation is that Trayvon Diggs is going to return this season, and the Cowboys made the move today to waive Kyrie Elam, so that tells you they've got a lot of trust in Kalen Carson and Savone Revel here for this game on Sunday. And then, maybe it's telling you, too, that Diggs probably is going to be coming back soon, whether that be Thursday or the following Thursday against Detroit. So I think all signs are pointing towards Trayvon Diggs making a return this season. And, hopefully the extra time off has given him time to heal and really get his legs back under him and be able to come out and play at a high level.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, joining us here talking all things Dallas Cowboys. You mentioned the Kyrie Elam news, and as a result of that, they promoted, Malik Davis to the active roster, which begs the question, what the heck's going on with Jadon Blue?
Well, I think Brian Schottenheimer was talking about earlier this week just how much of a process it is. And, as a rookie, there's some things that you've got to get used to when it comes to playing at the NFL level from a maturity standpoint and a understanding the game plan standpoint. Look, Jaden Blue's a really good player when he's in space and when he can do things, when he's acclimated to the offense. And, it might just be a deal where he's not at that point yet. I'm not saying that he can't get there. I think he absolutely can get there. Brian Schottenheimer's been clear that he's a big fan of Jaden Blue's, and he can certainly do so much with the speed element of his game, but we haven't seen a lot of it yet. And so, Malik Davis was out of elevations from the practice squad, so that's why he has to be brung to the active roster. And we'll see, if he's going to be RB2 again this week, which makes Blue inactive, but it's just a process, and some guys it takes a little bit longer than others. It's not necessarily indicative of, this guy can't play. It's, maybe he just needs a little bit of time to fully understand the scope of the offense and what he needs to do in order to fill his role as best as he can. But his speed is an element of his game that you just can't ignore.
Hey, can you talk a little bit about Dak Prescott's dominance over NFC East opponents at AT&T Stadium? It's insane.
Yeah, what is it, 17 straight that he's won when he started?
Straight.
Yeah, that's just really impressive. Dak is he's a special player, and I know he gets a lot of flack for everything in his career in terms of the big games and whatever, but if you're just talking about a pure player of the quarterback position, when he's at his best, he is really, really good, and the Cowboys are lucky to have him. And he's kind of part of that breed of quarterbacks that might be starting to fade now in terms of, you look at these new quarterbacks that are up and coming and they're dual threats. They're in the shotgun in college. They're getting out of the pocket and making plays with their legs. And Prescott's kind of one of the last guys who's really dominant under center. He can make all the changes at the line of scrimmage. Play action is his game. And he's just, when he's going, he's really fun to watch. He's a surgical, maneuverer of the offense. And when you're in the system for 10 years, it shows. And I think it shows with Dak, and he understands the NFC East opponents really well. And he's had a lot of success with them, clearly, if you win 17 straight against them at home when you're the starter. But this game on Sunday is going to be a real test. This Cowboys team is going to have to play some of their best football again.
Yes, they will. And there's two guys, Fred and I were talking about this a couple hours ago. There's two guys that we're looking at that have something to prove. Jalen Carter's not going to spit on Dak this game, so he's got something to prove. And CeeDee Lamb is probably trying to catch the ball more than he did in that first game as well. Can you talk about those two and what they will probably try to impact the game differently than the first time?
Well, I think Jalen Carter is the most well-rounded defensive tackle in all of football. I mean, there's nothing this guy can't do. He's just a dominant player. And the Cowboys, frankly, were fortunate to not face him in that first game because he is that good. And I've always been a fan of his. And he's just super fun to watch. He can completely disrupt a game from the interior. So, obviously, keeping him in check is going to be priority 1A for Dallas. And then for CeeDee Lamb, what's fascinating to watch on film is how much he opens up things for George Pickens and how much George Pickens opens things up for him. And, we talked about that when they made the Pickens trade, but when you see it on film, whether it be the plays that stand out to me, they had a play like this in the Philly game, and then they had a play like this last week where Pickens takes his route vertical, takes the corner out of the equation, and Lamb kind of runs a crossing route over the middle of the field, and Dak Prescott layers a pass over to him when he's essentially in space against a linebacker in front of him and a deep safety coming up to try and make a tackle. And so it's plays like that really make this offense click, and it's why you benefit so much from having two big-time receivers like that. And so this is a game where it could very well be the same. I think outside of Quinyon Mitchell, the Cowboys have an opportunity to attack these Philadelphia corners. And it's not to say they're bad corners, but Mitchell is their best guy, and they can pick on other guys around him. They did in that first game against Adoree Jackson. I think he gave up 100 yards or so as the nearest defender. And so if they go opposite of Mitchell and work Lamb and Pickens against him and some of the other guys in that secondary, I think they're going to have an opportunity. But don't get it twisted. This is still a really good Philadelphia defense, and it's going to have to start with the offensive line. They're going to have to give Prescott some time because coming into that bye week, they were having a lot of struggles protecting him. He was hit a lot, part of the reason why he had that hip issue, not issue, I should say. I mean, he's just more soreness earlier this week. But in order to be able to pop those guys open, the offensive line is going to have to play one of their best games of the year.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, joining us here. You mentioned Jalen Carter, but let's bring it back to the Dallas Cowboys side of things. We already know what the impact Quinnen Williams had in Game 1. But what I was impressed by, and, I mean, look, you know that great players are going to make other guys better, but, man, what a difference he made. Osa had his best game of the year. Yeah. Kenny Clark looked like the guy that you traded for and helped stop the run. And maybe most importantly, Donovan Ezeraku, talking about the pointers and just being able to get free a little bit. Did you get a chance to talk to coaches, or what have you heard about just the effect that Quinnen Williams had, not just on the run game himself and just his disruption, but what he meant to those other guys on the defensive line?
Well, guys, I mean, you don't even really – I mean, the coaches have talked about it at length this season, but I would say just watch the tape. I mean, this guy is unbelievably dominant, and if you decide to double-team him, then that opens up Osa Odigizua or Kenny Clark or Donovan Ezeraku to those one-on-one opportunities, and if you don't, then everybody's one-on-one. And that's kind of the tough thing that you've got to account for if you're an opposing offensive line is the Cowboys have 3 interior guys that can beat you one-on-one, and if they're doing that, then the edge rushers more often than not are probably going to have the same opportunity. So it's kind of a pick-your-poison thing, and they've taken advantage of it. They did last week against the Raiders, and so it's a matter of, okay, now you're going up against a better offensive line. Philadelphia obviously going to be without Lane Johnson, which is a huge loss. He's one of, if not the best right tackle in football. But there's so many guys on that line of scrimmage that can make a difference, and now it's just a matter of, all right, who can, step up and win their one-on-one battles, and what does Quinnen Williams do there? But no, he is a absolute game changer, and it's why they made the move for him. I think they're kind of shifting towards that. All right, you think, in today's NFL, the edge rushers and the pass rushers can wreak such havoc on a game, and they can get after a quarterback and get all these sacks, but interior pressure is what gets to the quarterback quicker. And I'm not trying to tell you what's right or wrong in terms of how to get after the passer, but if you can collapse the pocket with the guys on the inside of the defensive line, it certainly makes things more difficult, especially when you're playing a mobile quarterback like Jalen Hurts, who was really lethal getting outside the pocket and running against the Cowboys back in Week 1.
Tommy, we look at this 2020. We talk a lot about the front office and what they do, whether it be free agency, whether it be in the draft, and again, they've had some serious hits, they've had some serious misses. Talking about who have they been able to draft defensively? There's been an impact type of guy, for not named Micah Parsons, and we know that 2023 draft outside of DeMarvion Overshown definitely has some holes in it. But when we look now at the 2024 and 2025 drafts, right? You're talking about from that 2024 draft, you've got what? Guyton, BB, Kalen Carson now starting to come into his own, Ryan Flanoy, Maris Luafau is starting to come, at the very, I know he's had some rough goes of it, but at the very least, he's shown to be a capable NFL player. Then you look at tomorrow, you're going to have Tyler Booker, Ezeraku, and Savon Ravel for the second week in a row, your top 3 picks. And then, of course, you got Shamar James and Jay Toya, who have added in as well, and then, of course, Jaden Blue whenever he decides to come around. You got potentially 6 guys from this draft, 5 from last year's draft. Does this kind of help vindicate or at the very least kind of give some momentum to this front office who'd had some hits and misses previously?
Well, here's the thing, fellas. Everybody has hits and misses.
True.
I think it's a deal where around the NFL, teams, you're just not, you can't hit on every guy. It is impossible to hit on every guy. And I think that's something that can kind of get misconstrued sometime, or maybe we can, maybe focus on a couple weeks stretch or something if one guy is not making an impact or one guy is making an impact. So you really have to look at the entire body of work. And, I've always said you got to credit Will McClay and his staff for the work that they do, because compared to the rest of the NFL, they've hit on more of their guys. And sure, they've had their misses. And I think Will and those guys would tell you that 100%. But they have found guys that you sometimes wouldn't think would make an impact. Like Shamar James, I think he hasn't had a perfect season by any means. He's a rookie linebacker, and he's had his misses here and there. But he's been a plus player for them.
He definitely had some flashes.
Right. And Savon Revel last week was really good in coverage, although it was only 17 snaps, so you don't want to make any definitive statements. Donovan Ezeraku is going to be a really good player for this Cowboys team, I think, for a long time. Tyler Guyton's starting to put together a couple of good weeks. So
he is.
Sometimes I think we rush to conclusions as evaluators and things like that, and you really got to give some things time. It goes back to the point that I was saying about Jaden Blue is some people are saying, oh, this guy's a miss. And it's like, well, we can't say that yet. You know, he's 10 games into his rookie season.
Yep.
And sure, he's fighting to get his way onto the field, and he hasn't done so consistently yet. But that doesn't mean that it's the end-all, be-all. And, you know, we've got to throw in the cap. So I think everybody's process is different. And, you know, you got to credit Will McClay and the guys in the scouting department for the Cowboys for really doing their fair share of work. And, you know, a lot of these guys still, it's too early to tell on. And that's just part of when you're in your first and second year in the NFL. You're not a complete body of work yet. And obviously everybody wants to have those splash guys that make an impact on day one and they're all pros from day one. But if you are looking for that year in and year out, odds are you're going to be disappointed, and because that just doesn't happen very often. Micah Parsons was a rare case where he comes in and he's just an unbelievable player, still is an unbelievable player. But that's just not going to happen every year. And, you know, you got to just find good football players and continue to build a good roster.
Before we let you get out of here, Toto texted in, want to know if you knew the status of Jadeveon Clowney for Sunday. You think he might play?
He's questionable right now. We'll see what happens. He was limited all week in practice, so I'm sure they'll kind of be careful with him and see probably how he's feeling before the game. But yeah, I think it's questionable right now, and you know we'll see what ends up happening pregame. Sometimes some of these guys will go through their warm-ups and things like that, and just kind of decide from there. They'll work with Britt Brown, the director of rehabilitation, who's been a pretty busy guy this offseason leading into this year, and so we'll see on that, but. Certainly feels like something that we will determine tomorrow and not really sure where it stands today.
Tommy, go get you a dub today for your Longhorns. Enjoy the game. And
we'll see you tomorrow,
thanks
man.
for coming by, and see you tomorrow.
All right, fellas. Y'all have a good afternoon.
Same to you, big man. The one, the only Tommy Yarish from DallasCowboys.com. All right, coming up next, you guys know what time it is. A little fair foul on a Saturday afternoon. Don't go anywhere.
Guys, you've heard of TRT, but you have no idea what testosterone can do for you. Once you start treatment, you'll wish you had done it sooner. All the guys I know that go to Synergenics and Low T Center for TRT are thriving. The TRT test is free, not hundreds of dollars. The testo is pure, not compound. Guys feel full of energy, not like they're still waiting for it to kick in. So get in now for your free TRT test. No appointment necessary before 10 a.m. or book ahead at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? CarsForKids.org. That's Cars with a K.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired. And don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
I'm Pete Thompson with a consumer team alert. With colder weather coming, don't be fooled by the quickie 30-minute tune-ups that many companies do. Call the on-time experts now. They'll thoroughly disassemble, clean, and reassemble your HVAC system and give you a no-breakdown guarantee so you know you'll be warm this winter. Normally, this tune-up is $199. For new customers that call right now, you'll pay just $59. Go to theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com.
Get charged up, Euless. This weekend only. It's the grand opening celebration at Batteries Plus. Exclusive deals, giveaways, and all the power you need for home, car, and business. Don't miss it. The grand opening this weekend at Batteries Plus, Euless. 2720 Highway 121.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Hello, seniors 65 and older. Want more personalized health care? Then check out Centerwell Senior Primary Care in DeSoto in the Walmart on West Beltline Road in I-35 East. At Centerwell, your senior-focused doctor spends more one-on-one time with you. You really feel heard, not hurried. Also, current patients enjoy same-day appointments and 24/7 phone access to the care team. Schedule a tour at Centerwell DeSoto at meetcenterwelldallas.com.
A deep Cowboys dive on Love of the Star, DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast with Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiafalo. Presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Cowboys fans comfortable all season long. Subscribe to Love of the Star wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
And it's back to 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
What a read from Dylon. A little disappointed in you today, Dylon. A little disappointed in you today.
With what?
I mean, we're getting down to crunch time in college football season. Must win for your North Texas Mean Green on tonight, and I see 0 green on you today.
Well,
0 green. You know, the only person I'm going to give props to when it comes to representing the Mean Green is Khaki Kevin Walker. All right, Wolchuk and Chief talk a big game about being from North Texas, but I ain't seen them in nary a North Texas shirt.
What about Blake?
Don't get me started on Blake. Don't get me started on Blake Elliott. Don't get me started on Blake Elliott. All right, I love him like a stepchild, but he just learned about North Texas football a couple weeks ago. All right, let's call it what it is. Khaki Kevin Walker is, to me, and I will say this to Wolchuk and Chiafalo when I see them on Monday. All right, I have not seen them wear one article of North Texas clothing all season long. You see what I'm wearing today?
I don't think I have either.
You see what I'm wearing today?
I do see it.
I represent my Rock Chalk Jayhawks. We are ass in football.
Really bad.
Okay? We are straight ass in football. Spent all that money to sacrifice our basketball team, and here we are going to not make another bowl again. So don't get me started. I'm just saying, shout out to my boy Khaki Kevin Walker for representing his North Texas Mean Green. Big game tonight against Rice. Okay. It's time for a little fair or foul. You guys know what that music means. Let's get right down to it. I lost my spot. Hold on. Bear with me. Here we go. And this one's directed at... I'm directing this one today at my friend Dylon. And, of course, Mr. Chris Arnold, you have kids who are in Gen Z, so you can hopefully you'll appreciate this as well. Here we go. A recent workplace survey found that a growing number of Gen Z employee experiences, a growing number of Gen Z employees experience intense anxiety around using the bathroom at work. Many reported stress from feeling judged, rushed, or lacking privacy, which affects their performance and overall job satisfaction. The study shows that restroom-related anxiety leads some young workers to consider quitting entirely.
Over the bathroom?
Over the bathroom. Companies with crowded layouts, limited facilities, or high-pressure environments saw the highest rates of bathroom stress among employees under 26. Experts say improving workplace design, offering more privacy, and creating a healthier culture around breaks could reduce the problem. Mental health specialists also emphasize that anxiety linked to basic needs can significantly impact retention. Fair foul, Gen Z is ready to quit their jobs over bathroom anxiety.
Dylan, you start.
I mean, I'm going foul. I've never dealt with that. I mean, feeling rushed. I mean, we work in radio, so we kind of got to run to the bathroom anyways.
We're rushed every. You got 4 minutes to do your business.
Yeah, you got 4 minutes, if that.
If that.
Because people are gonna be asking me like, "Oh, can you pull this audio clip?"
That's it.
And stuff like that.
That's it.
But I mean,
I did ask you to pull mine before the show, though. So just saying.
That is true. You did. But I mean, it's the bathroom.
It's the bathroom. Just go.
If you're quitting your job over the bathroom, you got some bigger issues.
I don't want you as my employee.
Totally agree. I think any of those Gen Zs who have issues and stress going to the bathroom, they did not play sports growing up.
Boy.
It's just that simple. If you played sports or if you had extracurricular activities at school, bathroom is not an issue.
Yeah.
That is not an issue at all. And also, we got a Tolo texted in and said, get the F out of here with that BS. And then I totally agree with it because he's saying basically it must be different parts of the country. Come on. It's Texas.
I just feel like, and I don't want to be that guy, and we talked about this on the show the other night, working with Blake, working with all of our producers, with the exception of our boy Trevor, the creator, are all Gen, well, I guess, I think he's a millennial, but everybody else is in that 22 to 23 age group. And it has certainly helped me understand this generation a lot more, right? I mean, I got a 22-year-old daughter, certainly learned a lot from her, and of course my son's 17, but I mean, it's just one thing after another. I mean, sometimes just a little grit, okay? That, if I could tell Gen Z one thing, learn some grit.
Well, what people want is it to be easy. Every job you take ever is going to have its challenges.
I'm telling you right now.
Always.
Everybody thinks they're going to be an influencer right away. Everybody thinks they're worth six figures right away. And it's like, there's this thing called paying your dues. And hey, look, if you can be an influencer and make loot right off the jump, hey, my hat's off to you. So I say it's foul.
Got a couple of texts coming in. See, the 214 says, I'm Gen X, and I could take a dump on the 50-yard line of the Texas OU game. And another one, 214 says, got to give space, Fred. Got to give him some space. And then another Tolo text in from the 940 says, my favorite part of the show is when Fred says, Dylon, Dylon, Dylon.
Appreciate that.
Oh, and another Tolo text in and said, I just prefer the comfort of my home. We all do. But at the same time, you got to go, you got to go.
When you got to go, you got to go. Now, I will say this, for folks that can, drop a deuce on company time, my hat's off to you. I like to be in the comfort of my own home when I do that. But again, it's like, what are we doing in the bathroom to where we feel we need to quit?
Put it like this. This is interesting. I'm just reading this right now from the 806. It says, I'm not a public pooper, man. I'm a former D1 athlete, so I'm contradicting everything y'all are saying. I'm 25 years old. Okay, let me say this again. You should be able to handle this.
Yeah.
And you maybe have, I know this. Fred, and I don't know about you, but if I speak any words in a bathroom, like in a restaurant, there are people, hey, Chris, I didn't know. Hey, man, let's do the show, man. So I am aware of where I am.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it goes with the territory.
Look, I'll put you like this, and you want to take it a fair or foul. Speaking of that, I'm at my son's game a couple weeks ago, and one of the other dads who'd had a few pops. All right, so my man was feeling nicey. And we just got done using the bathroom. All right, at the urinals, my man comes up to me, tries to shake my hand.
No.
Bro,
no.
First of all, you haven't washed your hands.
Yeah.
I haven't washed my hands. Let me stop knowing, don't you, right there. Fair or foul, trying to shake your hand after using the bathroom.
Never.
That's very foul.
That's extremely foul.
Foul. The bathroom.
That's extremely foul. I mean, look, hey, your son, hey, appreciate the compliment.
214 says, how the hell is Gen Z going to make it in jail?
Man,
they won't last 10 minutes.
No, they won't. Here's another fair or foul for you guys.
Wait, don't switch it yet, real quick. The 601 texted and said, I'm hearing Fred doing fair or foul on the radio. What time is it? What day is it? Who am I? What world am I in? You're in Earth 2.
Well, I mean, look, if
it's called afternoons.
I mean, I'm damn near on this. I mean, hell, I'm almost on every single day on this radio station, so there's a good chance you've heard me at some point during a Saturday or a Sunday.
Yeah, that's got to be a fan. What do you call the fans at night?
Fatties.
That's a fatty.
That's a fatty. I'll tell you what.
That fatty was like, where am I?
He's a little bit confused right now, but I certainly appreciate that. Fair or foul. Last night at my son's game, quarterback gets lit up. I mean, homeboy got. I mean, he was knocked out after the game. Definitely had a concussion, helmet to helmet, and our side parents start yelling at the refs. Okay, should have been helmet to helmet. Should have been helmet to. And yes, was it helmet to helmet? Yes, it was. Was it a football play? Absolutely. I mean, helmets are going to hit when you're playing football. I'd never seen this before, so the parents are screaming, and it was too much. It was too much, but hey, let them do what they're doing. I'm just there to watch my kid. Next series down, they're back on our side of the field. They're still chirping at the ref, and the ref turns around and starts yelling back at the fans. And we're talking about a track's distance. So, 8 lanes, all right? So, 10, 20 feet max. And he turns around right before the play's about to start, and he's there screaming at the parents. I'd never seen that before. Fair or foul, the official returning fire to the parents.
Foul.
It's foul.
That's foul.
The official shouldn't have anything to say to the parents.
Not only that,
parents are non-existent.
That official must not have worked some games in some tougher neighborhoods.
Well,
put it like this. There are fans that will go after the refs.
Well,
after games.
They did need security did have to rush them out of the field after the game was over because the parents were. I mean, you had people screaming at them, walking after them after the game was over. So
it was 46-0. Are we really getting that bent out of shape?
Look, I told my cousin, I said, look, yes, the officiating was questionable, but officiating was not the reason we lost 46-0 last night. So you're exactly right about that. All right, final hour of the program. Let's reset the day. Obviously, big game tomorrow. Mavs won last night. They got a big game again tonight. We've also got some more audio to get to as well as we get ready for another big game tomorrow, Cowboys Eagles. Plus, we'll talk some college football, reset the day in college football. That's Chris Arnold. I'm Fred Davis. Dial on. Don't go anywhere. It's 105 The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. Not with Orchard. Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. Then they sell your old home on the market for top dollar. One customer said, I made way more than I expected and it couldn't have been easier. Don't settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Get your free home valuation at orchard.com. That's orchard.com.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. a gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop our Black Friday event for up to 65% off in-store or at Hellsberg.com.
Hey Tolos, it's Tony from East Dallas Diesel, and y'all already know what time it is. Football season in Texas. That means it's time to roll up to the game, tailgate, or watch party with something that stands out. One of our custom lifted rigs, blacked out Beast, or Texas Tough trucks. We make it easy. No hidden fees, no dealership games, and fast financing that can have you in and out in just under an hour. If you're a real Tolo who bleeds blue and silver, come see us at EastDallasDiesel.com. East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard and Tolos roll in style.
This holiday season, give your home the gift that actually lasts. Hi, it's Gary with Rhino Shield of DFW. If your home is peeling, cracking, or looking tired, don't repaint, shield it. Our ceramic coating is available in any color and comes with a 25-year transferable warranty. So you can stop repainting every few years, enjoy a home that looks beautiful season after season. Right now, get 20% off through the holidays. Schedule your free estimate at rhinoshielddfw.com. Protect your home, boost curb appeal, and don't paint. That's rhinoshielddfw.com.
Rhino Shield. Get that end zone dance ready. Football is back. And nobody brings a pregame party like Specs, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Specs has Texas' largest selection of canned cocktails, spirits, wines, and gourmet bites. Everything you need to take your watch party from JV to the pros. So head down to Specs and cheers to savings. Down, set, delicious. Specs, the fun starts here.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up. You'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite player is going to go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the app and use the promo code MASTERPIECE to score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog. Crypto powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involve risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit www.nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 or over and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/playandgetterms_DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour of the program here on 105.3 The Fan on a Saturday. That is the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
I'm Fred Davis, and we've got the Gen Zer of all Gen Zers, Dylon, who is so dedicated to his craft, wet himself during the break because he was not going to get rushed going to the bathroom. So he just let it go right there in the Pimp Cup. So I don't know
Turned the Pimp Cup into a swimming pool.
I'll tell you what, man. It's I don't know who's got to sit there this week, but look, don't hate the player, hate the game.
Okay, that's we call that dedication to the craft. We call that dedication to
We need like a
craft.
bucket back here or something.
You know, it's funny you
Especially
say-
like with Peyton doing the Cowboys and all that stuff. He's sitting back here for like 9 hours.
Well, I'll tell you what, quick aside before we get to Chris laying out what's going down remote-wise as well as our schedule for tomorrow. I was in a thing called SEER School back in the day where they teach you how to be a POW, and they throw you in this little, basically it's like a little cell where you can't sit up.
It's doing boot camp.
No. So SEER School is for special forces, air crew, anybody that...
Not quite a Navy SEAL, but you want to be.
Well, Navy SEALs are in it too.
Oh, okay.
That is, in fact, that's where I got to see Navy SEALs up close for the first time, and that's when you realize, like, okay, these dudes are
Badasses,
on a
man.
different. In fact, I met John Riggins' son. Because John Riggins' son.
Oh, John Riggins from Washington Redskins back in the day?
Washington Redskins, fellow Kansan as well, former Jayhawk.
That's right.
So his son is a Navy SEAL, and we were sitting together in class because you do a whole weeks of classroom training before they throw you out there, and then the real festivities start. And we're sitting there next to each other, and I look at his. Of course, he's wearing his BDUs, and I see he's got Riggins on his chest, and I said, "Hey, are you related to John?" I'm 18 years old, and he goes, "How do you know John Riggins?" I said, "I'm a sports fan.
Football.
I'm from Kansas." Now, mind you, this is 99, 2000.
What city are you in, or town are you in?
We are in Coronado, California, one of the most beautiful spots in the United States of America.
Sure is. Down by San Diego.
But down by San Diego. It's absolutely gorgeous down there. And no, like I said, he was a Navy SEAL, and so we got to talking, and yeah, John Riggins is his dad. I'll tell you what, it wasn't his biological father. He'd married his mother and then adopted him. This was back in 2000, so I'm guessing everything's still copacetic. But so point is, they put you in this cell, and if you have to use the bathroom, you have a large coffee can. That's all you got. And then they beat the crap out of you for the rest of the day. So,
okay, so Fred, tell the truth. You're a guy.
Yeah, I am.
You drive
Last I checked.
long road trips.
I just got back from one.
You know good and well when you got to go.
Yeah.
You got a can in that car or a bottle in that car. They used to be soda.
I tell you what, I've only had to do that one time back when I was.
Guys will be guys.
Guys will be guys, absolutely. But
stand up on the side of the road.
I am a road warrior.
Yeah.
Okay. And when it comes, like, for one, if anybody's going to ride, and I've done probably 95% of my road trips solo. No stops. We stop for gas. That's all we're doing. We ain't here to.
So you gonna make it, or you gonna pull over the side of the road and?
I know we're gonna. Hey, you tell you what, that bladder better. Hey, you got 300 and some odd miles,
Dylan,
to get it figured out.
Get it right, Dylan.
Well,
sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir.
That's it. That's
how they say it in the service. Sir, yes, sir.
877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. That is the Franklin Injury Training
By the way,
text
that
line.
kind of happened to me. I was in a parade.
Oh.
And when you're in a parade,
Ain't
on
nothing
the
you can
float,
do. You're stuck.
Guess what? Did
you find a bottle?
Yes. There's somebody. The float was on the back of a truck.
Okay.
And I got off the float. It was going slow. Got off the float and got into the back seat of the truck that was pulling the float.
Yeah.
And there's a bottle of apple juice.
Uh-oh.
And nobody knew the difference.
Nobody
and
did.
I threw the whole thing away.
Had to, because you know somebody who drank it. You know damn
For
good
real,
and
might
well
have been
somebody
me.
would.
I throw that away.
All right, what do we got? What's this work day looking like tomorrow for the folks that want to tune into 105 through the Fan? And we know that you all will.
Well, first it's me and you, 9 o'clock.
Damn right it is.
We got the Specs Tailgate Show. And following the Specs Tailgate Show at 12:30, Sunday, that's tomorrow, live from Miller Lite West Plaza at AT&T Stadium, Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus. Outside of our regular preseason features that include, Cowboys versus Eagles, we're going to look around the NFL, the NFC East, and a live visit with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, a check-in live with Babe and Christy, and an exclusive one-on-one interview with Shoddy and Brad Sham. This week, we're also going to feature a live visit on the field with Fox Sports rules expert Dean Blandino. Yes, him.
The
Dean infamous
Blandino.
Dean Van Blino. Every Cowboy fan knows who he is because Des caught that ball. He's working today's game with Kevin Burkhardt, Tom Brady, Aaron Andrews, and Tom Rinaldi. Going to visit live in our booth with Merrill Reese, the legendary play-by-play voice of the Eagles. And my player profile interview this week, I'm telling you, this is another really, really good interview. Siobhan Revel, the new cornerback from East Carolina. This is a good kid. And he's tall. By the way, for those who don't know, he's not just a regular-sized cornerback. He's tall. He's a big dude. He's got long arms. He runs like the wind. You know what? He kind of looks like Pickens. Not the hair, but his body frame.
Yeah, I was going to say, I could see that. He's a
tall drink of water, man. He's a tall drink of water, like your grandma used to say. And he also was telling me about how practice up against CD and Pickens helped him prepare for
iron
the
sharpens
season.
iron.
There it is. Kickoffs at 3:25 tomorrow with Brad, Babe, and Christy. Halftime hosted live by Zach Wolchuk, the Woolly Bully, and Brian Browners, breaking down the first half and looking ahead for the rest of the game. Our post-game will go until 9:30 p.m., live from the Miller Lite Field Club with Zach and Brian's breakdown, press conferences, listener phone calls, Brad Sham, and guess what? Me and you and Blake will be in the locker room getting interviews, and you hear from the players themselves. That is tomorrow. Then on Tuesday, the KNC Masterpiece Boys continue their Friday football feast tours of DFW with a 10-2 that day. This time they're going to be at Taco Bueno at 1336 North Town East Boulevard in Mesquite. Head on out for some great specials and say hi to the guys. That's a Tuesday for their Friday football feast tour of DFW, because Thursday is Thanksgiving, and Friday is Black Friday with all sales. Your mic.
And Black Friday isn't what it used to be.
Yeah, you can do that online.
Cyber Mondays changed everything.
They used to fight people for stuff.
You had people getting trampled to death back in the day.
And people would get up at 5 in the morning.
Oh, hell, earlier than that.
Earlier than that. My father-in-law used to do that.
Stay the night.
Y'all want to go? I'm like, no. I don't like shopping anyway. But it was a ritual, man.
No. And look, we're not here to advocate for people getting trampled, but it just lets you know that if you were going to go out on a Friday, on a Black Friday, be ready.
Be ready.
Squabbling. I mean, it didn't matter. The holiday spirit. Look, when you're trying to find a TV on sale or a video game, guess what?
That's mine.
I'll tell you what. Yeah,
no, it's not.
Holly
That's
Jolly
mine.
goes out the window. That's for damn sure. By the way, don't forget Pizza-thons on Wednesday too. Do you know what? What time are you going to be on?
I told you Thursday morning, 6 a.m.
But I'm saying, are you sitting in for an hour on Pizza-thon on Wednesday?
I might come through. Just never know.
CA. When CA shows up, CA shows up. That's all that matters. I will be on. This is my first year doing Pizza-thon.
Oh, there's the list up there.
I'm on at 5. Blake's on at 6. Do we have to go?
They're normally here in this studio,
but they're going to be on remote,
location.
right?
Yeah.
I wonder if we have to go there for remote.
You should ask Kevin and Corey.
Yeah, I'm going to have to ask KNC.
I don't know.
Yeah, I was looking at Dylan. Maybe he might know. And then, of course, we'll have our normal Cowboys crosstalk. Now, just a quick heads up, because as CA alluded to, we do have Thanksgiving schedules this week. Now, Monday and Tuesday are going to be normal broadcast schedules here on 105 through the Fan. Obviously a Cowboy Monday, so you're going to get all your Cowboy, hopefully, good vibes is what we're all hoping for. I'm hoping for it, too, because, look, we know this all too well. The locker room's a whole different place after a win. All right, everybody wants to talk after a win. After a loss,
and there's no Cowboys Hour on Monday, so you and Blake will get a full 4 hours.
Hey, you're getting the full 4-hour Monty of Fred and Blake on Monday, so you get the whole kit and caboodle, the entire Sean and RJ, KNC, G-Bag, Fan After Dark on both Monday and Tuesday. So the full slate of shows Monday and Tuesday. Wednesday is going to be Pizza-thon, as we alluded to, and then you're going to have that starts at 6 a.m. They take it all the way up to 7 o'clock. Then you're going to have Cowboys Crosstalk from 7 to 8, and then, of course, Fan After Dark with myself and Mr. Blake Elliott. And then Thursday, Thanksgiving Day, actually, it's going to be you and Will on Wednesday. Yeah.
Oh, they're actually going to give Alec. I thought it was me and Alec Medford on. Oh, that's right. It is Will on Thursday.
Yeah.
On Friday, it's me and Alec Medford.
Yeah, okay, that's what it is.
Okay.
All right, so it's going to be a Fan Jam Part 2, because you guys did it this last Saturday.
For those who don't know,
Will's back in the mix.
He's back in the mix.
I
told you he wasn't retired.
Boy, I tell you
what. I told him.
He's like a boxer. You
Yeah.
can't, you know what I'm saying? Hey, once that money gets good, boom,
We'll
here
call
he
him
comes.
Pacquiao.
That's exactly right. He's the Ricky Hatton of sports. Wait, we don't want to do Ricky. Ricky's dead.
I know who Ricky is. I don't watch him fight.
Give me a good white boxer. Kelly Pavlik. All right. So that's okay. So Wednesday, there you go. Thursday, Will and CA from 6 to 9, and then Blake and I will take it from 9 to 12:30, and then as CA alluded to just a little bit ago, then you'll have the rest of your pregame Cowboy festivities on Thursday. Another pregame to the pregame, right?
And we will be at the stadium.
Oh yeah, we haven't even given. That's right. I'm sorry, that's Thursday. I haven't even gotten to. I want to say, do you know who your player profile is yet for Thursday's game yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
It
All right.
could be some guy whose first name starts with a Q.
Okay, TBD. I'll tell you what, that's a hell of a tease right there. All right.
me.
So that's on Thursday, so stay tuned for that. And, of course, CA will let you know. You'll know by Wednesday, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So CA will let you guys know who that's going to be for the player profile on Thursday. And I want to say we're getting the Chiefs sideline reporter, Josh Klingler, who Sean Sharif knows well from his days back at Sports Radio 610 in Kansas City. I know Kling from back in the day as well. All-around good dude. One of them. And, look, in this business, you got dudes that have been with the same for 30-plus years. Brad Sham. Josh Klingler, he's always been, he's kind of like their Tim Collins, a jack of all trades, wonderful human being. And like I said, he's the sideline reporter for the Kansas City Chiefs. So I think he's going to be the guy that'll be joining the pregame show on Thursday. And then on Friday, as CA alluded to, Alec and CA from 6 to 10, and then myself and Blake from 10 to 2. And then you're going to get into some college foosball, Georgia and Georgia Tech.
Did you say college foosball?
I sure did. You've never seen Waterboy?
No.
Man. That's one of the greatest football movies ever.
Are you serious right now?
I'm dead serious.
I'm used to Blake not watching movies because I've been telling him since I've known him to watch Pulp Fiction. I give him 10 different Pulp Fiction quotes a show, and he still hasn't figured it out yet. You haven't seen Pulp Fiction. Okay. I guess I'll let that slide.
Tell him who stars in it.
Adam Sandler. Like that's all. It's a classic.
These are so wild. Dylan, you look like you could be the Waterboy's little brother. You look like you're related to him. I'm not making it up. Not saying you talk like him, but saying that you look like you could be his brother. Am I making this up?
You're really not.
That's why Fred is laughing.
You're really not.
Dylan, you look like you could be related to him.
You look like you could be Adam Sandler's kid, is really what it comes down to.
Yep,
and that's high praise.
That's a compliment.
That's high praise because Adam Sandler, by the way, Uncut Gems to me is still his best movie ever. Mm-hmm. But if you do nothing between now and the next time you and I do a show together, watch Waterboy. Okay, it is. I am stunned that you have not seen Waterboy. Trust me, you will be glad that you did.
Eat an alligator.
Tell you what, Kathy Bates, what a performance. Henry Winkler, what a performance from him. The Fonz. Okay, so that's going down, and then like I said, that's going down on Friday. Alec and CA, Fred and Blake, and then a special edition of Fan University, Friday night. 5 to 8:30.
Oh, boy, look out.
Okay, so, look, the hits keep coming here on 105.3 The Fan. So, look, just because it's a holiday weekend doesn't mean we're taking the week off.
We left out one thing.
What did we forget? The remotes?
Nope.
What?
And in the Cowboys-Eagles game, halftime, Post Malone.
Oh, wait, no, I thought that was the Chiefs game.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving. Halftime, Post Malone.
Man,
will Taylor Swift be in the crowd?
Oh, she's gonna be there. She's gonna be there.
Probably.
By the way, Travis Kelce said he would decide whether he's gonna retire or not after the football season. But he said he's gonna make a decision. He's not gonna drag it out because he's gonna let the Chiefs know so that way they can draft a tight end, even though they should have drafted one 2 years ago. But that's neither here nor there. How many songs do we think Post will do? 3?
He's got 12 minutes.
So he'll do a montage. I was going to say he'll do a montage.
He'll do a medley. He's going to give you everything. He's going to get that. He's going to give you some rap.
If I don't get White Iverson on Thursday, I'm going to be pissed. That's the song. But that's his.
That's what started him. But it's for the holidays.
Man, you can do a PG version of White Iverson.
And it's the mood. It's not the mood.
Man, look, you don't tell me that stadium will get crunk if he starts doing White Iverson. Oh, that place will go. That place will go.
Football fans, not his fans.
Hey, Post Malone's Post Malone. If White Iverson, I'll tell you what. If he does White Iverson on Thursday, Cowboys win. I'm telling you right now. I'm calling it right now. If Post Malone, I'm a beer bongs and Bentley. Posty.
Right.
First 2 albums, the rest of them, y'all can keep them, but those first 2, you already know. We've talked about this. I mean,
that's not the place.
No, you got to do you have to play at least a minute of the song that puts you on the map. You got to do it.
He's probably gonna do congratulations.
I
want to say congratulations. I
wouldn't hate that. But man, you got to do
songs. He might have some surprise
he's
guests.
going to do that. You know he's going to do the country songs.
White Iverson is just—it's more for his own concerts.
Hey, White Iverson.
I love that song. I had him in the studio and I asked him about that.
I know you did. No, okay. So we're making a wager here. I want to hear White Iverson.
I know.
On
just
Thursday.
because you wanna
doesn't mean it's going to
happen.
But I don't think it's unfair to suggest. I don't think. All right. Well, you and I will be at the game.
Yep.
You and I will be at the game.
And his dad will be at the game. And if his dad might be listening right now, and
hey,
Fred's got a request.
Mr. Malone?
No, his name is
White
Post.
Iverson.
His name is
Mr. Post. White Iverson. Shout out. 105 through the fan. Shout out Fred and Chris. We'd love to hear it.
Post's real name is Austin Post.
Just give us a minute of White Iverson. That's all
he
we
might
want.
say the words White Iverson, and then he goes to the next song.
I'll take it. Just let that beat drop once, and that stadium will go nuts. All right. Oh hell, we're up again. Imagine. Wow. I don't think I've hit a break once since I've been in this new studio. Not gonna lie. Of course, I can't find a clock. All right, coming up next, we've got some audio from your Dallas Cowboys. We heard from Jerry a little bit. Let's hear from Shoddy and his second game back. Let's see what. And of course, I want to get your thoughts on it as well. We're gonna hear from DeMarvion Overshone. I kind of gave my thoughts on what he looked like in his 31 snaps on Monday. I want to hear from what Mr. Chris Arnold had to say or what he thought he saw from DeMarvion as well. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. This is 105 through the fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the fan." Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
Looking for some iced caffeine, left you in the cold. No one knows why brown water costs as much as liquid gold. Told him your name was Brian. Why does this cup say Nicole? But then you found paradise in your cup at the Quick Trip. No regrets to start your day.
Take the HOV lane of the Fans commercial-free expressway and have some fun with Sean and RJ at 7:40 a.m. No tolls required because it's driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano, a first-class buying experience. Visit mbplano.com.
This holiday season, don't let your house feel like Cousin Eddie's RV.
Drafty your windows? You serious, Clark?
If your windows are cracked, foggy, or draftier than Cousin Eddie's wardrobe, it's time to call Best Buy Windows and Siding. We'll come out the next day and give you a free quote to keep your house cozy for the holidays. 10 windows for just $59.50 and 0 down and 0% financing with approved credit. Call 469-WINDOWS or visit BestBuyWindowsAndSiding.com today and make sure your home is warm, welcoming, and Cousin Eddie-proof this holiday season.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Chop here from my good friends over at QC Kinetics. Does this sound like you? Where every step hurts, where every reach is a reminder of what hurts, a reminder of what you're not able to do, and how far you've drifted from the life you used to have when you didn't feel that joint pain. Oh boy, do I got good news for you. Relief is closer than you think. It's QC Kinetics. They tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors to help restore and repair damaged tissue, reduce inflammation, relieve pain at its source. They did it for me. I went through steroid injections. I went through surgery chatter. No drugs, no steroids, no surgery, no downtime. Natural biologics, restorative, regenerative options. Be able to swing that golf club again, or take that hike, or dance in the kitchen with your favorite girl. QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. Dallas, Fort Worth, Plano, Grapevine. QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610.
Do you know what the scariest sound to hear on a factory floor is? Silence. That means something somewhere broke. Production has stopped, and now you're paying your workers to wait while the team troubleshoots and tries to fix the problem. Finally, there's a proactive way to reduce equipment downtime, thanks to MaintainX. MaintainX is the asset management system that brings your maintenance downtime to zero. MaintainX lets you build preventative maintenance schedules, manage work orders in real time, and access the data you need to make better decisions. Downtime equals death in the production world, so make unplanned downtime a thing of the past. Try MaintainX for free. Control the daily operations of your business and transform your maintenance program by going to maintainx.com. That's maintain and the letter X.com.
Currently, we're farming about 800 acres, and every year we're looking at what we can do to improve our farm, plant fertility, higher yields. That all starts with ag research.
Every year, America's research universities drive over $3.4 billion in agricultural science that supports U.S. farmers.
I want to keep this family farm in our family.
Help protect American farmers. Visit research4.us. Paid for by Research for a Stronger America.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone, too, for my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with. Hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
In Texas, we pride ourselves on standing tall. But sometimes, even the toughest folks need a hand. If you or someone you know is having a mental health crisis, call or text 988 to reach the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Or to chat, visit texas988.org. Trained counselors are available 24/7 to provide confidential support at no cost to you. With 988, you're not alone in the Lone Star State.
Canales Furniture invites you to Thanksgiving Fest. Enjoy free turkeys, pantry boxes, and warm holiday treats. Events happening all week across DFW. See the closest location to you at canalesfurniture.com. Today, celebrate at the Plano location from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m.
Hey guys, it's Aphrodite to tell you about the best ice-cold beer prices in DFW, only at Buck's Cabaret. $2 domestic long necks and $3 import long necks. Get details at bucksclubs.com. And remember, everybody loves Bucks.
And you're back to 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Appreciate you, Dylon. Let's see. From the 817, I just texted and I said, text of the day. Got to agree. I want to hear White Iverson 2. I'm a Prince fan since For You, so I'm old school AF.
First album.
You can appreciate that. Post's first 2 albums were stellar. Anything from those and the Spidey song, I'm good.
Oh, yeah, Spider-Man.
I was bumping, when you have a 6-hour drive, you pretty much get to listen to your entire catalog. I wasn't in a podcast mood last night. I wasn't in a podcast mood. I wasn't in a. I'll be honest with you. I wasn't even in a radio mood last night.
Well, you had to shake off that loss.
I really did.
Suns team lost in the playoffs. They're done for the season.
I was in a music mood, and it was kind of one of those where I was like, all right, this is the last drive I'm going to have to make for a little while. Now, he does have basketball coming up, so obviously I'll probably have to make it. Well, I don't know that it'll be as intense because their basketball team's not going to be near as good as their football team was. But, hey, I didn't say their football team was going to be good this year. They made it to the state semifinals, so shows you what I know. We'll see.
So what are you listening to?
Man, I listened to a whole bunch of everything last night. Mm-hmm. We had some Genesis playing. We had some JT Money playing. We had some Post Malone playing. Plenty of Billy Joel bumping last. I mean, we were covering the gamut. When you're feeling, we had some C Murder playing. I mean, it was the gamut last night. Because look, there's some long stretches where it's just dark.
Like, you ain't got any lights, you ain't got any other cars on the freeway, and it's
Kansas,
just you.
Oklahoma, Texas, yeah.
You know what I'm
Good
saying?
spots, man.
Now, once you hit the Texas,
Red River,
I'm 55
past
miles.
Windstar.
That's it.
Once you get past Windstar,
55 miles from the border to my place, and you get that second burst of energy, and it's like, you know what, you put the pedal to the metal, and I mean, I'm doing 95 in the Malibu, trying to get back to the crib because I was tired as all get out. Somebody who should be well rested, and that's DeMarvion Overshown, made his debut for the season this Monday against the Las Vegas Raiders. What were your initial thoughts on DeMarvion's performance?
I was pleasantly surprised.
Really?
Because I knew he was going to be on a pitch count. Yeah. And I knew, okay, he's coming off the knee, the surgery, and I'm hoping for him to look good. But at the same time, he has to learn that new defense too, just like the rest of us. Okay, the one thing I don't want him to do is overthink and be in the wrong spot. I just want him to play free. And I think he played very, very, very well, free and very, very well, being it's his first game back. In other words, he seemed like he was familiar and comfortable in the spot.
Look, I thought from a schematic and like you said, understanding the defense, I mean, he was always around the ball.
Yeah.
I think.
And by the way, he told me, he said he knows the defense because it's all he did.
Well, that's exactly right. So I mean, he's had a 6-month buildup to, you know, I mean, it's one of those deals where, you know, you sit in training and then you finally get to put the OJT after that, and you finally get to put whatever you learned in practice. To me, the biggest thing was he did look a step slow. As it pertains to, you could tell, I think he was thinking less about where he needed to be, you know, from a football standpoint, and more of just, I need to trust my knee again standpoint. I think that he looked a little rusty, little kind of, you know, you could tell he was kind of thinking, okay, is my leg going to be able to do this? And from that standpoint, but again, we're talking about what he looked like last year for those 9 games, where he looked like one of the best linebackers in football. To okay,
Pick 6, scoop a score.
It was. I was encouraged by what I saw on Monday. So you got to feel good about it. And like I said, I think for him and Revel, you couldn't have been more impressed and more satisfied with what those two did in limited action, considering they were coming off from, you know, they're both coming off major injuries. And I get it, ACL's not what it used to be, but considering he had, a setback during his rehabilitation, he's making his NFL debut, and let's call it what it is. East Carolina, God bless him. But that ain't the NFL. Ain't even the SEC. So he's getting up to NFL game speed. Oh, by the way, in Week 11, where it's not like it's preseason where he's playing against other, you know, draft picks, other guys that have been on practice squads. No, you're playing against dudes who they're fighting for their NFL lives at this point, right? I mean, especially if you're the Las Vegas Raiders. So definitely encouraged to see what we saw on Monday night. But this is DeMarvion Overshown. Do you anticipate a defensive resurgence now?
Yes, sir. I would definitely say, you know, we got a lot of more internal motivation. We got a lot of other things that plays a factor into, you know, the revamp of this defense, and that's, you know, we got new guys like Q and Logan and Rev, you know, and guys like Hook and Dono coming back from injury, and you like, okay, like, these are elite talents in the NFL. Like, you know, any team go without these type of caliber guys, like, they gonna deal with some issues throughout the season. So I think now that Flus, you know, got his guys in there, and we worked together, you know, through the bye week, practicing together, and, you know, now got a game under our belt. It's really only up for here. I feel like the energy is there. And everybody excited to be out there. Like, we're challenging ourselves. You know, as great as our offense is, we know what it takes to get to the Super Bowl and get to and win the games we want to win, and that's for the defense to show up to play. So we taking it upon ourselves and challenging ourselves each and every day to, you know, bring our best foot.
Let me tell you something. This guy's a leader.
I was just thinking that.
He is a leader, and I don't know if you heard this week, Dak Prescott said he is his new favorite teammate. And there's a lot of people over there by Dak's now, too. He is a leader. He was the leader of the rehab room. You had guys from different positions all working out together. Britt Brown was coordinator, of course, the trainer. All I got to say is that he is a leader. Do you know the story, the low-key story of how he wound up with the Cowboys?
No.
Overshown played at UT.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones' grandson played at UT.
Okay.
And was on the same team. And while they were trying to figure out, when thinking about it and his name came up in the war room, his grandson kept insisting, Overshown, because he asked everybody, tell us about him, tell us all about him. And he told him about how he's a great leader, he does this, he's that, and it's just don't go by the tape alone. He's even better than the tape.
Yeah.
And the tape is fine.
Now, while I was sitting there listening to him, I was thinking the exact same thing, because, what's been the one question mark? I mean, there's been a lot of question marks in this defense, but one of the major ones has been, who's the leader?
Yeah, who's the leader?
Okay, because now that, and Mike can say
it was Tank. It was Tank. And Tank is gone.
And plus he was hurt all last year.
Yep.
So you've really had
a void.
You've had a void for the last year and a half with no real leadership. And of course, again, look, it's hard to be a leader from the training room. We get that, all right. But at the same time, too, I respect and appreciate how he immersed himself in the day-to-day of the NFL, because athletes will tell you it's a lonely place when you're rehabbing.
Oh my goodness!
Because nobody else wants to deal with you.
Yep, nobody wants to see you.
It's nothing personal.
Yeah, it's a reminder that this is a dangerous sport.
It's a dangerous sport.
We don't want to see nobody hurt.
It's a business, and it's like, look, we love you, but look, we got to focus on what we're trying to do. All right, and so it's just, you hear, like you said, you hear guys all the time talk about it's not just the physical recovery, it's the mental recovery as well, because you are on an island. And so just hearing DeMarvion Overshown talk, it was a breath of fresh air for this defense. And, look, sometimes it's just a matter of just knowing he's out there. Again, are we going to see 2024 DeMarvion Overshown? I don't know that we'll see it tomorrow. Maybe we'll see it in the next couple weeks as he starts to get more and more comfortable with his body. But just listen to him talk, about the other guys on the football team and about what Q and the other guys and the impacts they've made. You can't help but feel better about the direction of this defense. And, of course, we'll know more about it tomorrow.
And they made a move today. We talked about it earlier. Kyer Elam was getting waived because they really do expect Trayvon Diggs to be ready when he comes back, because he's at the start this week.
Yeah.
He's not going to be active for tomorrow's game. This is the last game that
could be ready for Thursday.
Could be ready for Thursday. Could be ready. And real quick, the 865 says, love listening to you guys on a beautiful fall afternoon. Today's my birthday. Would love to get a shout out from CA. This is from Benjamin in Bedford. Happy birthday, Benjamin.
Absolutely. Now, I will say my eyebrows did raise as well, as the 901 said. I want to know how they know what it takes to get to a Super Bowl.
They who?
Well, DeMarvion said, we know what it takes to get to the Super Bowl. And then I did, like I said, I raised my eyebrow a little bit. I said, well, do you? But, hey,
he's on a roll.
Look, one of the first lessons of manifestation, ladies and gentlemen, is telling your brain you're already there. Okay? Your brain doesn't know the difference of whether you're in it or not in it, so you can convince yourself, look, I am in the Super Bowl, I know what it takes, and maybe that's what DeMarvion Overshown's doing. I don't care. I like hearing guys talk like that.
Yeah.
Okay?
That's called commitment.
That's
called commitment. Personal commitment.
Don't you have to?
You got to talk. You got to speak it into existence.
Got to speak it into existence.
Somebody famous back in the day said, "If you can conceive it, you can achieve it."
Boy, you ain't lying about that. And let's call it what it is, man. All right. Nobody disagrees NFL wise. This is a Super Bowl caliber offense.
Correct.
Okay. That's I don't care if you're the biggest hater. I don't care if you hate Dak, Jerry, or the star. Doesn't matter. This is a Super Bowl caliber offense. You don't have to have a great defense to get to a Super Bowl. You have to have a bend, don't break defense, all right? One thing and you and I will get more into this tomorrow because it'll be the Specs Tailgate show, so obviously it will be a lot more in-depth on the Cowboys, and we'll dive into that a lot more tomorrow morning. But one thing I'm looking at, if you're going to beat the Philadelphia Eagles tomorrow, and I've got them winning 27-23, and of course we'll reset all this tomorrow as well, got to get some turnovers tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Got to get some turnovers tomorrow.
You've got to create some
and you
takeaways.
You can turn Jalen Hurts over. You really, really can. All right, coming up next, it is the final segment of the program. Get you ready for the rest of your Saturday. That's Chris. I'm Fred.
We're here at Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family, and asking customers what the it means in Huffines has it. Today, we've got Tim Luttrell.
The it for me was even after the purchase of the car, the service and support team continued to follow up with me to make sure that I was happy.
And at Genesis of Plano, we've got a great selection of new 2025 GV70s and GV80 SUVs with low APR financing and low payments with no hidden fees.
Feeling stuck on your own 10-yard line in the career game? Maybe it's time to just go for IT. My Computer Career has the game plan to score a rewarding new IT career in months. Whether you're a rookie, a breakout career changer, or a military veteran ready to serve. Why spend years chasing a college degree when you can fast-track your future in IT starting now? Take your mark, get set, go for IT. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
North Dallas, your Tuesdays just got wild at Spearmint Rhino. It's $2 Tuesdays. Every Tuesday night from 7 p.m. to close. Sip on $2 cocktails and beers and $2 street tacos all night long. And catch the vibe that only Spearmint Rhino North Dallas delivers. Come for the drinks, stay for the vibes. Check out our entertainers before you arrive on our visual roll call. Spearmint Rhino. The name is famous. Spearmint Rhino. Just like Vegas. Visit SpearmintRhinoNorthDallas.com.
Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Dive into succulent, mouthwatering Southern comfort fried chicken like no other. Creamy lobster mac and cheese, juicy ribs like Mom used to make, and top it off with a warm cinnamon roll. Plates to feed the entire table or for your own personal escape. And dive into one of the best and unique bourbon selections and handcrafted scratch cocktails to wash it all down. Got your attention yet? Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Located across from Clyde Warren Park at 2121 North Pearl Street in Dallas. RunChickenRun.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Tolos, as parents, we'd all hope that someone would help our kids if they were in need. You have a chance right now to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It's easy, free towing, paperwork done, and a tax deduction. Your car helps at-risk kids at Texans Can Academies earn a diploma. Visit carsforkids.org. Right off the car, not the kid.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larter, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, now streaming, only on Paramount Plus.
Hi, I'm Kylie.
I'm John.
And I'm Garrison. And a little thing we love about the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets
is sharing it in the car during the holidays.
I do love that. We will pack the car with gifts. And of course, we go and pick up our family's favorite nuggets.
Every nugget is tasty times quadrillion.
And we get all the sides.
Yeah, the ooey gooey mac and cheese is a big hit.
Everyone from 1 to 116 would love Chick-fil-A's chicken nuggets.
Share the nuggets, share the joy. Order the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Hi, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. After working hard to keep you cool this summer, your HVAC system is filled with dirt, dust, and debris. And that's the number one cause of heater failures. Call the On-Time Experts today and get their fall tune-up. Normally $199 for just $59. Your system will get a thorough cleaning and maintenance, and you'll get a stay warm guarantee plus peace of mind this winter. Book your appointment now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com.
Hey, Tolos, it's Zach Wolchuk, and when I'm ready for a new truck, I'm calling my guy Tony over at East Dallas Diesel.
That's right. It's Tony from East Dallas Diesel. We're buying your next truck, SUV, or car is actually easy.
And no hidden fees, right?
None. No dealer add-ons, no surprise markups. None of that nonsense you get at the big guys. Our prices are real. What you see is what you pay.
And you can be in and out in under an hour. That's my kind of dealership.
Come see why everyone's ditching the dealership games.
Hit up EastDallasDiesel.com. East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard.
Extended Cowboys coverage this Sunday morning at 9 with the Specs Tailgate Show with Fred Davis and three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. Specs Wine Spirits Finer Foods, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Cheers to savings. Cheers to you from the Fan.
This next segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Appreciate that dial on. What are you doing after the show tonight? Any big plans other than maybe watching your UNT Mean Green?
Not really. So I'm just going to
maybe watch some
college football.
Maybe watch some Waterboy?
Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe.
Well, I'll be here tomorrow. We're
I was going to say, you'll be here tomorrow.
And I'll be here on Thanksgiving. So,
well, I'm going to give you a week. I said this Monday. I'm going to give you until, let's see. Let me bring up my dates real quick. Yeah. I'm going to give you until November. Actually, you know what? I'm going to give you till December 1st.
I think next show I have with you is next Saturday. I think it's a whole week. Because I don't have it on Monday this week.
Oh, we're not doing Monday show?
No, you do. I'm not doing it.
Oh, well, I mean, I got a show. You're not producing?
I'm not. No.
Oh man. All right.
Probably because I'm working 2 Cowboy games that week.
Well, that's probably what it is. Tim Collins, if you're listening, 877-881-1053. All right, so you got till December 1st to watch Waterboy. Okay.
Okay.
Let's see. Here we go. From the 901, Eagles will be a true test as long as no one spits on anyone. Hey, look, I'm okay if Jalen Carter spits on Dak again. Hey, you know what? Not the Cowboys' fault. You take a game without Jalen Carter playing tomorrow?
Of course. He's probably one of the top 3 players going to be playing in that game tomorrow.
Oh, 100%.
Maybe the best one. You never know.
From the 817, Feeling Whitney by Post Malone is my favorite on that album. And then, of course, you already mentioned that Kyer Elam got waived. Look, and I respect and appreciate what Tommy Yarsh is saying about Jaden Blue. The running back position, there's too many rookies that come into the NFL and play right away. All right, and it doesn't matter if you're undrafted, 4th, 5th round, whatever. There's just something about Jaden Blue and who was it? Our boy Glenn Smith.
Glenn Smith said there's something about he wasn't practicing right.
So he was lazy. Basically called him lazy. He's heard from his sources, and he got roasted for that. And look, I'm not saying that Jaden Blue is lazy, but for a guy that's got the talent he does, and there's no clear backup to Javonte Williams. Now, again, and Steven talked about this yesterday on G-Bag, it's not like there's a lot of carries to go around because Javonte's been a workhorse back for you this year, and so, it really hasn't made sense to have anybody else carry the ball. But I said before the year started, I thought Javonte Williams and Jaden Blue could be kind of a poor man's version, please understand what I'm saying here, of David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah, Detroit.
All right? I mean, Jaden Blue could be the speedster offset.
What I heard, it wasn't the lazy thing. I heard that he, at practice, was very inconsistent, especially with pass protection.
Well,
and you got to protect the quarterback.
If you're going to get that quarterback killed, you ain't playing.
Killed. And they said he might have a good practice, then he have a bad practice. And very inconsistent. It wasn't lazy; it was just inconsistent. But that's one excuse.
It is, right? And my issue with Jaden Blue, or one of my issues this season, was him coming out wearing the Louis Vuitton sneakers or
you're
cleats.
A rookie. You're
it's
not
like,
supposed, man. You're not there yet. You have not arrived. You're not royal.
You're not there. And by the way, Louis Vuitton doesn't make football cleats, all right? And there's a reason why you had blisters and had to switch into real football shoes midway through the practice. So it's just little things like that, and that's what you know it. It's the little things that separate good from great or good from mediocre, right? And Jaden Blue, who we all thought could be an impact guy, a good third down type of dude, get him in space. And that's the thing everybody talks about. You get him in space, that 4.38 speed gets to going, good luck. And we just have not seen it this year. Real quick, you've got some remotes that are going down this week?
There's only one that
we just got one. Of. We just got one.
And that will be the KNC Masterpiece on Tuesday. They're doing their...
Well, technically we got two, actually, if we think about it. Because you got Peace-a-thon on Wednesday.
Peace-a-thon.
Which is what, RJ Dukes? Yeah, no, I'm about 92% sure it's at RJ Dukes. Actually, we had a texter text in. Shout out to the Tolos, man. You guys are all over the place today. In a good way, I mean by that. So yeah, we have and where are they at too on
Tuesday? They're doing their Friday football feast tour of DFW from 10 to 2. That would be, wait a minute. It's going to be Tuesday. Yeah, the date wrong. Tim had the wrong day. Tuesday, 10 to 2 on that Tuesday at Taco Bueno, 1336 North Town East Boulevard.
It's Taco Tuesday.
Taco Tuesday.
Who doesn't enjoy a good Taco Tuesday? From the 972, who clearly doesn't know how to listen and is actually just a bold-faced liar. Fred claimed to be a gangsta fighting cops last week. Crip Lord, so woo. Now this week he's a Navy SEAL. Crazy work.
You never said anything about
Never said I was a Navy SEAL.
You said you met some and knew some.
I was in a SEAL school class alongside Navy SEALs. Never said I was
doing
one.
The same thing.
And then I don't know what you're talking about. I've never claimed to be a gangster, and I've never claimed to be fighting cops.
Don't let him pull you.
So from the 972.
I think you told a story one time when you were like a kid.
Yeah, when I was a kid, yes.
But I don't think you ever claimed to be a gangster.
I've never claimed to be a gangster, and yes,
just because you smoke a Black and Mild.
Look, we are, man. If that's what makes a gangster, Lord have mercy. All right, so Mavs tonight against the
John Moran and the Memphis Grizzlies.
Memphis has been an interesting team this year, right? I mean, they've been ravaged by injury. They've had a couple different head coaches the last few years. That is a good fan base. I mean, they are hungry for, and Memphis is, I mean, what they call it, the Grindhouse or something like that a few years ago. But, look, and Kevin Gray from All City Dallas tweeted this out. If the Mavs win tonight, first homestand victory of the season. And so it's just about, just put some solid wins back together. Tell you what, I have been uber impressed with Brandon Williams.
Oh, yeah, be well. I've always been impressed with him last year. That's why they
came on
the contract.
Strong at the end of last year.
This hamstring in training camp when they were in Vancouver.
Right.
And he missed basically the whole month of October.
Yeah.
And because of that, some of Jason Kidd's ideas of giving him those minutes to orchestrate the team, be the point guard, along with Dante Exum, who, by the way, is now out for the entire year with the knee surgery. Those are two guys they were really counting on, and you throw in Cooper Flagg in the mix and let Cooper learn to play a little point, but more importantly, get some reps orchestrating the offense because he has the high IQ. But B. Will, man, you saw in that last play against the Knicks, the ref shouldn't have blown the whistle. This kid can play.
That was, first of all, kudos to Kidd for drawing that play up. That was kudos for the play call and for the execution.
PJ throwing it half court to Derek Lively, who turns to the right or to his left throws it throws it to B. Will, who's already cutting straight down the sideline. And he gets the ball. Shepard's on it, but guess what?
Yeah, Landry Shamet bumps him 3 or 4 times.
Shamet bumped him, and then the ref calls what is the the reach. There,
the hook or whatever the hell they want to call it. Yeah.
But it was like with 1 second left to play and the crowd's going wild. It's like referees are supposed to leave that alone.
Let that play go.
This is what I said. I said it in the building, not on the speakers. I was talking while I was muttering going out the building. I said if that was SGA, not only would he have counted the basket, it would have been and one.
And one. Hell, Kyrie probably gets that call.
Jalen Brunson would have got that call in that game.
All day.
It's this is just a little young guy. He ain't even played 50 games in his career.
Now, that was a horse you-know-what call, and, and again, just a scrappy effort from the Mavericks that night.
They were scrappy last night, too, in that win, so they're going to be probably scrappy again tonight. Cooper Flagg was scrappy with 29 points. There's a stat I saw about Cooper Flagg. He was like, him and LeBron are here it is right here. Him and LeBron are the two youngest, here it is. Him and LeBron The youngest players in NBA history to go for at least 29 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists in one game. LeBron James at 18 years, 334 days. Cooper Flag just did it, 18 years, 335 days old.
I mean, look, anybody that listens to the station for any period of time, when I'm not talking about being a gangster fighting cops, you guys know how I feel.
By the way, SMU won. They beat Louisville 38-6. Texas A&M in a blowout. They won. They beat Sam.
48-0. So if you took Texas A&M in the points, you just missed out. What's that? They did not cover the spread.
Yeah.
They did not cover the spread, unfortunately. From the 601, as a truck driver, I keep a large plastic drink cup. LOL.
Just in case, wink, wink, nod, nod. We know what you're talking about. Texas UT's leading Arkansas 21-13 down in Austin. 9 minutes left in the first half.
Nice little, and then of course we've got. I want to say
TCU's playing later on the season.
TCU's playing U of H. I want to say that game
North
kicks
Texas
off at 7.
Is playing at
is it 6:30? You said
6:30 for North Texas.
6:30 against Rice.
So you got UNT and TCU down in Houston.
That's on a national channel. I think it's like ESPN or ESPN2 or something.
Okay, all right, not ESPN3 or ESPN Plus. I'll have to download an app. I'll have to download an app. Do I have to get Tubi to get it or something like that?
It's on ESPNU.
Might as well be. It might as well be on Tubi at that point. Do people still get ESPNU?
I mean, my parents do, but they still have cable.
And they probably still got ESPN Classic, too, if you know, you know. All right, let's see here. We're down to the final minute and a half of the program. You will be at the Mavericks game tonight, obviously.
Heading over there, 7:30 tip-off. And by the way, back to college football real quick because a lot of people kind of wondering. Alabama's winning 21-0. Ohio State, number 1 team in the nation, they won 35-9 over Rutgers. Miami is beating Virginia Tech 27-10. SMU fans are interested in that. And OU, of course, knocked out Missouri. Actually, there's 11.5 minutes played in the game. They're winning 17-6.
No, that game's final.
Oh, good.
No, that game's final. No, And Mateer didn't have a great game today, but it still threw 2 touchdown passes. But look, all that matters, you got the dub, right?
Exactly.
Because there was a lot of people calling that could be a letdown game after the big win last week against Alabama. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be another broadcast in the books. Shout out to our boy Tommy Yars. Great stuff from him as always. Don't forget, we kick things off with the Specs Tailgate Show tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. with myself and the 3-time Hall of Famer. For Dial on for the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold, I'm Fred Davis. Good night. God bless. We'll see you tomorrow. Go Cowboys.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
What's happening? Ali Sadiq is coming. So I'm just walking around. Miss Got on Boots, CC.
Ali Sadiq, live in the Shadows Tour.
My mama had this slogan that she's been saying since I was 10 years old. You gotta get your ass out of here at 18.
Friday, November 28th, Texas Trust CU Theater. Tickets on sale now at AXS.com.
This scallywag gonna tell me.
Don't miss the hilarious Ali Sadiq live.
It was scallywag back then. We called it scallywag.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back. And however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season.